You are watching Caught for Two. I'm Jesse Reichler, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois on Friday, May 21st, about 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. This is normally where I would ask people in the audience to let me know if they can hear okay and if the video is coming through. Oh, so someone, I was going to say, I think we're just broadcasting into the ether alone, but Rebecca is online. Okay. So you could hear the music. I assume you can hear me speaking. Okay. So today we are playing the first mission from Vienna Connection, which is, you can see it here. It's a game by Ignacy Trzewiczek, the Polish company Portal Games. And it's based on Detective, a modern board game, which you can watch a playthrough of. And I'm just going to disconnect this because I can hear it. So you can watch a playthrough of Detective. Greg and I have actually played all of Detective, which is 4 or 5 missions, and then all of the expansion. There are a couple of expansions, but the main LA Crimes expansion, or LA Stories now, I can't remember the name. Anyway, we've played it, and Greg and I had very different reactions to it. Greg normally likes when there's some real strategic gameplay involved, and this is Detective is a deductive game where you're trying to solve mystery, but it leans heavily on narrative and sort of the illusion of having choice and trying to make the right decision. And it looks like Vienna Connection is much of the same. It's billed as a narrative Cold War spy game. And in fact, I don't know too many other games set with this theme and in this genre of detective and solving things. But it is billed as a sort of narrative experience game. And Ignacy even has an interview where he's like, this is not for everyone. So, like, if in your promos you're warning people that they may not like it, that's a little bit of a red flag. So I suspect we'll have mixed reactions to this game. But I did like Detective quite a bit. And I'm susceptible to like the illusion that I have to make good decisions, even if it's not true. Okay, so you can see, let's just look, and we're going to spend a little bit of time looking at the components and talking about how the game plays before we get started. You can, if you're watching this live, this will go for 5 hours. You could just keep this on the background when you go to sleep or whatever. But I could use some help in this game. There are some puzzles and some mathematical puzzles that represent a challenge to playing live because I'm sort of reading and I'm doing this. There's a lot of things going on. And in real life, if I got a puzzle I couldn't solve, I would just spend hours sitting there staring at it and maybe even a couple days. But I can't really do that on the live stream. We'll talk about how we're going to handle that. But my point was, if you are paying attention in the chat, you can help solve these problems. I see we have John Nelson came in. Okay. Now, when I play these, I normally don't pay too much attention to the chat window. So like you guys can talk amongst yourselves. I'll try to look at occasionally, especially if I get stumped on something, I can get some help. All right. So where was it? So let me say this first of all. This is a tricky thing to stream because if you're interested in playing this game, you probably don't want to watch this. This is going to be full of spoilers. There are 4 missions in this game. You'll play each mission once. Then you'll have heard the story and the things. So if you're sure you want to play this game, then just turn off the stream now. You can come back and watch it. It'll be on YouTube. After you play it, you can watch this video and see how you compared to my playthrough. If sort of the premise of this channel, though, is for people maybe who don't have friends to play these games with. And so you're welcome to play it with me if you don't think you're ever going to get around to this. Or maybe you could sort of split the baby and watch the first mission. And then if you like it, you can go play the other missions. You can also watch my playthrough of Detective Season 1, which was sort of the little brother to Detective. I've played some Sherlock Holmes consulting detective games that are in this genre. Mythos Tales, Gumshoe, which was the big giant epic one, which I recommend. Okay, but this is a different setting, different feel, and some new stuff. What else do you need to know before we get started? So this is, I paid for the early version of this game, which does not get you that much more. It looks like, so this is the first day that the online content goes live. So you couldn't have played it before yesterday. You had to have been playing it today or later. I think it doesn't go retail for another week, for what that's worth. If you look here at the table, this nice map, which will have no functional value in the game at all, came with the early release. I don't think you get this in the retail version. So I've just put this on the back. It gives you some idea. We're going to be playing as CIA ancillaries of the West against Russian spy agencies in the East. Okay, so this is part of the early stuff. I'm just going to show you some of these components. So this was the packet that came as the early release. I want to show you something. It's too big by 1/2 inch to fit in the box. So they expect you to just keep this on your shelf. Maybe if you're a board gamer, you know that triggers the OCD stuff. It's unpleasant. There's no excuse for that. It's just a horrible thing. The rest of the stuff in the early release box is pretty useless. There are postcards for each mission. They're just to give you a sort of flavor of being there. Maybe we'll look at these after we play. I should say I'll do a full review of this experience after the playthrough. So play for 4 hours or 5 or 6 hours, however long it takes. There'll be some breaks throughout, and then we'll talk about this game and how it compares to the other detective style games. There are some worthless stickers that come in here. There's a little clever letter that got sent to people who ordered it. You can see what it looks like here. It's just to give you, the idea of this is to immerse you in the world of sort of spycraft of the 70s Cold War. So you have to be willing to buy into that immersion narrative to have fun. So this is a neat little letter that came in the mail. And it's just to Special Activities Division Field Operative, signed by the CIA guy. Some stats here. Just telling you the game's about to begin, when it will unlock. Okay, so just a cute little flavor thing. And then some more worthless stuff here. A little silly little certificate of playing it. Some background to some of the facts. This is set in a very historical. The story is going to be fictional, but all of the settings and the spy agencies are going to be all real spy agencies. And a little background on the Cold War, which probably I should have read more carefully. Basically, it's the Eastern countries that the Soviet Union is manipulating, and the West and NATO being manipulated by the USA. It's a little bit of talk about some of the organizations. I guess we should look at this. Western Bloc, NATO, Interpol, CIA, NSA, DIA, Central Intelligence Agency, National Security Agency, DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency. Then there's some Western spy agencies, the FGR, that's the West Germany organization, BND and BKA, sort of subsidiaries of German intelligence, West German intelligence. And then on the Eastern Bloc, we have the Soviet Union with the KGB and the GRU. And then the GDR, which would be Eastern Germany spy agency, the Stasi. These are all acronyms we're going to come across during our play. Then it looks like there's spy organizations of Hungary, People's Republic of Hungary with the AVH, the Alemvedelmi Hasatag, I don't know how to pronounce that. And then Austria, which I believe is basically neutral state, which is where a lot of spying got done. Since it was the neutral state, the spy agencies all were sort of tussling back and forth in Vienna, and it's right sort of at a good location to to, you can see on the map here, there's Austria, so you can see it's close to everything. It's a good place to have your spy operations. Yugoslavia has some Eastern spy agencies too. Then we've got here in this book a little description of, it says left-wing political and military organizations. The RAF, German, that's the Baader-Meinhof group. They did lots of terrorist stuff, or a spin-off of them did. Italian Red Brigades, the French Action Directe, French terrorist organization set up in the late 1970s by two former left-wing organizations with similar profiles, the Revolutionary Internationalist Action Groups, and the Armed Nuclei for Popular Autonomy. All right. Okay, and there's the last page here. Special status of Berlin. After the Second World War had ended and the Third Reich had been defeated, Berlin was divided into zones of occupation, the French, British, and American ones in the west, and the Soviet ones in the east. The city became the symbolic center of division of Europe and the world into spheres of influence. The most significant place in the city was the Berlin Wall, built by the Soviets, separated eastern and western parts of the city. Alongside the wall, there were border crossings, including the most famous, Checkpoint Charlie. In 1971, four powers reached an agreement that resulted in the release of a tense situation and the greater possibility of border crossings by the residents of both sides of Berlin. Until the reunification of Germany, East Berlin was strictly controlled by the USSR, while West Berlin had the status of a special area under the control of the Allies, not being directly part of West Germany. Both parts of the city were reunited during the reunification of Germany in 1990. Okay. So this is the little packet that came with the early purchase. So if you paid, I don't know, the retail's $35 and the early version was like $57 with shipping. So you paid a lot to get a week early access. Okay, so I just wanted to show you what came in the early access, but mainly this map. Okay, let's talk a little bit about the game. I'm going to read you the introduction, and then maybe we'll set up the game according to the rules, and I'll explain a little bit as we do. If you're watching this after the live stream, there'll be timestamps. You can just jump around to the beginning of the gameplay. Okay, welcome spies to Vienna Connection. In this cooperative campaign game of deduction, you delve into Cold War-era Europe and lead a CIA Special Activities Division team. The SAD team carries out 4 covert missions by collecting evidence and analyzing data to achieve their goals. At the end of each mission, they submit a final report and recommend further actions. Okay, so this, you're probably coming into this knowing what this is, but if not, this is a campaign game spread out over 4 continuing missions. We're going to be playing mission 1 today. Maybe we'll play more missions later. So each of the missions has a little envelope here. So we'll be playing with mission 1. I'm going to put the other 3 out of the way. Let's open this up and take a look at what we've got. All right, so we've got a little briefing and some leads. We'll talk about how to use those in a minute. We've got a code card here that we're going to use to decrypt messages. And I'll tell you how to use that code card in a second. So we don't need this anymore. So you have to be willing to play into this, to get into the immersion and the narrative. Otherwise, you're not going to have fun with this game. There are several parts of this game that are sort of busy work. This code key is one of them. The rules tell you how to decode a encrypted message by doing this. It's not a puzzle to figure out. It's sort of busy work that gives you the feel of being a spy, getting coded messages. Remember, this is set in the 70s. It was a more low-tech form of spying, so dead drops and one-time pads and stuff. Okay, so we'll get to that in a second, and we'll read this mission setup in a moment. It tells us some operatives that we get to start the game. These don't have much use, but they do tell you symbols, these tokens to add to the pool. So this guy brings this to your group, this guy brings this to your group, this guy brings this to your group, this woman. We'll go over what these do in a moment. But for now, we can just put these people off to the side. But they're flavor, they're operatives here. So Yana is, well, here, I'm going to give you a closer view of this. Let's see if this works. Oh, she doesn't like the green. All right, let's just give it to you straight like that. Okay, so here are our operatives for you to take a closer look at. Klaus is an employee of the embassy. Stefan is a Wiener Zeitung journalist. And Jana is a Vienna police station, works in accounting. Okay. Well, they don't have much use. We'll just set them to the side for now. This is going to tell us how to start our mission, but I guess I jumped ahead a little bit. So let's put these to the side. Let's read. Let's go through the setup very quickly, and I'll explain basically how to play. So we've got some lead cards here. You can see the game will tell us when to retrieve a lead card. That might have actual puzzles and story to read and some decisions to make. We've got a giant stack of files. And here's one difference between Detective. Detective made much more use of the online database. They call that Antares. Here it looks like we're going to be using this giant stack of 100 files instead of using the online database so much. So some of our things will say go retrieve file number 400. We'll get that out. It's a full 8.5 by 11 sheet of information, or maybe it's like a scene of a crime or a transcript of a recording, or maybe a dossier on a certain person. Okay, then we've got these tokens, which you saw I pulled some of them out. They represent resources you have. So this is money that you would spend for things. The blue bottle is press talking to press. The red star is contact with foreign intelligence agencies, and the yellow is contact with the criminal underworld. All right, so I don't think this one gave us this. So sometimes we'll have to spend those tokens to perform certain actions, look at, follow certain leads. If we don't have the tokens, we won't be able to follow those leads. Most of these detective games have some sort of way to limit your choices and stress you for time, and this is one of them. So you'll have to make decisions about where to spend them. Okay, I've already logged on to the database, and in fact, let's just see if that works and make sure you guys can see it. Okay, so let me know if you can see that okay, and I can put myself down at the bottom. Okay, so this game uses an online component. Part of that is just going to be for an immersion thing. Let me know if you can see this okay in the channel. In fact, let me go to full screen here. Okay, so some of it you can see on the left. We'll be able to listen to some recordings, which we'll do together. And then there's some puzzles that we're going to solve. And then an important part of this is that, unlike Detective, so there are going to be mysteries to solve and things to figure out in this game, but they're also sort of mathematical puzzles. And because they're not central to the story of the game, there's a way to skip them. And there's sort of a penalty for getting them wrong more than once. And we're going to play it by ear to figure out how much we want to skip those. So you can go to the online thing and say, skip it, just tell me the answer. And you and I will figure out how much time we want to spend on some of these puzzles and whether, if we get it wrong, we should just skip it. Some games you play super strictly with the rules. With these narrative games, they're much more about the experience, and I feel much more willing to do a little fudging. And Ignacy says you should try to avoid playing this solo. He says 3 or 4 people with thinking in different ways really will help. I find that to be true in real life with these detective games. Having another person, another set of eyes, another person keeping track of different things is better. But they are still fun to do solo, and sort of we're doing it together. But there's going to be a lot of information, sort of overwhelming information, an overwhelming amount of names and details that we're going to have to keep careful notes on. And I'll probably more than the other games could use some help keeping track of some of this stuff. All right, so we'll pick these out when we're instructed. We'll pick out from these cards when we're instructed. We opened up this envelope for mission 1. And we've got these sheets that are specific to each mission, each of the 4 missions, and that you write on. Now, here's a change between Detective. In Detective, you had a little map like this that you moved around on, and it took time to move around. And one of your decisions was, should we take the time to move to a new place to get a clue that sounds good, or should we stay where we are and sort of efficient moving? This game does not do that. This game eschews the movement completely, but instead has this mechanic where there are 4 zones. Here, let's see if I can bring this so you can see it better. There are 4 zones: white zone, blue zone, yellow zone, and red zone. And when you follow a lead, it may tell you, let's see if I can put myself here. When you follow a lead, it will tell you that you take 2 exposure in the white zone or take 1 exposure in blue zone. And they're thematically organized. The white zone is CIA headquarters and safe houses. Blue zone is hotels, restaurants, public areas, and civilian interviews. Yellow zone is law enforcement and criminal underworld. Red zone is KGB, counterintelligence, and foreign intelligence territory. So when you follow a lead, and you may know where you're going, like if you're supposed to meet someone at some hotel, you know that's probably going to be in the blue zone. And when you turn over that lead, it'll say, check off 2 boxes in the blue zone. So you check those 2 off. If you run out of things, like let's say you've checked these first 2 off, and then you turn over a new lead in another restaurant, and it says check off 2, well, you check off the 3rd one, and then you must check off one of these ones in the man in black. That represents your exposure is becoming too high, you're being found out, and the game's ending. So this is your clock. This is your timer. For a 1-player game, you get to use all 6 of these, and it even says on easy mode you could use 1 more. So essentially, this is the game sort of pushing you to try to figure out which directions, which leads you should follow based on them risking filling up these areas and making the game end. Okay, so let's put that over there. All right, so that's that. We've got our pen and paper here, which we're going to be taking careful notes on. I'll leave that up there for now. All right, we're on the database. Mission sheet is here. The lead deck is there. The files are here. We've got our mission. Okay, we did the zones. We explained how to check off those things. I guess we can do the rest as they come up, I think. So yeah, let's worry about the rest as they come up. We'll follow the mission setup, and I'll explain things as they come up. Okay, let's read this together. Mission setup. An operational SAD team, SAD, this is a special actions division of the CIA, of several people, including intelligence officers and supporting agents, has been delegated to execute the mission. Oh, sorry, I guess we should start here. All right, if you haven't watched me do these before, it's going to take a long time because we're going to read this together. So settle in. Okay, here's our mission. Attendees of the meeting, according to protocol, Simon Keene, Deputy Director of the CIA. Michael Glenn, Head of the CIA Directorate of Operations. Bailey Watts, Chief of CIA's Soviet East European Division. And Catherine Miller, Head of the CIA Special Activities Division. Langley, Virginia, CIA Headquarters, January 18th, 1977, 10:25 a.m. The slide projector shows a photo of a naked man, his arms and legs tied to a chair. You can see several stab wounds on his torso and legs, as well as many cigarette burns. On the floor near the chair lies a newspaper with a headline describing the catastrophe of Linjeflyg Flight 618. All right. If you can see, I know it's probably a little hard, there's a little red Wi-Fi signal here. That means you're allowed to go online to research this information for free. It doesn't cost you anything in the game. Just to give you a little bit background, it may be relevant for the game, or it may not. Maybe it's just for flavor. So we'll do this. We'll go on the internet. You can do this actually. If you're listening, you can look up this Linjeflyg Flight 618. Might be related to our case. It might just be a story in the newspaper. Okay, I'm going to keep reading. The attendees turn back and look toward this man at the end of the table. Michael Glenn glances at the three other participants. "Fill us in, Simon," he says. "The man is James Werner." Simon Keene speaks calmly with no sign of emotion. 3 years ago, he left the Navy due to health issues. He was a second lieutenant. He then worked for 2 years in the Navy's shipyard in Norfolk. He traveled a lot and was coordinator for various ship construction projects. He told his friends that he was going to Austria for vacation. His body was found at an abandoned car repair shop in a suburb of Vienna. "Why are we interested in that?" Glenn asks. Bailey Watts, from Directorate of Operations, Chief of CIA's Operations in Russia and East Europe, moves restlessly in his chair and says, "The police found a fragment of a perforated code card at the crime scene. It must have fallen while the victim was tortured. It was probably forced down his throat." When the embassy representative showed up at the crime scene and talked to the police, he managed to photograph this. The slide projector shows a photo depicting a fragment of a torn card, perforated, and a few discernible characters of text. I think it's probably this card here on the other side of this sheet. So whether that's going to be relevant for us to figure out or if it's just for flavor, we don't know. All right, back we go. All right, so we found a code card that we think was shoved down this guy's throat. He's obviously a spy operative working for us, presumably. "Okay, where's the card from?" Glenn asks. "We don't know," Watts shrugs. "The police secured it, but we managed to decipher the data it contained from this photo. It's just a fragment, but they are geographical coordinates. These are caches in Italian territory, near Monfalcone, and in Mannheim, Bavaria. The remaining fragments probably contain more of them. These caches in Italy and FRG contain weapons and ammunition for militant organizations. We think that the cards belong to the Soviets. They use a similar coordinate system with their military maps." Okay, so maybe this guy was working for the Soviets, not for the CIA. But then, wouldn't we be the ones who were torturing him? So that doesn't make sense. Okay, give me details. What do the local police know? Do we have access to the files and autopsy report? "They asked us for information on Werner," Keene splutters. "Fine, we'll get back to this. Gentlemen, thank you for coming." Glenn tells them, "Catherine, please stay." Catherine Miller finishes reading and lays the papers about Werner's death onto the table. "Do you have any idea?" Glenn asks. "It looks strange. I say we appoint a task group. We can't rule out that the Soviets may be toying with us, working to expose our associates. I will assemble a SAD team with people from outside the agency. I'll do it under the auspices of Interpol's counterterrorism and anti-smuggling efforts. It'll look official. Do I have free rein?" she asks. "Within reason." Catherine raises her eyebrows and gives him a challenging look. Glenn points at the folder. "We have to find out who contacted Werner and why he was killed. Moreover, this card is a serious problem. We don't know who is meant to be laying their hands on the weapons. Be quick. George will be out soon anyway. Me too. Probably I'll give you all possible authorizations while I still can. And George is listed as a footnote. And it's telling us here, George H.W. Bush, CIA director. People don't know that the former President George H.W. Bush, not the younger one, but the father, actually was the CIA director for a while. So it looks like this is set when Jimmy Carter's coming into office and Bush is getting pushed out. So this guy is saying we better do this before Carter gets in because he's going to stop us from doing all this illegal, horrible stuff. Okay, it's February 2nd, 1977 when the SAD team arrives in Vienna. Mission White Bee has begun. Okay, so that's our first mission, White Bee. Okay, so this is again a decision about whether to write on these pieces. In general, I do not write, but when I play these detective games, I tend to write on them. So we don't know how much of this is going to be important for us. That's part of the charm and challenge of these games, is being overwhelmed with text and trying to figure out what's relevant, and do you have the sort of stamina and willingness to go over these things with a fine-tooth comb. So we just know that this guy was tortured, killed. He had this code card in his throat, fell out, and they didn't notice it, or they left it there to send us on a wild goose chase. We know that this code card was decoded by CIA to be caches of weapons in the East, in Italy and FRG. Someone remind me what's FRG? It's the Republic of Germany. It's the East. Okay, so we're part of this team being sent to Vienna to figure out what's going on with this guy and what's going on with these caches. Let's take a look. Did anyone look up? Okay, good. Zachary looked it up, so we won't have to. Lindenflig Flight 618 was a crash of a Vickers 838 Viscount during approach to Stockholm-Bromma Airport at 9:05 on 15 January 1977. All 22 people on board the aircraft perished. Okay, doesn't immediately sound relevant to our case. Maybe just on the newspaper to give us a little bit of flavor, but could be relevant. We'll find out later. Okay, January 18th is when this happened, and it's now February 2nd. All right, let's turn over this mission and get set up. Mission setup. Remember, there are 4 of these missions. We're playing mission 1. Team's codename Hound. Direct supervisor of the mission, Catherine Miller, codename Wasp. Add 3 money to the pool. Okay, so we start out with our 3 money. Take the set of local agents, that's what we got before, for mission White Bee and add their corresponding tokens to the pool. So that's what we did before. So we added 1 star, 1 blue bottle, and 1 yellow shield. Okay, that's all they are, and then they're just flavor text. So we'll just put them off to the side for now. We don't need them. All right, those are our local agents. Take the set of operations for mission White Bee. So for each mission, each of the 4 missions, they come with operations. I think always 3, but here they are. Let's look at them. And what the missions are things you can do. They're optional. You won't be able to do them all. In fact, let's put them here so you can see them better maybe. Okay, so here's our 3 missions. All right, so the game says, Ignacy says, don't just rush to do these. Some will have bad outcomes. They cost quite a bit of your resources to do, but I gather that in the best of cases, they give you benefits. So let's look at them here. Operation Fisherman. It says type provocation. Operation goal, spreading information about willingness to sell 2 code cards. Observation of respective parties. Cost 3, so it costs 3 resource tokens. 2 of which have to be a red star and a blue bottle, and then 1 more from either $, red star, or blue. And if we pay those, we have to pay 3. If we pay those, we would flip this card over conduct Operation Fisherman, spend the resources, and see what happens, which could be good or bad. Usually good, but could be bad. All right, let's look at the next operation. So we have these available to us over the course of the mission, over the next 4 hours. Operation Yo-Yo is a diversion. Draw away the attention of foreign intelligence agents from the SAD team's action. Cost 2. Nothing's required. We can use anything. So 2 of any of our resources. The effect is spend tokens to change the zone color of the next card to any other zone color. So you can see thematically it makes sense. This operation is a diversion. So it would let us change what zone we had to tick off in. So for example, the red zone only has 1 mark. This is dealing with foreign counterintelligence. So if we had already crossed this off and we wanted to pursue a lead that we thought was going to trigger this, rather than make our clock go down, we might perform Operation Yo-Yo, and then that would allow us to mark not the red zone, but some other zone that we didn't have much marked on. Okay, so that's a little strategic thing. And that, you could see that one you don't flip over. So that's going to be a guaranteed helpful thing, success. You don't have to, it can't fail, whereas Operation Fisherman, the previous one, could. All right, here's our last operation of mission 1. If people could let me know if these different, like, can you read these? Are these coming through okay? I guess it depends on how big your screen is. Hopefully, we're sort of doing a little bit of wizardry with these different views, and hopefully it's easier to do when I'm recording. It's a little harder to do it live, but hopefully they're working okay. Okay, Operation Ally. Actually, we could, let's try it. Let's try getting fancy. One of the money's on its side. Okay, there we go. All the money's right side up now. All right, so we've got OCD person. All right, so let's try something different here. Let's try, there we go. Oh, it's kind of on top of me. Okay. All right, we're just trying some of this new technology. All right, so Operation Ally is a contacts operation. It says, make contact with the head of Vienna's mafia. Buy information on lost cards. These are the information on the lost code cards, of which we have the photograph of one of them. So cost 3, 1 has to be money. Makes sense, you got to pay the mafia. And let's go back here. Money, and then 2 others. And then we flip this over and we see what happens. So we've got one that lets us change the zone to give us more time. We've got one that's where we're spreading information as if we have the cards. We're pretending we have cards to see who bites, see who wants them. Might go bad, might go good. And then one is to contact the mafia and see if they know where we could get the lost cards. Lots of dealings with the underworld. And which reminds me, this game has in the rule book, at the end of the rule book, a nice feature. You can tell how much this game is focused on immersion and narrative. In fact, let's go here. It's got a little suggested movies you can watch, spy movies that might put you in the mood, some books you might read, and some background stuff. So one of the movies, I think, was Munich. One of the movies was Munich, which is the story of the team Israel sent to kill off the leaders of the terrorist group that went to the Munich Olympics and killed a bunch of people. I don't remember off the top of my head the name of the organization, but that of the terrorist organization. But this group that is Israel authorized to go do all these extrajudicial revenge killings, the first thing and the through line between it is they find some French sort of underworld, underground person that they can buy information from. And that's obviously, there's a long history of working with the mafia and other organizations to get information. Okay, and I will take this opportunity to recommend one of my favorite books, which is also a movie called The Falcon and the Snowman, and the follow-up book, Flight of the Falcon, by Robert Lindsay. Amazing book about how this kid stumbles into spying. I mean, the movie's good. Sean Penn and Timothy Hutton. It's a very good movie. It's a young Sean Penn doing a good job, but the book is amazing too. Okay, so if you're not enjoying this stream, you can leave and watch one of those movies. They're both good movies, Munich and Falcon and the Snowman, and good books. All right, so back to this. Okay, we've got our local agents. We started with our 3 money, and then our agents brought some resources with them. We're on Operation White Bee. That's the name of this mission. The code card for this mission is here. We will be using this to decrypt messages. Again, this is going to be a little bit of busy work, but put you in the mood of a spy. There'll be real puzzles in this game, but this isn't quite one of them. This is just for flavor. And that's something that you saw if you watched the playthroughs or reviews that I did of Gumshoe, the 1930s detective game, which was an amazing, unique experience. It also had some busy work type thing involved with fingerprints, a little more puzzly, but and a little more sophisticated. But it puts you in the mood, even if it's not a sort of deductive thing. Okay, sorry, I'm getting lost here. Okay, and now it tells us here 3 files to retrieve. So that's from our files thing. So let's take a look at this wonderful dossier of files. So here, let's show you how this works. So it says to get files 00000010002. So you look in this pile. They all have the same front. Seems a bit of a waste. And then the numbers are here. So we're getting 0, 0, 1, and 2. So we're taking these 3. In the upper right, they'll tell you if there are multiple pages composing that file. And then down below, they'll tell you usually where you were directed to retrieve this file from, because sometimes you'll have to solve a puzzle to get a file, and you won't know if you did it correctly till you look down here, or until you flip it over and it tells you where you should have been told to get this from. So it'll say like you got this from the puzzle file. All right, so let's take our 3 files. We can put this aside. Let's take a look at what these files are. These are sort of, looks like they're just introductory stuff. So one is a calendar. Can you see that okay? Okay, so one's a calendar. It's not a calendar that we found on someone that we think has secret information. I think it's just to help us keep track of stuff, like we might circle stuff, like we know, for example, from our briefing that January 18th, I'm going to circle this. Hopefully you can see that. This is like the Werner was found. The guy tied to the chair. I don't know if it was the telegram came in on January 18th. That means either there or beforehand. And then February 2nd is when our mission starts. Okay, so just a little calendar to help keep track of some stuff for fun. It's nice that it's a full page thing. This whole file system, this big stack of cards, I guess it's off screen, this big stack of pages is new. It's not present in Detective. In Detective, it would tell you go into the database and read file 100. So a little more wasteful of paper in this game, but a little more immersive. All right, let's just put this here out of the way, off screen. Then we've got this campaign diary for keeping notes. Now, I believe that the rules for the game tell you that during a mission, it may tell you to put certain keywords here. Like if you discover something, you'd write a keyword, and then on a future mission, it'll say, do you have this keyword? So this isn't, I believe we do not use this for keeping our own random notes. We'll use a notebook for that. This is going to be only when we're told to put something in our campaign diary. Okay, so we'll put it off screen for now. Okay, and then the other file that we just retrieved is the map, which is this map here. Oh, it's not exactly this map, is it? It's a close-up of this map. This map that came for the... So if you pre-ordered the game, you get this nice bigger map with more flavor. And if not, you get this smaller map, which has everything you need. Okay, so you paid $15 for a bigger version. All right, otherwise, it looks pretty much the same. It says this is East Germany, and on this map, it's recorded as German Democratic Republic. But obviously, there's no clues. This isn't a map you found. This is just information for you. So we'll just put this aside. Okay, I'm also going to pretend the game came with this extra information from headquarters. But what this really is errata from the website telling us mistakes they've already found. Okay. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. I hope you'll help me with this when we're told to draw a file or a card. If it's one of these, then we go on the website to read the errata for that, which is a perfect time to remind you of the risks we're taking in trying to play this on the first day this has gone live. Number one, there could be bugs on the website that cause problems. In fact, I saw on BGG forum someone saying that they think they found a bug in the puzzle solution in part of trying to solve the puzzles. If that's true, we're going to be in trouble. Hopefully that's not true, but it's day one of it going live to the public. Hopefully they've play tested it, but there could certainly be problems. Even if there aren't problems with the website, these kinds of games are notorious for having mistakes in errata. They're hard to play test because you can only have one person play test it once and then they've seen everything. So it's very hard to get people to play test it. They're long. There's lots of things that each group won't see. So these games are notorious for having errata. So it would not be surprising at all if you waited a month to play this, there would be more errata and bugs fixed and information fixed. So, but we're here for the fun experience of playing it on opening day live. We're taking the risk to have a different kind of fun, but keep that in mind. Normally I would wait to play something and let them get all the kinks out. What else do we need to say? I guess there's one other piece of that, like we're putting all the weight is stacking up on the danger side. Okay, here's another piece to keep in mind. Zach asked to definitely be bugs. Not for sure. The person who posted on BGG forum said they think there's a bug in the puzzle thing. They're not sure. Maybe it'll be solved by the time we get to it, or maybe they're wrong and they were doing something wrong. The puzzle stuff, which we haven't talked about, there's a specific puzzle mechanic that is odd. But we'll get to it when we get to it, and hopefully there aren't bugs. Okay, so the other thing I was saying is that this was not written by native English speakers. I believe it's all written in Polish first and then translated. So not only do things tend to get awkward occasionally with those translations, but especially in these kinds of games where you're trying to give away just enough information, it's very tricky to get the translations right, and especially a narrative game that's all about immersion. So occasionally something will sound weird. in English, and hopefully there won't be too much of that throws us off. Okay, those are our 3 files that we were told to get. Okay, now let's look at this. Goal of the mission. Find James Werner's connection to the fragment of the code card found at the crime scene. So figure out what his connection is. Why was this code card found in him? And secure the code card. I guess it's asking us to go get that code card that was found. So we saw a photo of it in our connection, but I guess part of our operation is to go there and get the actual code card. Or is it to get the rest of the code card because we just saw a fragment of it? Let's read here again. The police secured it, so the police have it, but we deciphered it from the photo. It's just a fragment. Okay. It's not clear to me if the photograph was just a fragment or if all there was a fragment and we're being asked to get the rest of the card. Okay, but we have to figure out what the connection is with James Werner. All we know about James Werner is he retired from the Navy to health issues. He worked in the Navy's shipyard in Norfolk, traveled a lot, coordinator for ship construction projects. He told his friends he was going to Austria for vacation. All right, well, presumably if he's not a spy working for us, it sounds like he might be a spy working for someone else. I don't know. Police found a fragment of a perforated card. All right, so we want to find the full card, I guess is what it's saying. All right, so there's our mission. There's our setup. We might want to start taking notes here. But let's show you first this other main thing that we're going to be seeing. If you're familiar with Detective and watch Detective, you'll have seen this before, but let's just give you a look at it. So there's our goal. And here's further leads. Okay, so throughout this game, we're going to be seeing this on cards and files. It's going to say further leads. These are cards we can pick up and follow the lead and get information, and it will cost us. We'll pick up cards here in this deck, and it will cost us exposure and bring the game closer to an end. So whenever you see these cards, whenever you see these further leads, we want to take note of them. So the way I'm going to do this is I'm just going to say, I'm going to use a page for each lead or intro. So for here it's going to be the mission intro. We've got 3 leads. We've got lead 101, 110, 118. These are leads we can follow. And this is going to be, 101 is Werner's body crime scene. And that's in the blue zone. Remember, that's important for us. I don't know if we're always going to know what zone it is, but it seems like for now we are. Okay, 110 is meet CIA team. Vienna. I thought we were on the CIA team. (118) is Arthur Kinwald. He's the police investigator. Okay, so he's the guy we were told in the intro they secured the card. Okay, and that's yellow zone. Yellow is law enforcement and criminal underworld, according to our map, our thing here. White is the CIA people, and blue is the hotels and public area. Okay, so right now, technically, we could do one of these 3 things, or we could try to do an operation. One of our 3 operations, which the game tells us don't be so rushed to do any of these. So just so you understand, those are our These are our 3 things we do next, but it'll start branching. Each one we follow will have more things. All right, so we're going to pick one of these 3 things to do first. None of those cost us anything. They don't cost us any of our resources. And this is part of where some people are unhappy with the gaminess and strategy. Like, on what basis would you make a choice to go to one of these 3 places? You don't know which one is more likely to give you information. It's a total crapshoot. But maybe as we fill up these spaces, we'll have to be a little more strategic. But we're doing it for the narrative immersion, as if we have to think psychologically, what would we like to find out first? Okay, but this is a good time to start. We've already been on the air for an hour and a half. All right, so we're going to take a 10-minute break, get something to drink. You guys can stretch, decide whether you want to come back for more, and we'll be back in 10 minutes to start properly playing the game. So let's figure out how to give you this. Okay, we're back. Let's just turn off some of this. Okay, so we're back from our first break. We've got, I see something on there. Okay, maybe we'll try something different. I know there are only like 3 people watching, but maybe maybe the thing to do after these breaks is to take this moment to sort of check in on the channel and maybe see what people want to do, or see if I've made any mistakes or anything. So assuming we're going to be doing these videos for years to come, we're sort of figuring out how to do this. What's the best system? So let's try a new system, which is going to be after the breaks or during the breaks. This is the time to chime in. So you could say hello if you're on the channel, someone new. There might be one new person. Say hello. You've got some leads that we could follow if you got ideas for where you'd like me to look first. I'll talk a little bit while you're thinking, and then we'll just go on. Here's one thing to consider. We've got a blue lead, a white lead, and a yellow lead. There's only 2 marks available for the yellow, 4 for the white, and 3 for the blue. So sort of the safest place to go, time-wise, is to the CIA people. Of course, there's the crime scene. It would make sense to go there. We don't really need this sheet anymore. I mean, we may need to look at it later, but to consult, but we don't really need it in front of us anymore. All right, I'm going to put it over here. We can refer to it. We can get it. We'll be looking at those files as we need to. We'll be sorting through them again. I should say, in the detective series and in Vienna Connection as well, information files you find and leads that you resolve stay in a pile that is available over all 4 missions, over the whole campaign. So part of the challenge for any of these campaign detective games, Gumshoe was one, some of the Sherlock Holmes have this feature, is that it can be very hard to figure out whether you were supposed to be able to solve a certain issue, a certain mystery, during the mission you were playing it. Like, are you looking at something that only gets solved 4 cases away, 4 games away, or are you looking at something that you should be able to solve with what you have? And there's one specific mechanic in this game that tells you when a puzzle has to be solvable in a mission or more, but all the rest of this information, it's perhaps one of the trickiest parts, is figuring out if you're supposed to have enough information to solve it. Okay, no one has spoken up, no one has offered anything, so I'm just going to play it as if it was just me. All right, I think I'm going to meet with the CIA team first in Vienna. That's the one we have the most space for, and it seems like I thought we were part of the CIA team. We're in the SAD group. We're in the Special Activities group. So maybe we're meeting with the regular CIA. We're meeting with head of station in Vienna is what we're doing. We're meeting with the permanent CIA people who are working there all the time. We're the special task force. So let's meet with them. Okay, so let's see how we do this. We're going to mark on our paper that that's what we're doing, so that in our notes we know. We're going to 110. Okay, so first we look in our errata. Is 110 in our errata? No. Okay. So we go to our lead deck, and we go and we find 110, being careful not to look at anything else. So we get out card 110. Okay, let's look at it together. All right, what does it say? White zone exposure +1. So we're going to start out by going in and marking 1 exposure in a white zone. Okay? Now we read the card with our glasses. Kaiserstraße, 64, Vienna, CIA safe house. Cigarette smoke fills. I guess you don't. You could just have that full thing. You don't really need the green screen. All right. Cigarette smoke fills the narrow room in the small apartment. Robert Crane sits at the table. He's nearly 50 years old and is in his 4th year at this facility, specializing in cultural studies and German history. He takes a bottle labeled Gugloff Schnapps, pours 2 glasses, and invites you to sit. Crane reveals that Werner was under CIA observation a few months ago, and during that time they were able to confirm that he had connections with the KGB. Okay. So he was an American naval officer who was spying with the Russian KGB. When you inquire about Werner's personal files it says, but I'm guessing it's personnel, he tells you they don't have them, but Evan Wright, the U.S. ambassador in Vienna, has them. Wright requested them after he was told about the police discovering the body. When you ask about the KGB's latest activity, Crane looks at the empty glasses and goes to fetch another bottle. Okay? Then there's a little arrow telling us to just flip it over and continue reading. All right? 110B, that's the other sides are B's. Intercepted Soviet messages of the past few weeks have begun to use the word traitor, T-R-A-D-E-R. So here's how I'm going to do this. This is kind of wasteful, but I found especially it's hard to keep one of the real challenges of these games. One of the literal challenges that you have to solve to play these games is figuring out how to keep good notes. Now, I don't keep great notes, and my handwriting is terrible. But one thing that helps me is to use a different page for each lead card. So on this card, we've got some information. I guess this is 110 and 110B. So we're told there's Soviet intercepts with the word traitor, T-R-A-D-E-R. Okay. We know also that Werner possibly working with KGB, we think. Okay, we're told on this card, January 16th saw a marked increase in Soviet activity in Vienna. So January 16th, Soviet Vienna activity is up. We might mark that on our calendar if it's important. So January 16, activity, Soviet activity up. I'm just going to put a note that it was on card 110. Okay. Let's see. Okay. And from the intercepted Soviet dispatches, it seems as though they've lost some kind of package. Soviets lost a package, whatever that means. Could be person, could be thing. CIA counterintelligence is still trying to determine what the package contained. A phone rings. Crane walks up to the desk and answers. CIA headquarters has increased the budget for operational contacts in Vienna. The SAD may now use all available resources to resolve Werner's case. Add $1 to our supply and a shield underworld to our pool. Okay, so we've got more resources to spend. That's nice. And you'll see we've got a bunch more further leads that we can now follow. Okay, so let's write these down. 103 in the white zone is meet Evan Wright. Okay, it might make sense for us to keep a separate list in the back of people names, right? So we get Evan Wright. We've got Werner. What was his first name? James Werner? Oh, that's the thing. I want to remind you of something in a second. James Werner. Okay, so now who is Evan Wright? We're told here. Crane is the guy at the CV. Evan Wright, the U.S. ambassador in Vienna, which is U.S. ambassador in Vienna. I'm going to make a note here about Crane as well. Robert Crane. I apologize if some of this is hard to watch, but that's what this channel's all about. Okay. All right, so 103 White, we can talk to the U.S. ambassador. Has his files, has Werner's personnel file. So that might tell us a little bit more about Werner, or maybe not. I mean, if he was a spy, they may just not know. Okay, then we've got another white zone, 112 white, which is run through the list of people who are under the CIA's observation. People CIA observing in Vienna. Okay. And then 119, another white. It makes sense. You follow a white lead and talk to a CIA person, then the subsequent leads are also having to deal with CIA contacts. Contact the CIA counterintelligence on the subject of the KGB's activity. So 118 is white, and this is sort of ask CIA about KGB activity in Vienna. So part of the nature of this game is that all of these leads give you some information. It's the mechanics of the game make it very difficult for them to give you the option to go down a rabbit hole and not get some good information. It seems like the way this game, the way the detective system was made to work is, no matter what you choose, you're going to get some information. You're only tweaking the efficiency at the margin of the information you're going to get. Much of it is an illusion of choice, as if you had to make a clever decision here. But really, the game can't afford to let you make too many bad decisions based on random guesses, which you don't have any reason really to know that one of these is going to give you good information or not. All right, so this now goes in our collection of sort of evidence, which we can refer to at any time. Now, I forgot an important new mechanic to this game that we could have gotten bit by on this card. Okay. A new mechanic that was added to this game. Here, let me put this back here. A new mechanic that was added to this game is you're frequently going to draw lead cards that tell you to flip them over and read the back. Sometimes when you flip over to read the back, there's going to be a one-question quiz about some detail on the front. It's like testing your memory as a spy. If you get it wrong, you have to check one of these boxes. That's your time clock. Now, I have very mixed feelings about this. In general, I do not like memory elements in games. They feel very artificial and unthematic. I just don't like them. I tend to avoid games that depend on having a good memory. To do well, you have to spend a lot of wasted time remembering stuff. And I just have a general philosophy in life that anything that can be tracked on a note is better not entered into the brain. Like, let your mind forget it. Okay. But on the other hand, it's clear that when you train to be a spy or any kind of undercover person, a very important thing that they train you to do and test you on is your ability to remember details. Like, what was this person wearing? Or when you're walking through a car, if you need to remember if you've seen that car before, if the car's following you, if you've seen this person before. So having to remember details after a short encounter is thematically makes sense, but it's a what's the right word? What's the phrase about it's a bitter pill to swallow. If you're taking these check marks that end in the game quickly because you didn't remember the address of a thing. Okay, but when we read these fronts of cards, we're gonna have to try our best to remember everything on them. I'm not gonna stress overly about it. I'd love it if you guys could handle this part of the puzzle. Remember what you read and tell me if we get to a quiz. Okay. All right, so we've got these 3 new leads we could follow from here. And we've got 2 leads from the introduction that we could follow. We could stay in the white zone. Now remember, there's no traveling in this game like there is in Detective, so we could do another one and then come back to the white. There'd be no penalty. We could go to the crime scene. We could go to the police investor. I mean, I feel like this game just wants us to spread ourselves out in all these areas. And remember, there's going to be a limited number of white zone places you could go in every zone. So maybe until we're sure, like these aren't that compelling, right? Like, get his personnel files. It could have someone he's friends with, but probably not. So that's not that compelling to me. List of the people the CIA are observing in Vienna. That seems too wide open. That could send us down a rabbit hole on a wild goose chase. Are all the things animal based, like wild goose chase, rabbit hole? There must be something like in our modern life those don't make sense as little aphorisms. And I guess in old-timey times, everyone was hunting animals, tracking animals. Okay, or ask the CIA about KGB activity in Vienna. Again, very general. So maybe we don't worry about these yet. Okay, let's go to one of the other places. Let's go to the crime scene. Although, are we really going to get information at the crime scene? The police have already been over it. You got to go to the crime scene, right? We're going to go to the crime scene, which is 101 Blue. Blue is hotels, restaurants, public areas, civilian interviews. I guess we're going to the crime scene, which is a public area. It was a garage, right? That's where they found him chained up. Okay, so we don't do this yet. First, we find card 101. Let's keep our errata handy in case we need to reference it. So we're going to 101, the crime scene. Okay. All right. 101. Blue zone, exposure 2. So we have to mark 2 spaces of blue. We've already marked 2 of the 3. That's unpleasant. All right. Regelstraße 28, Vienna, dilapidated car repair shop. The shop consists of 3 garages and a shed functioning as an office. In the driveway sit 2 old Volkswagens covered by a thick layer of snow. You lift the police tape, open the gate, and walk inside. In one garage, there's a chair flipped on its side. Blood stains stand out along the walls and floor. Despite the fact that many days have passed, the crime scene still stinks of urine. Cigarette butts are scattered everywhere. A gust of wind rams against the garage door. A chain from the rafters slips and crashes to the floor. The sounds are immediately swallowed up by the surroundings. Werner's screams were unheard by passers-by. You move about the garage. On the ground, tossed carelessly, lies a plank of metal siding with holes cut in it. They look like the perforations on the code cards. You lift the plank and find a body. A man not even 30 with his hands tied and a bullet wound, at least a few days old, to the back of his head. You take photos, cover up your traces, and head out. The gate is covered with anti-gay slogans painted in red. Near the gate is a tossed newspaper, the Washington Post, yesterday's issue. You roll it up, tuck it under your coat, and leave toward the street. Okay, so first of all, it doesn't tell us what day this is. So yesterday's issue, I don't know what that is, but presumably we've just come in February. Before I flip it, I want to make sure we remember stuff that's important. But this is weird already, right? Zach says that I'm writing a game. You're supposed to write on this one. You're supposed to write on all of these. These are consumable games. But look, this is weird. I'm a little confused about something. First of all, there's a dead body in this garage. It's not our guy. It's not Werner who was killed here. It's someone else, right? Because it's, first of all, the police came and took the body of our guy away. This is someone who was maybe coming to investigate and got killed. I believe. It's his hands tied and a bullet wound a few days old to the back of his head. We take some photographs, cover up our trace, head out. But here's the part that's confusing. I'm going to make a new note for 101. This is crime scene. 101, crime scene. And 110 was CIA safe house. Okay, so here's the weird part. It says we found a plank. Always got to be a little wary of the translation. But we find a plank of metal with holes cut in it. They look like the perforations on the code cards. Okay, so I'm thinking it's a small plank that matched up with the code card perforations. But then it says, like, you lift the plank and find a body. So unless it's the body of a mouse, this is some big giant plank. So that is a weird thing that it's saying we found some plank that looks like the code card perforations, but it's what, the size of a body? That's very weird to me. But I'm going to write down here that these are the things we found on this card. We found a body with gunshot head, hands tied. Okay. Pen's running out. That's why I have 100 pens. Hands tied. We found a metal plank with perforations like code card. All right. Did we find anything else interesting here? The body was a couple days ago. Oh, and we found a Washington Post. Washington Post. Yesterday's edition. Now, here's a clue for you. It's yesterday's edition, and the body is a couple days old. I don't think they could have missed this body, right? So someone was in here with the Washington Post and encountered the body and left their copy of the newspaper. That seems weird. Okay. Then there's anti-gay slogan on the gate. I don't know if doesn't seem relevant for us. Slogans on the gate. Okay. And the plank size, I'm just putting a note here, size of plank question mark. Like, I don't understand what we're being told about the size of this plank. Okay, we're going to look at this, turn over. Okay. And there you go. There's our first quiz. Let's see if we got destroyed. Let's see if this memory thing is going to be painful or not. 101B. Okay, here's our quiz, which we have to mark a time clock if we don't know it. How many garages were in the car shop? 1, 2, or 3? Okay. All right, I do remember this answer. Does the chat audience remember this answer? Let's test you out. I think I know the answer. All right. It's a little bit tricky with YouTube because there's this delay. And then we have a code to solve. Okay. I believe the answer is 3. No, how many garages? Like how many stalls of the garage? I believe we're told in the beginning that there's 3 garages. I remember there's 3 garages and 2 something else. So here's how this mechanic works. When you see one of these, you answer it the way you think it's going to be, and then you check and you penalize yourself if you're wrong, unless you want to fudge the rules a bit. So I think the answer is 3, and let's read. The shop consists of 3 garages. Yeah, so that was right. And there was 2 Volkswagens. Okay. 2 old Volkswagens. All right, but we got that right. So all we do is don't mark our box. So, and this is a good lesson for the chat. Like, get more on top of the game, you guys. Take a screenshot and cheat. Okay. All right, let's read what we've got here. The same evening, room at Berkestraub 12, SAD safe house. The Washington Post found in the garage lies on a desk next to a notebook, a pen, and a magnifying glass. Someone must have left it at the crime scene after the police secured the traces. The desk lamp throws a strong light on the first page. Someone has ripped fragments from the newspaper. Okay, so here's another new mechanic in Vienna connection. It's a mechanic where there's a numeric puzzle to solve, and you guys can start working on it. So here's how it works. You can see it's a set of numbers. I don't know if they're all going to be this way. I don't know if they're all going to be pure numeric mathematic puzzles or some going to require some information. This one says decipher 4, 8, 15, 30, 37, 74x. So you're solving for x. You're finding out what's the next number in the sequence. And then we're going to look up that file, which is 1 plus whatever we find. So if we guess that the answer, that x was 25, we'd look up file 125 in our big file here of files. And we would check first that that exists, and then check the opposite side, and it will tell us, yes, you found this from card 101. If it doesn't say that, then we got it wrong. The rules of the game say that you're probably not paying attention to me. You're probably trying to solve this mathematical puzzle, which is fine. But the rules of the game say you're allowed 1 free lookup. Then you can look up again. And if you're wrong the second time, then you'll pay a penalty. Or you can go online and skip it. Okay, so let's look at this numeric sequence. And if you figure it out, you can type in the channel. I may, I'm inclined, because I want to have fun playing this too, to not look for answers until I get stuck. And this is one of the questions for these live streams is how long should I try to solve some of these things? It's a little tricky doing it live. If it was real life, I would just take as long as it takes and go get lunch, take a walk, and bring this card with me. But I'm not going to subject you to that. But I will subject you to sitting here for 10 minutes watching me stare at a piece of paper. Okay, let's look at this. 4, 8, 15, 30, 37, 30, 74. Okay, well, one thing is obvious. It's doubling occasionally. 4 doubles to 8, 15 doubles to 30, 37 doubles to 74. But that would mean x doubles to 2x. So that doesn't help us figure out what x is. So we have to figure out what's the pattern between the alternates, maybe between 4, 15, 37, 4, 15, 37. Okay, so here's one possibility. The difference between 8 and 15 is 7. The difference between 30 and 37 is 7. So we may be looking at a pattern that starts arbitrarily, I guess, of 4. So maybe the pattern is something like, I mean, the thing is we have no idea what the range of puzzles these could be. But we could be looking at a rule, if this is the kind of puzzle this is, a rule that says double add 7, double add 7, double add 7. So if that was true, then x would be 81. Now, is that how this game is working? That's the kind of rule that we're expecting to see, not just a single rule between numbers, but a sequence of rules. Double add 7, double add 7, double add 7. I mean, it could be anything, right? But I like the doubling. I mean, the doubling seems quite clear to me, because 37 to 74, that's got to be the doubling rule, right? You don't just happen upon 74. But we've only got 2 instances of where you're adding 7, between 8 and 15, and between 30 and 37. Let's see what we got. You think that's the answer, Zach? You think that's the rule? It's not going to be like, it would be nice to find, normally you're trying to find one rule. Like the last number, but it's jumping so high, so it's obviously not an additive rule, and it's not like they're multiplying every time. Okay, so I'm going to write that there's a cipher, and we think x is 81. So the nice thing is, like, it's easy to take your first guess, because even if you're wrong, you pay no penalty. So Zach says he thinks it's wrong. So the first guess is easy. It's costless. But your second guess, then we'll have to decide, do we want to follow the real rules and penalize ourselves? Okay, so we've got an easy guess. It's 81. So we would look up 181, file 181. Okay, so you're seeing the mechanics slowly unfold. All right, so you look up file 181. We hope it's here because they're not all sequential. Okay, so there's 181, which tells us we're probably right, I think, because not every number is here. So we look at 181, and we look, before we turn it over, we look to confirm access from 101, which is this card. So yes, this is the right answer. All right. So we're going to look at this. So I'm going to write that we got this, yes, we got this right, and this led us to 181. Is there any other clues we want to write on here? That stuff we found. We did find, like, I don't know if this is relevant. We found a notebook, a pen, a magnifying glass. Is it trying to tell us? So is it thematically saying on this card, sorry, is it thematically saying that the person used the newspaper to write this code, which is the file that we're now going to get? I'm not 100% sure whether this narrative is trying to connect to this code and the newspaper and the notebook and the ripped fragments, but I think it is. I think it's trying to say that we studied this newspaper and these fragments. That's the act of deciphering this, which gets us this file. So I don't think we have to write down this information anymore. All right, let's take a look at what this is. We don't need this anymore. Okay, it says, the corners of pages 2 and 3 are highlighted in the newspaper. 2 article headlines are missing, one from page 4 and the other on the last page. The first one describes an academic conference in the Marriott Hotel in Washington. The second is an opinion piece about Italian white wines. 2-3 Marriott white wine. '23 is 11 p.m. in Europe. Marriott Hotel is just a few blocks away. Is it an invitation for a meeting? From whom? Okay. And then there's a little nice thematic thing. There's the newspaper, right? There's the cigarette butts we found. There's a lighter. Did we find a lighter here that I forgot overlooking? Notebook, a pen, and a magnifying glass. Okay, well, there's the pen. It looks like the artist didn't get the memo that that was supposed to be a magnifying glass. Okay, anyway. So, okay. Corners of pages 2 and 3 are highlighted. 2 article headlines are missing. One from page 4, the other on the last page. The first one describes an academic conference in the Marriott Hotel. The second is an opinion piece about Italian white wines. Okay, so, and then this is sort of our conscience talking to us. Our conscience is saying 2-3 Marriott white wine. Maybe 23 means 11 p.m. And maybe the Marriott Hotel, which is nearby, so maybe this is an invitation to meet. And maybe we're supposed to meet the person in the white wine, whatever. Okay, so let's write down file 181. We're going to get to keep this. We're going to get to keep this, so I don't have to write down. I guess we get to keep all of these, but I'm just going to, I don't have to write down too much. But I'm going to write down 2-3 Marriott white wine. So it's giving us a little bit of a hint rather than making us figure out this. Okay, and it thinks 23, our conscience is telling you this might be 11 p.m. And this might be an invitation to meet. Like someone knew we were going to come by here looking at the body, so they've left us a little secret message. And now the game is giving us some new leads we can follow. So let's write down these new leads and we'll put this in our collection. Okay, so what have we got here? We've got a 109 blue, which is go to the meeting at 11 p.m. at the Marriott. Or try to uncover the identity of the man who was killed in the garage. 105 yellow, that's tempting. Killed garage man. That's intriguing. The yellow zone only has 2 check marks available to us. So going there is really taking a risk. I mean, going to the meeting sounds like a good idea, right? Look, we've only got 1 more mark in blue. That's scary. So that would no doubt fill up our blue areas. But how do you not go to the meeting unless we're wrong? Unless we're wrong about what that, unless our conscience is wrong, that would be a pretty bad trick. The game is like, hey, I've decoded this for you. Are you foolish enough to believe me? Or it could be a trap, right? Someone could be like setting us up to walk into a trap. There's some things you do at the beginning of these games that you're like, let me see how this game plays. It's like in poker when you call someone down because you want to see how frequently they're going to bluff. So the question is, like, is this game going to be full of traps where we do something and we get caught out? Tricky decision. All right, so we've got those 2 nucleates. I'm going to add this to our collection here of files we have access to. We've still got leads from previous days. Right? Maybe we should underline these so we know. We've got the police investigator who originally got the body. We've got the U.S. ambassador, the CIA people in Vienna. I don't think we can go to those. And now we've got this meeting, or try to find out who was killed in the garage. Any thoughts from the channel? I mean, I feel like the person who we could meet could tell us who got killed, but not vice versa. I think they might have killed him. And I'll go one step further. If the person who left us this message was setting up a trap for us to get killed, they wouldn't leave the body, right? Because that would scare us and help us, make us think that they're dangerous. At this point, Zach says, at this point, I'm terrified of making wrong decision. Well, you've actually hit upon like the key illusion, but what makes these games compelling, which is that you really have no way to know what you should do. Anything could be behind any of these doors. But if you embrace the feeling that like you're really there, like we're really there. We just found this dead body shot in the back of his head, tied up. We've now got these clues. Like you have to pretend you're really there. And that these are life and death decisions. So I say we go to this meeting and maybe the person we meet will tell us about this dead body. I mean, like we're CIA, right? We can handle ourselves. We're not going to walk into a shooting range, right? So I say we go to the meeting in the blue zone, but it may be the last blue we can do. But I say we do it. And then we'll just have to stay out of the public eye. All right, let's do it. If everyone's okay with that, we're going to 109 blue. Is that on our errata? No. Okay, here we go. This could be our first mark already. Like we could end up with a man in black symbol, but we don't. Okay, here we go. Let's look at it together. Okay, first thing is exposure +1 in blue, which checks off our last blue exposure, last blue mark. So anytime we go to the blue zone lead again, we're going to have to take a mark out of our man in black clock. That's unfortunate, but let's hope this is good. Parking 12A, Vienna, Marriott Hotel. You walk inside the Marriott Hotel's restaurant at 11 p.m. You look carefully around the hall as the waiter leads you to your table. A woman sits alone under a window and she looks out over a snow-covered Weissenstraub. Over the snow-covered Weissenstraub. That must be the town or the area. She doesn't pay attention to you. So a woman alone, looking out the window. A couple sitting further down the hall hold hands. A man whispers something into his companion's ear. A young dark-haired man sits by himself at the table near the kitchen door. He constantly glances at the entrance to the hall. What is that young man drinking, you ask? White wine, Italian. Patilla Greco di Tuffo. Would you like the same, sir? So there's our contact. Soon after, you're in room 409. The dark-haired man is Vernon Riggle, 25. He's been working for the DIA, which we're allowed to search online. So someone in the channel can search for the DIA. That's the defense. We were told that it's one of the American spy agencies. I forget. Directorate of Information. Someone looked that up for us. DIA. He's been working for the DIA for 4 months. He's young, inexperienced, and terrified. After Werner's murder, he was urgently called to Vienna from his initial allocation in Prague, where he was being trained. He's been here in Vienna for a few days and doesn't know what to do while he waits for instructions from the DIA. So I know NSA is signal intelligence. CIA is sort of clandestine stuff. What does the DIA do? Defense Intelligence Agency. Yeah, but what do they do? Like, why are they different from Central Intelligence Agency? Defense Intelligence Agency. Is it just another bureaucratic separate office? Or do they specialize in something? Our background information told us, but we don't know. Okay, this guy's new recruit. He just got called in for this job in the middle of his training. That's not pleasant. But before we turn this over, I'm a little nervous that it's going to quiz us on something. So let's just see. The other couples were a woman sitting alone, looking over. So a woman sitting alone, a couple, dark-haired man sitting by himself. That's our guy. And a couple where the man whispers something into his companion. He's drinking white wine, Patilla Greco di Tuffa. And his name is Vernon Riggle. Okay, you ready to flip this over? Here we go. Zachary Brown says DIA is Defense Intelligence, Department of Defense, DoD Combat Support Agency, produce, analyze, and disseminate military intelligence information to combat and non-combat military missions. So they're like a support agency. Established in 1961 under John Kennedy. Involved in U.S. intelligence efforts throughout the Cold War. Okay. So they're like a support. They're not running agents. They're providing documentary information. Okay, so let's put this over, and if we get quizzed on something, which we don't, it's a little... I don't know about this mechanic. I don't like having to try to remember stuff before I flip it up and then not have it be relevant. All right, let's see what we got here. So we're reading 109. I guess let me flip back here for a second. So here we meet Vernon Riggle. Of the DIA. He's a trainee. He just got called to Vienna about this guy's murder. We don't know why. He doesn't know why, it sounds like. Okay, let's read this. Can you guys read these cards? Like, is it zoomed up enough? If you've got a monitor, I know on a phone you wouldn't be able to. On a monitor, you can read the text. Okay. Oh, he's given us some information. James Werner worked for the DIA. Interesting. So 109B. So now we've gotten a big piece of information about this dead guy. James Werner, our dead guy who was tortured, worked for DIA. I don't know what he was doing in the field, if he worked for DIA. It turns out he was an American military intelligence agent posing for the KGB recruitment. So he was trying to get recruited as a double agent. He had worked as a double agent for the last 3 years. Double agent for last 3 years. Okay. Riggle doesn't have access to Werner's reports or his files, but he knows that the day before his death, Werner went to the opera. There he was meeting with his KGB contact and was supposed to receive the 4 code cards containing data. They were the payment for his work with the KGB. Okay, so... wow, this guy has cracked this wide open for us. Okay, Zachary says the cards are clear. That's great. Okay, so he tells us, night before murder, which we think, based on our initial mission, might have been January 17th. Put a question mark. January 17th, question mark. He went to opera to meet his KGB contact. So it says, posing for the KGB recruitment. He had worked as a double agent for the last 3 years. I think it sounds like it's saying he worked for KGB for 3 years. Not, but obviously he was a double agent. So he was really working for us, pretending to work for, pretending to be a spy on us. He was a double agent working for the KGB. And he was meeting at the opera to receive 4 code cards as payment. The existence of the cards was known to someone outside the KGB. There must have been a leak. So this is saying someone else knew, some other agency, about the code cards. This guy at the DIA says there was a leak. Werner contacted the DIA on January 15th at 8:30 p.m. and again at 11:09 p.m., which was the final time he was heard from to report that his life was in danger. Okay, so Werner called DIA January 15th at 8:30 p.m. and at 11:09 p.m. and he was in danger. So he knew he was in danger. Now, I think it might be useful for us to look again at this report to see whether he was killed on the 18th, or we will find. I'm looking at the original mission report. So we've got this bulletin at 10 a.m. on the 18th. So we know he wasn't killed probably wasn't killed on the 18th. But maybe the night before. He left the agency, traveled a lot. He told his friends. So maybe 16th, 17th. So maybe he was killed on that night on the 15th. And then we get this report on the 17th or somewhere in there. He might have been called that night. He might have been killed that night that he called or the night after. But sometime between the night of the 15th and the morning of the 17th, he was killed. And he knew he was in danger. Okay, and now we have a couple more leads on this card that we are now available to us. So 115 white. And now it's tempting us with another blue. 114 blue. Okay, the white is get Werner reports from the DIA. Okay, so get the information at his last reports before he was killed. And then blue is search opera for leads. Okay, so it's tempting us. We know he met his contact at the KGB at the opera over 10 days ago, maybe like 2 weeks ago. So that's pushing it to try to get some leads. But it's also blue. So we know it's possible to turn over a card that has exposure 0. So it might not cost it anything. But it's quite likely that that blue card, if we follow that lead, will tell us to mark blue marks, which we filled up. So we'll have to mark the man in black and tick away the clock. And it also costs us money. So that would be very risky to do that, and I'm inclined not to do that for now. We can always do it later if we have to. But getting his reports sounds intriguing. What else do we have left? We can get information on the guy who was killed in the rush. It's funny how we met this guy and we didn't ask him about that dead body. It's a little weird. I say we go to this DIA connection and find out about Werner's latest reports. But it's great. We found out that Werner is working for the DIA, trying to pose as a double agent, and someone killed him. All right, is everyone okay with going to this 115 white? We should search the opera maybe if we run out of other stuff to do, but I don't want to. We should also remember our operations. Let's take a look at these operations again. So we could spend tokens to change the zone color. So we could spend 2 tokens to do this and not affect the blue, but that's all. These tokens are hard to come by. So I think we do these as a last minute thing. And then we've got operations to sell cards or find cards. I think that's premature for us. We're not ready for that. Okay. Let's do this 115 white and get Werner's reports. It's not on our errata, so let's just go grab it. Okay, it's in the white zone. Oh, we got something fun here. Okay, so first, let's look at it. First, it says exposure +1. So let's mark off a white zone exposure. Only 1, that's good. And let's see what it says. Kaiserstraub, 64, Vienna, CIA safe house. You contact Catherine Miller, the head of CIA Special Activities Division and supervisor of your operation from the USA. Here's a quiz for you. What was her code name? Do you remember it from our mission briefing? I don't know if it's in here. Do you remember her code name? It was WASP. Okay. You ask her to make contact with the DIA. At first, you hear only silence in the receiver of your sat phone, but then a voice says, next contact in 2 hours. 2 hours later, the waiting is suspended by the sound of the fax machine. As the sheet prints out, you see a note. At one, sir, and then a bunch of numbers. Okay, so now you're going to see how to decode secret messages. All right, let's take a drink here. That was just a quiz I gave to you. It wasn't important. It wasn't an actual quiz. I was just testing you. I was giving you a test. All right, so we've got a coded message. So if you'll remember, we were given a code sheet at the beginning of this mission. This is the way we decrypt secret messages sent to us so that they don't fall into enemy hands. Okay, I'm going to teach you how to do this now. All right. These are the rules in the game that tell you to do this. Okay. So the first line of these coded messages is sort of a passphrase. You verify that on your code card to make sure, yes, this is the right code card to decrypt this. Again, I think this is busy work because I think, well, I guess by the 3rd mission, you'll have 3 of these. And if you wanted to re-decode this, you'd have to know which of these cards to access. So this tells us this matches up with this. I'm just going to make a note in here, 115. This is DIA info code. Okay. So it's a bunch of numbers spaced out. Each number is going to correspond to a letter. So by the time we finish this, we'll get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 letters in this message. And then we're supposed to get a file based on this message, an X that I don't know how to get that. But maybe when we figure out what word, what phrase it is, we'll know how to find this file. Okay, so here's what you do. There's 2 kinds of numbers. There's double-digit numbers and single-digit numbers. A double-digit number, like 65, is telling us go to the 6th row. So this is the 2 row, the 6 row, and this will be the single digit row. So 6, 5 is 6 row, 5th number is X. So we're going to write X. Next number is 8. So we look at our code phrase 8. That's an I. Now we've got an O. Sorry. Now we've got a 7. 7 is an S. Now we've got a 1, which is a T. Now I've got a 25. Is it 25 or 23? You can probably see better on your screen than I can. 25. So the 2 row, 5th column is an H. Okay. 9 is on our past phrase. So that's an R. 5, 5, those are E's. E, E. 23 is 2, 3, that's an F. 3 is an O. 62 is 6 row, 2 over, that's a U. 9 is on our passphrase road, is an R. Okay, so did we do the X wrong? 65, 6, 5, the X. Okay, I see. Okay, so let's look at how that decodes. There are the letters it decodes to, which you might have done at home. Okay. X is 3, 4. Okay. X is 3, 4. X is 3, 4. Okay. So thematically, this is, you have to imagine that the code is telling you the information. X is 3, 4, and you can see this tells us to get file 1X. So 1, 3, 4. So this is telling us to get file 1, 3, 4. So this is a lot like Gumshoe fingerprint in the sense that it wasn't a puzzle to figure out. It was busy work, but thematically involving busy work, and you sort of got the skill of how to decrypt, and we'll be doing that a lot, and it gives you a little bit of a feel for being as if you were a spy decoding messages. Which reminds me of, we'll look at this in a second, but the Zodiac killer from the 70s, remember he sent encrypted messages. They were naval encryptions too, by the way. And the first one was cracked by some husband and wife amateur teams. And one of the last coded messages was just decrypted like in the last year, after 50 years or whatever. Just recently they decrypted it, and they didn't get any good information. But there's a nice, like there are some articles about it and some nice information about the software they used to do the decryption. Okay, file 134. Let's check this out. So we're going to find 134, hopefully. Okay, there it is. And then we check on the bottom. Make sure it came from the card we think it came from. It did, so we are going to get it out. Okay, this is the message that the DIA is sending us. Let's put this in our pile. The message that the DIA is sending us about Warner's latest reports. Let's see what it looks like. Pretty cool. Dispatches from James Warner. January 13, 7:50 p.m. Jarkov invited me for a meeting with JR. January 15th, Don Giovanni. 4 cards with codes of the caches. January 14th, 10:08 a.m. I was invited to a meeting with M. Einholz, Bristol. Lunch today. January 14th, 3:27 p.m. These are the reports he's sending back. January 14th, 3:27 p.m. Meeting is over. Einholz wants codes for money. Refusal. I see. So he's saying Jarkov invited me for a meeting with J.R. Don Giovanni, that's going to be the opera, Don Giovanni, that he went to see. 4 cards with codes of the caches. Okay. I guess he's saying he's invited. Oh, there we go. He's invited on the 15th is the opera. There we go. Okay, so he's invited to the opera on the 15th. That's his opera. Okay, 13th he's invited to the opera. On the 14th he's invited to a meeting with Einholz at Bristol. Einholz says, I'll pay you for the cards, and he refuses. January 15th, 8:30 p.m. Meeting is over. Delivery from JR received 5 cards. Not 4, but 5. During the handover, JR said, greetings from Porthos. I don't understand. I secure T-Rose. Leg 2, Arch 3. I have no idea what that means. Then January 15th, 11:04 p.m. SOS, danger to life, urgent evacuation from T-Rose needed. So from T-Rose is a place. Greetings from Porthos. We have no idea what this means. Why are there 5 cards? He said he was getting 4 cards. JR is the one who gives him the cards. What did he say about... So he made 2 calls on January 15th. The first one, during the handover, JR said, greetings from Porthos. I don't understand. I secure T-Rose. Leg 2, Arch 3. I secure T-Rose. Leg 2, Arch 3. And then at 11:04, he says, our life's in danger. Urgent evacuation from T-Rose. So T-Rose might be a location that he's... Don't know. Okay, the team gains a puzzle fragment. So now we're going to learn a new, one of the last pieces, one of the last mechanics of this game. So let's write down file 134. What have we found here? This is Werner's last days schedule. We know JR gives him the cards. We know he gives him 5 cards. We don't know why 5 when he was promised 4. And Jarkov sets up meeting with JR. We know the opera, which is Don Giovanni, was on January 15th. We know on January 14th, he meets a separate person, Einholz. So we've got JR, Jarkov, and Einholz, who wants to buy the codes. Okay, and then we know January 15th, after the opera, or at the opera, he gets cards from JR, who says, greetings from Porthos, Porthos. which we don't know what it means. And he says he secures T rows, colon, leg 2, arch 3. Now, if you're playing this game, you wouldn't be allowed to look up online T rows, Porthos, arch, because there's no mark telling you you can. Okay, and then he sends an SOS at 11:04 p.m. Says evac from T rows, which we now think must be maybe it's like a safe house. Secures safe house. Okay, maybe. Okay, and then before we do this puzzle, we're going to write down here. We've got a new lead. 111 blue, which says check T Rose guest house. So T Rose is indeed a guest house. Leg 2, arch 3. I'm not sure what that means. Is that some code for what room he's in? Don't know. Okay. Let's look at this new mechanic. So the new mechanic, which I'm going to show you here. I guess this is not really the right. Okay, the new mechanic is the puzzle fragment. This is the mechanic. Sorry, let's see if we can't figure out a better way to do it. This is the mechanic that someone was reporting was buggy, and this is the mechanic that's the most confusing of the game. It's an online piece. What we're supposed to do is we've got two separate puzzle fragments. It says one puzzle fragment, but it's two separate ones. It's got a symbol numeric part and then some letters. So let's tackle these one at a time and go to the online website and do this. So this is new to us. Let's see how smoothly this goes. So I'm going to switch you into the laptop view. Okay. And let's see if I can... It's not going to be too easy to do this. No. Okay. So we're going to turn this off. Okay. So you'll just have to remember or watch me as I do it. I'll switch back and forth. So we go to the puzzles section. Okay. So let's look again at this and we'll walk through it. Sorry. All right. So let's do the first one. The first thing we do is we count the letters in this word that we're missing some letters for. So it starts with the C, and then it's got 4 more letters. So we're looking for a 5-letter. I'm guessing that the way this mechanic works is that we're trying to figure out what this word is. And we don't care about the rest. These numbers just help us figure out when we've got all the pieces of the puzzle. So we're trying to figure out this 5-letter word that starts with a C. Okay, so we go here. And can you see where it says previous puzzle here and next puzzle here? Let me know if you're following this or if I'm going too fast or whatever. So we're going to, I gather there's only one 5-letter puzzle. So for every puzzle, there's different puzzles, but they're all, at least for mission 1, just a different number of letters. So we're looking for a 5-letter puzzle. Okay. There's a 5-letter puzzle. I'm just trying to see, is it cycling through them? Is there all, there's a 5, there's an 8, there's a 6, and there's a 9, and there's a 10, and there's a 5 again, I believe. 5, 8, 6, 5, 8, 6. Yeah, okay, so it's just cycling. All right, so there's our 5-letter puzzle. And if we look again, I'm doing this slowly for this one, but okay, if you look at this one, the first letter is a C. Okay, so I believe we're supposed to go here and put a C into that. Okay, we don't know the rest of the letters, but let's look at the number codes. So we've got a green square 2, and a blue diamond 1. So I think what we do is we just come back here and we say, okay, the green square is a click, click, click is a 2, and the diamond is a 1, 0, 1. Okay. So I believe that the top, this is my preliminary thinking, I believe that the top thing is just to help you keep track of when you've seen all you can see. I'm not positive, but you're really just trying to figure out the word below. And you save, like, we're going to partially fill in this puzzle over multiple clues. Multiple occasions, we'll get like another fragment of this puzzle, which will get some more letters. But you can also try to guess. Like if you've got all the letters but one and you matches up with a code word, like maybe it was China was somehow relevant to our case, we could try to guess now China. We could try to fill in these letters on our own, using our own inference. And then we'd say, save it. And if we're right, if we're wrong, it'll tell us to penalize ourselves by marking a man in black thing. So you don't want to guess at this until you're fairly sure. But I don't think anything happens when you, I'm not sure. Something may happen when you solve it. It may give you some information. But I know the game, okay, let's pause for a second. I believe what the game rules tell you is that it's a narrative reward. So when you solve these puzzles, you get an extra paragraph or two of storyline at the end. So it sort of represents that you've uncovered some thread of a plot, and then you'll be told information about this thread of a plot for each puzzle that you complete. It's not clear to me how much of this game has right or wrong answers in the final, when you submit your final report at the end of every mission. There may be some answers that are right or wrong, and other answers that are narrative in flavor. And in detective, you're trying to get as many answers correct. You're given like a little test at the end. This game says at the end of every mission, you'll be asked you'll make a choice about what you think the CIA should spend its time doing. So it's not clear that there'll be any questions that you can get right or wrong, but maybe based on what you've uncovered, you'll follow down one path or another, and you might cause different branching storylines, or you might just get different narrative rewards, or maybe if you send people down the wrong path after false leads, you just get unsatisfactory answers. But right now, that's all we can fill in for this puzzle. So we just click save, and then we go on with our life until we find another clue to a 5-word thing. There's one other thing that the game tells you about these puzzles. It says there are 2 kinds of puzzles. Let's see if I can do it this way. There's 2 kinds of puzzles. There's 4-number puzzles, which this is, 4-symbol puzzles, and there's 5-symbol puzzles. And if we advance to the next puzzle, maybe we'll see one. Okay, so there's a 5-symbol puzzle. Let's go back. Oh, it's erased everything we put in, so we gotta do this again. Okay. Anyway, as I was saying, the 5-number puzzles are not meant to be solved are not confined to a given mission. So you might unpack those over the course of 5 missions. And it says that the 4-number puzzles are confined. So I believe by the time we get to the end of this mission, we will want to make a guess at what this puzzle word is. and hopefully we will have filled it in. All right, so we don't want to get this wrong. If we got this wrong because we typed something in wrong, I would not give us a man in black mark of penalty. You're only supposed to really be getting penalties here if you guess at letters, but we haven't guessed at anything. We're just saving our partial progress. So we're going to click save. It says incorrect. Okay, I'm not going to incorrect. Oh, okay. Well, someone was pointing out this is the bug someone was saying. I think we've just got the bug because this is the bug. Because I think this is the bug because clearly this can't be wrong, right? This is just mechanically typing this in. Green square 2, blue diamond 1. Green square 2, blue diamond 1, and letter C. And this is a 6-letter word. So I believe this might be a bug which could put us in trouble if true. But what we might do here is take a 5-minute break. I'll check the BGG forums. If there's anyone watching, they might do so as well. There are a couple ways this could be a bug. If it's a bug where you're only allowed to solve it, then where it's maybe only registering if you don't solve it. Maybe that's what it's trying to say. Then what we'll do is we'll just keep track of this on a piece of paper until we're ready to solve this clue. I don't think it's important for us. I know it's not important enough for us to solve this at this moment, and I don't think it's actually important for us to solve this at all until we get to the end of the case. So this is not going to stop us from playing and solving this case, but I will take a break. Maybe someone else could look, if there's anyone left on the chat, could look up this BGG Vienna Connection forum, look for the post that someone said there's something wrong. I might do it as well. Otherwise, I'm thinking maybe we should take a 5-minute break, but maybe it should be longer. All right, we'll just do 5 minutes. If we have to come back and just sit here, that's fine. Okay, so I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. I think it's just me in here. So I've checked the website and no one has responded to the person who posted about the bug, and the bug is the exact same thing that we're encountering. And I agree with the poster that, based on my understanding of the rules, it is a bug, but we're not going to worry about it now. Let's try this one here to see if the same bug happens, the second puzzle. We're not going to worry about it now. The fun of doing it live on day one, we knew this could happen. It has happened. And it's okay. It's part of the fun. It's like Spycraft, things go wrong. The deciphering machine malfunctioned. All right, let's try entering this one. And if it complains, we won't care. Okay, let's go to our tablet. All right, we're going to go to the puzzle. Our next one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Looks like 9 letter words. Maybe we should write down that 134 has 2 puzzles. One is a 5-letter one, right? That's the one that we tried and was failing. 5-letter. And one was a blank blank S blank 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9-letter. Okay, so in the 9-letter one, if we find it, let's go back to the laptop. 3, 4. That's an 8. Is that a... That's a 6. Was that our... No, that one, the first one was a 5. Okay. Okay, so we're looking for a 9-letter word. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So here's our 9-letter one. It's got 5 symbol numbers, which means we're not expected to solve it this time. And it's got a 6 here. And it's got an S here. And if we save it, yeah, this is a bug. Okay, that's fine. Doesn't affect us for now. It will affect us if we try to save the mission without having done that, but we won't worry about that for now. It's not impacting anything. Okay, so we do have a new lead here. We'll save this in our records. And if someone wants to figure out that we're doing something wrong, I mean, we could try a couple things here. We could see if the numbers, since they start at 0, wasn't a programming bug about zeros versus 1. In fact, we could try that right now and just do a 5 here and see if that fixes it. No, it didn't fix it. What else could we try? We could try lowercase versus uppercase here. Just try a couple things here. No, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Maybe if I change the mission one. Okay, doesn't matter. We'll come back to it. All right. We found this lots of good information about James Warner. We can go, the blue zone we've already filled up again. So T. Rose Guest House, which we don't know anything about. Porthos is, I guess I'm gonna write down on our puzzles, because the puzzle words you can try to guess yourself if you have enough information. So I'm gonna put these 2 out. The first one was C and then 4 blanks. And the second one was blank blank S 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So neither of those are Porthos. Greetings from Porthos. Okay. Leg 2, arch 3. That's in reference to T Rose, the guest house. So presumably if we went to the T Rose guest house clue, maybe we would use that information to figure out what that is. We don't know who Einholz is. We don't know who JR is. We don't know who Jarkov is. Though we know Einholz was trying to buy stuff from him. But I'm very hesitant to go to the guest house. I mean, we know he was killed in the garage, but this sounds like he was hiding in his guest house. So going there for leads is not a terrible idea at all. But it would make us go to the blue zone. Here's another gamey thing you could imagine doing. So one of our operations, right? The one that's a guaranteed success. It says 2 of any resource. Spend tokens to change the zone color of the next card to any other zone color. Okay, so think about that from a gaming perspective. You'd have to spend that and then do the lead that was going to be in a bad area to move it to a good area. Okay. But you could also think about the crossing off of marks. The number that you cross off isn't completely arbitrary. It's a little hard to predict from a game perspective, but it's the amount of exposure, right? So you could try to say, let's wait for the thing that's going to give us a lot of exposure, and then we can shift that into a different zone. Rather than use it, you're sort of using it, and then you might turn out that the next card doesn't have any exposure, and then you've wasted it. So you kind of want to use that where you're making a move into a place that will get you lots of exposure. All right, but these are all, they're all blues. Blue to the guest house, blue to the search the opera for leads, yellow for to find the person killed in the garage. That could be one of these people, Jarkov, Einholz, JR. Then we've got a whole bunch of whites, CIA places, U.S. ambassador on his personnel files. I feel like we don't need to do that. Who is the CIA observing in Vienna? Yeah, that could get us a lead on some of these. Asked him about the KGB activity in Vienna. The police investigator, I feel like we need to get that card, right? Because our mission said secure the code card. I think the code card, not cards, card is what it says. Secure the code card, and it says the police officer took the code card. Where is that? Where does it say that? I believe it said that in our mission. It says the police found a fragment of a perforated code card. Does it mean... Like, I can't tell if it's saying the police is going to have that or the police is a wasted thing. But we've got none checked on yellow. I think we go to the police investigator. So let's do it unless someone wants to speak up and have a different idea. I will take your idea. But there's no one there. It's just me, so no one's to stop me. 118 yellow, and it's not an errata. Wonder if you could use a strategy of going to the errata cards, guessing that they would be most likely to be useful or important. Okay, I already circled it. It was 118 yellow. So let's get our 118 out. Hopefully everyone can hear me. There's always a little bit of a risk when I do the switch between laptop to camera after every break that the audio doesn't switch, in which case I'll be talking for 20 minutes and all you hear is that pirate music. Okay. So here's a yellow zone card. Let's put it up. Exposure +1. So I'm going to mark 1 in the yellow. Yellow is law enforcement and criminal underworld. So in this case, we went to talk to the police. I hope this is not a mistake. Or waste is the better way to say it. Herregast 7, Vienna, police station. The police station shows off historic Viennese architecture. As you climb the steps, your footfalls echo against the stone. On the second floor, at the end of a long, chilly corridor, you find the right office. There's a nice photo here to look at. You exchange greetings with Inspector Arthur Kinwald. He's a man in his 50s with gray flecked hair and a firm handshake. He speaks English well, but with a strong accent that fits his terse gestures and confidence. A moment later, Prosecutor Claudia Lynn enters the room. She's a sleek woman in her 40s who speaks great English with a slight German accent. She's wearing elegant jewelry, a short black pixie hairstyle, and her body language is hostile towards everyone in the room, including Kinwald, though she hides it all under a fake smile. Kinwald lights up a cigarette. All right, I'm just going to make a note here that we've done. We're at 118. 118 is the police. Okay, now's your time to remember stuff, if there was anyone out there. Remember stuff we might get quizzed about. Historic Viennese architecture. It's kind of annoying to have to do the second floor at the end of a chilly corridor. Arthur Kincaid, and then what's the name? It's Claudia Lynn. She's got jewelry, black hairstyle. Okay, no quiz, so we didn't have to remember any of that. Let's see what we got here. James Werner was tortured. The autopsy revealed that he was held for about 10 hours. Okay? Held 10 hours. First beaten, then left to rest for a few hours, beaten again, and eventually killed with a blunt instrument. The case files are to remain in the hands of the Vienna police. This is also true for the secured personal belongings, which will be used as evidence in the case. Lynn assures you that the investigation is going smoothly. The prosecutor's office is examining the possibility of a sexual motive, as the victim had been seen frequenting clubs known for their homosexual patronage. Lynn doesn't want to reveal details, but in the past few months, a number of criminal organizations have been seen showing support for anti-gay movements. When asked if there was any specific evidence found at the crime scene, she says no and doesn't mention the code cards. We'll stay in touch, she says, ending the conversation. Kinwald finishes his cigarette and leaves the office, weakly hiding his anger. Lynn ends the meeting, reassuring you that they'll cooperate. Yuck. So we got nothing from that. So, Arthur Kinwald is the police, and Claudia Lynn is the prosecutor. And they're trying to tell us, she's trying to tell us that he was tortured and killed because he was gay. And we saw that anti-gay spray paint on the garage. But we know that's bullshit. Okay, so she's like, this is no big deal. They're not going to reveal any information. They're not going to show us personal belongings. And she leaves. And the guy doesn't like her. Kinwald finishes his cigarette and leaves the office, weakly hiding his anger. So he doesn't like this woman. She's curt to everyone. Okay, and we've got 3 new clues. We've got 3 new leads. One is observe Kinwald. That's the police guy. observe Lynn. The other one is seek U.S. Embassy intervention. And that's 108 white. So the other two options just cost us money. And we got given quite a bit of money, so I'm inclined to spend some money and follow one of these people. And that's going to get us files 102 or 105. Does anyone in the chat have a preference for this? I'm hesitant to go to seek the U.S. Embassy's intervention because that costs us time. Although obviously spending these resources are terrible. Well, we could wait. We could wait on these. We don't have to do these now. There's occasionally in detective, there's a mechanic dig deeper that you have to make that decision at that moment. We haven't seen that yet. Is there any reason to prefer one over the other? I mean, she sounds like the most tricky. She's higher up. So shall we follow her and see where she goes? She says no, she doesn't mention. Case files remain in the hands of the Vienna police. Okay. Put this away. Let's go follow her. It costs us $1. I'm going to mark this off. Don't want to miss that. We're going to spend our $1, or whatever that represents, $1,000 bucks. I don't know what we're spending that money on. Are we hiring someone to observe her? Okay, and this gets us file 105. File 102 would have been if we followed the other guy, which we can still do. Okay, file 105, let's get it out. Hope you guys aren't too bummed out about the puzzle bug. It's not important. The Duke of Zill, does doing both cost too much? Well, here's the money we have. I mean, here's the resources we have. We were given quite a bit of money in the beginning, but it's very hard to know in this game when you're going to get to a point where you need resources. On the other hand, you can get to the end of a mission having not spent them. The only information we have, this is the only clue card lead that we've had that requires money, but we do have 3 operations that cost resources. All 3 money can be spent on them. This requires 2 resources, 3. We won't be able to do all of these. 2 of these, we don't even know what's going to happen. They could have bad effects. So there's no clear answer to your question about does doing both cost too much. There is no way to know that. The answer to that, it's more of a narrative choice. You're going to have to pick the things that are most important to you to pursue, and you're never going to see everything. So if we thought that that was most important, then that's where we would put our money. Right now, I'm not that compelled, but I want to track down that one woman who's being kind of bitchy. And see. But I'm not inclined to keep tracking them. We could go back, though. Like, we could play the rest of the thing, and then if we have money left over and nothing better to spend it on, we could go. All right, let's look at 105. Let's see what we've got here. Confirms to access it through 118, so yes. All right, let's look what we got. Whoa, we got a whole dossier on observing her. Wow, look at that. I mean, that's pretty cool. You got to stop occasionally and appreciate the game. I do like these games that sort of overwhelm you with information. Like, look, we've got a full report. Like, we hired a team, probably some underworld people, to like follow her. Looks like they followed her for the whole day from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And we're getting this full report on her. Let's see what we got here. Rengas 3, 808. These are locations, I guess. If you knew Vienna, maybe it would make more sense. Okay. Report from the observation of Prosecutor Claudia Lynn. Claudia Lynn leaves a tenement at Rengas. She's dressed in a brown coat with fur lining, beige pants, and heeled black boots. She holds a brown briefcase in her hand. She gets into the Mercedes 300D navy blue, plate number W426739. She drives to the prosecutor's office. Come on, how cool is this? That you're just, this is the way when these detective games are sort of, I mean, they're satisfying based on the whole picture and whether it pays off. But I do like this feel of being in a real world where you just got like huge amounts of information and no idea whether it's relevant, and probably most of it isn't. Okay, Landesgerichtsstrasse 11, 8:32 a.m. Claudia Lynn enters the prosecutor's office building. Observation is continued from the car parked in front of the building. Okay, so she gets in her car at home, we think. She drives in her Mercedes to her office at 8:32. Now here she is again at her office at the police station. Claudia Lynn leaves the prosecutor's office building. She gets into her car and drives away. She's followed by a car. A green Volkswagen Passat, plate number W278511. After 20 minutes, Lynn arrives at the Rauhensteingasse. She parks. This is a little harder for English speakers to remember all these places since you can't even pronounce them. It's hard to keep them in your mind. But okay, she drove somewhere. She parks her car, walks to the Cafe Frauenhuber, 1 street away. Observation is continued from the car. Lynn is also observed by a man from the green Volkswagen. The man shoots several photos. Remember that lots of these spy agencies are like spying on everyone. So the fact that someone is spying on her, well, it might lead us to believe that she's involved in some activity. Cafe Fraunhuber, Himmelportgasse. You don't think that's Porthos? No, okay. 12:03 p.m. Claudia Lynn sits at the table inside the cafe. A waiter brings 2 coffees. After 10 minutes, a man dressed in a black coat, elegant pants and shoes, and a hat walks into the cafe. He holds a black briefcase. He sits at Lynn's table. It seems that they know each other. The man drinks his coffee, doesn't take off his coat or the hat. His face is barely visible. He's in his 50s. A silver pin in the shape of a balance scale is pinned to his jacket lapel, maybe to identify him as her contact. 7 minutes later, Claudia Lynn hands him documents. The man puts them in his briefcase. He gets up from the table and goes to the restroom. After 10 minutes, Lynn leaves the cafe. She gets into the car, drives to the prosecutor's office. The green Volkswagen follows her. So we've definitely got some spy activity from this woman. Very sneaky. Okay, back at work. 1:24 p.m. Lynn arrives at the prosecutor's office. The man from the Volkswagen goes to the phone booth, talks for 2 minutes, 40 seconds, goes back to his car and waits. So he's reporting in. The man at 2:07, the man from the Volkswagen leaves the car and approaches the police car parked on the other side of the street. He gives them his camera. After a short conversation, he goes back to the Volkswagen. The police car leaves. So he's taking photos for the police or someone in the police. Okay, again at work, 6:27 p.m. Lynn spends the rest of the day in the prosecutor's office and goes home at 6:20 p.m. The observation is finished, and we got a new clue. Okay, so let's write down. We're not going to write down all the information in this file. There's too much of it. But we are going to write down file 105. We're going to write information about Prosecutor Lynn. So what are the key takeaways here? She handed over what did she hand over to the guy she met? Hands him documents. Handed documents to Silver Lapel Man at Cafe Frauenhuber. Okay. And we have her driver's license. I'm not going to write down the driver's license stuff. We'll worry about that. Let's just remember that her driver's license here. So is the followed by green VW Passat, who took photos. So is it that he calls in and then, yeah, okay. So he calls in, 2 minutes, then police car arrives, he took photos, and then he gives photos to police car, that person. We don't know anything more about that. Balance scales. Balance scales was the pin. Don't know if that means anything to us. Okay. We don't even know what day this is. This is the day this is the next day. Okay, so, and then we've got another puzzle piece. Puzzle fragment. It's a puzzle fragment to a 6-letter word. S blank 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 S. Can you guys, I don't know if you can see it. Let me know if you can see it when it's just on the top-down view, or if you need this view to see the details of the puzzle fragment. Okay. I guess I'll write green 9, black 2, although that's not relevant for us. That's just for entering it in. Now, this is a 6-letter word. 6-letter. And the previous one we found was what? A 5. So we found a 5-letter and 9-letter, and this is a 6-letter. I'm not even going to bother typing it in because it doesn't get us anything to type in a partial fragment. We have no... If we had a 6-letter word that starts with S and ends with S in one of our, like a name of someone or whatever, we might put that in. In fact, that's a good reason to make a pure summary of everyone's name that we encounter, because you could imagine that one of these clues might be someone's name, so that it's good to have a list of all names and places, like Einholz, Jarkov, T. Rose was a place, and then these two people, the prosecutor was Lynn, what was her full name? Let's just look at this again. So one of the police officers was Arthur Kinwald. Just writing all the names in one central place. And Claudia Lynn, in case we get a clue. Okay. So we saw her handoff stuff. We know she's involved. We know someone's following her. And we got a puzzle fragment. But no further leads. Right? Alright. No further leads to go on. Well, we could follow Lynn for $1. Or we could go to a white zone, ask the U.S. Embassy to intervene to maybe get us that card. That's painful. What other leads are open? We've got a blue lead open, but we've used all our blue check boxes. That's to go to the guest house. We've got another blue, which is to search the opera for leads. That's quite tempting. Is it really? I mean, he went to the opera to hand off to meet with his KGB. Why would there be leads in the opera? Like, who would leave anything there? What information would get left? I suppose reservations, which might give us the name of people. But we kind of know the names of the people, right? Jarkov invited me for a meeting with JR. I guess maybe we could get the full name of JR in the reservations if he left his full name at the opera. Intriguing. We could try to find out in yellow the identity of the man who was killed in the garage. We've got a whole bunch of white leads. To get Werner's personal files, to get a list of the people the CIA is observing, ask the CIA about the KGB activity. None of those leads are super compelling. I want to remind us what the... First of all, thematically, I'm not sure I make the connection with the puzzle fragment, right? Like, we followed her. I mean, this is interesting from a mechanical standpoint. We followed her, right? Someone followed her. We got our report. And then it says the team gains a puzzle fragment. Like, this doesn't seem any related to this. So I'm not sure how mechanically we should understand that. But that doesn't matter. Okay, so what I wanted to do is I wanted to remind us what our goals for this mission are. What we're told we're trying to find out. Find its connection to the fragment of the code card found at the crime scene. Okay, so we've figured that out, right? He's a double agent pretending to work for the KGB. He was getting paid with these code cards for his work. He set up a meeting. He went to the opera. He got given the code cards. The guy said some mysterious thing, and that night he realizes he's in danger. He's going to be killed. Presumably, it's hard to believe that the cards were real and he was killed by the same people who gave him the cards. That wouldn't make sense, right? So it makes more sense that the KGB trusted him, gave him the cards for real, and that some other third entity killed him. And got the cards. Maybe they got all but one of the cards, which he swallowed down his throat. Possibility. Okay. So anyway, we've done the first goal, I believe, but now secure the code card. So first of all, it's not clear to me that we know there are 5 code cards, 4 or 5 code cards, and we know that a fragment was found in the photo. So when it says secure the code card, it's not clear to me if it means this fragment that we have the photograph of, or is it talking about the other piece that maybe the police have or someone has? So it's not even clear to me what that's saying, but maybe that makes sense. It doesn't know. All right, we've got to take a little break here, and you can see it clearly. So Duke of Still is answering my question about the top-down view. You can see it if you zoom in slightly. Apologies if I already explained it, but I missed the beginning of this stream. Does having all your blue zone checkboxes mean you can no longer go? Okay, I'll explain this. Here's what you have to check off when you get exposed and when you go to a place. So let's take me off here. All right. So whenever you follow a lead, it tells you how many checkboxes to check off on that zone. That represents your exposure. For example, we've checked off 2 in the white and 3 in the blue. If you ever have to check off a box in a zone where you don't have any spaces, you instead check off a box down here, these man in black checkboxes. And these cause you to end the game. When all 6 of these get filled, then your game's over and you have to go to the end and try to solve it, etc. So it's very dangerous to go to a place where they're all checked off because you're bringing your game closer to the end. So that's the answer. You can still go there, but it's risky. All right. Does anyone have a preference for what lead we should follow next? We can spend money and follow the police detective. The police detective could be the one who's getting these photos, but what is he going to tell us? We just observed her. So I feel like he doesn't have the documents. So I don't want to pay money to follow that police detective. I think maybe if we get to the end of the case. We do want these cards. It's tempting to do one of these operations that could get us the cards. I'll just remind you that there's 2 of them. There's 2 different ways that we might get cards. If you look at that, you can see one card called Operation Fisherman says, we spread false information that we have cards to sell. Costs us 3 tokens. And we're sort of spreading the word that we've got cards to sell if anyone wants to buy them. We spread that little information in the underworld, and hopefully we get someone who's either trying to buy the cards, which, if you'll remember, we read the report that said this guy Einholz was trying to buy them. And he refused to sell them. He refused to sell them to Einholz, so it's tempting to think that maybe Einholz killed him, unless that's Einholz's body. But okay, so we don't know. These operations, we have no idea what's going to happen if we try them. We could get attacked. They could have no effect, and they cost a bunch of our resources. The other operation is sort of the other side of that. That's to talk to it says contact the head of Vienna's mafia, buy information on the lost cards. So maybe the mafia knows who has them. Both of those cost 3 resources, which is a little scary. One requires that we spend some money. One's more flexible. Okay, so we could do these at any time. The game warns you about doing them. And then we've got one operation that costs us 2 tokens and lets us divert the zone. So if we really wanted to go somewhere without checking off the man in black. Any thoughts from the audience about what lead you'd like to pursue? I don't want to follow the detective. I could be convinced to or ask the embassy for intervention. I just feel like those are not useful. I do want to check out the guest house where our guy, Werner, was trying to hide out safely, but that's blue. That's scary. And it is tempting to go to the opera, but that's also blue. Like, those are end game things. Like, you could go there, you go to the opera, and it could mark off 2 marks, and the game's half over. So maybe we shouldn't be doing those so soon. Maybe that's the way of the game nudging us to pursue other leads before we start doing those. We've got white spaces. So maybe maybe we try to find out who the CIA is been watching in Vienna. And then maybe we'll get some more leads. Okay. So does someone have a preference? I've decided we're going to do that. Does someone have a preference whether they want to get a list, check out the list of the people the CIA are observing in Vienna, or ask the CIA about KGB activity in Vienna? I feel like the list of people would be more useful to us right now. Because asking about KGB activity, I feel like we've already gotten some insight into that when we looked at Werner's reports, because he was meeting with the KGB to get these code cards. But I do want us to remember, our assignment is to find the code card. So let's do one. Is asking the embassy for intervention like visiting shocking consulting detective feels like cheating? That is a great question. The easiest answer is no. It's not like a set location that you could go, at least as far as we know. It read to me narratively that basically it was that these were local police in Vienna who have this files. So it's basically just saying one way to try to get more information from these police is to put pressure on them by going to the embassy. So I don't think we should assume it's any kind of hint or any kind of fallback. It's more like, do you think that the U.S. Embassy could put some pressure on the police to give you some information? It might well work. What was it? What color was it to do that? Was it a white? Was it something we can afford? It was a white, so I mean, we could do it. It's always tricky when you don't want to pursue 3 different leads that get you the same information. I don't know. You could convince me. I could be convinced to go to see if the embassy will put some pressure. Let's get this list first. We could go and do the embassy later. So we're going to go to 112 white. I think, here's another way to think about it. At this point, we're sort of low on leads. So I'm going to pick this one that I think might get us further leads to choose from. The embassy could succeed, could fail, could get us information, but might not get us more leads. So 112 white, and it is 112, right? Because this says file 112 has an errata. Let's just make sure this is telling us card 112, not file 112. So my notes say we got it at 110B. Contact CIA, counterintelligence. Okay, so 112 is run through the list of people who are under the CIA observation in Vienna. 112 white zone. Okay, so it's 112 here. Let's get out 112. There's no errata for it. Exposure +1. Okay, so we're checking off another white zone exposure. We've circled to say we've gone to it. Let's take a look at what we've got here. Kaiserstraße 64 Vienna, CIA safe house. Crane leads you to the archives. The shelves are heavy with files, and he pulls out a few folders. He explains that these are the materials and reports from the last few weeks. He lays the folders on the desk and starts browsing, putting away anything not relevant to the case. The CIA monitors dozens of people in Vienna, the citizens of Austria, the FRG, the GDR, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, Poland, and many other countries. A few minutes later, the list is narrowed down to a dozen or so people who may have connections to the case. Then it says get file 1112 or files 1112. Then the back is just a little piece of art here for us to appreciate. This is Operation White Bee we're in. Okay, so we went to 112. and this was list of people. CIA is watching. File 1112. Okay, put this away. Let's get file 1112 out. Wow, it's already been 4 hours. I don't feel like we're close to the end. Okay, so this is, I almost made the mistake. So file 1112, if you look, is actually two-parter. It says 1 of 2, 2 of 2. So I got to make sure you check that so you don't mess up and only get one of them. So we've got, I actually got 2 pages. Okay. 2 pages of information. Look at that. All right, well, this was a good lead to go to because we've got some information now on some of these people that we've heard about. All right, let's do one at a time. Okay, here we go. James Werner, citizenship, American. Employment, ship construction, shipyard inspection, removes from the Navy due to violation of Article 125 UCMJ. Observed context, Georgy Jarkov, Lucas Steiner, under observation since contacting Georgy Jarkov. Okay, well, Jarkov was mentioned in in Werner's report. We know now, which we might not have known depending on what order we got this in, that even though this document is saying that James Werner was under observation by the CIA, we know he was working for the DIA, and he was actually part still of U.S. Counterintelligence, but maybe the CIA didn't know. Can you imagine? Think for a second here. Consider this a possibility. James Werner is working for the DIA, right? Defense Intelligence Service. He's pretending to be a double agent for KGB, right? So he's in Vienna. His backstory says he was kicked out of the Navy, but he's working for American DIA. He makes a deal for all intents and purposes, he looks like a KGB spy. So he goes to the opera, he gets these cards from the KGB, and then he's tortured and killed. The CIA has been watching him, but they think he may be a KGB spy. It seems like, do not know that he's working for the DIA. Is it possible the KGB tortured this guy? That's a scary thing. But I'll tell you what, the part of that doesn't make sense is that our guy Werner was tortured over many hours. He wasn't just killed. He wasn't just shot in the back of the head. And you could imagine if he was tortured by CIA, by Americans, and the Americans are like, and they admitted who they were, or admitted at least they were Americans, and tried to get him to give up information or they'll kill him. He would say, I'm working for DIA, I admit it. Here's my code word, go check. So if he was killed by CIA, that's a little far-fetched. But boy, that's a scary thought, right? Okay. So it says, and we've got full names now of some of these people. So we were told he met JR and Jarkov invited me. So we now know the full name of Jarkov. It's Georgy Jarkov. Maybe I'll just write that down. Jarkov Georgy. George is how it's really pronounced, George. And it gives us a new name, Lucas Stein. Lucas Steiner. I feel like we've heard that name before, Lucas Steiner. I'm pretty sure we have, but I don't know. I didn't write it down properly. it would be smart to write down on this list where we heard these people. Okay, then it says detailed reports on observations in the personnel file. So it says personal file. Okay, so the personal file, which is at the embassy, I believe we're told. So maybe if we want more information about that. But we don't know who Lucas Steiner is. So file 1112. Who is Lucas Steiner? Okay, Jelena Ruzicka. Now, next entry here, Jelena Ruzicka. What jumps out at you at that name, Jelena Ruzicka? J.R. Jelena Ruzicka. There's our J.R., surely. So JR is the person who hands over the cards. This is his KGB contact. Let's read about her here. Jelena Ruzicka, citizenship Czechoslovakian. She's a singer in the Vienna State Opera. So that was our contact. Her family wasn't cleared to leave Czechoslovakia. Observe context, George Jarkov and Gertruda Municka. Gertruda Municka. Jelena, I'm just writing these names down. Ruzicka, she knows, Gertruda. There's a lot of names coming at us now from these files. It's actually, I'll tell you what, I mean, we'll talk about this at the end, but this mechanic, it feels like maybe that this mechanic may be a little secret way of getting you to explore, to not go down one deep rabbit hole at the cost of not looking at clues that it wants you to. It's sort of pushing us in different directions to get clues. Okay, since October 1776, let me put this away, she was frequently and persistently contacting the Czechoslovakian embassy in order to find a way to arrange passports for her husband and 2 daughters. Around the middle of January, the requests ceased. Okay, well, that's telling us pretty obviously that she's trying to get these passports to travel for her husband and daughters, and she struck a deal. She struck a deal to spy in exchange for passports and stuff. Okay. And that was our contact for our guy to get these code cards. Now, delivery from JR. JR said, greetings from Porthos. Which we don't know what that means. Okay, let's look who else we got here. Next person on our list here is Felix Holler. I don't remember seeing that name before. Citizenship Austrian, construction worker with the POR company, P-O-R-R. Sounds a little like Porthos. He made renovation in the T. Rose guest house. Criminal record for minor larceny. Observed contacts, Lucas Steiner. So Werner is in contact with Lucas Steiner, and Felix Holler is in contact with Lucas Steiner, and Felix Holler built T. Rose guest house where our guy was hiding out, we think. 19 to 112, he was doing hydraulic repair work on the first floor of the T. Rose guest house. Then 112, the subject was seen in several pawn shops in the center of Vienna. None of the T. Rose's guests complained about lost personal belongings. Well, what do you make of that? He's doing construction in the safe house. We're told a weird thing about this safe house. Leg 2 arch. When we looked up James Warner's reports, he said leg 2 arch 3. We don't know what that means. L2A3. L2A3. No, it doesn't mean anything to me. But could be codes to a safe in the safe house, whatever. Okay, so then they're saying this guy, this construction worker, before our guy went to the safe house, this guy was doing repair work and then goes to pawn shops as if he's stolen stuff. But no one has reported about lost stuff. Okay. Mark Lucas Steiner. Okay. Let's continue here. Tomasz Kowalczyk, Polish, PhD student at Vienna University, often seen at the Vienna State Opera, potential KGB agent. Contacts Gertruda Munitka. Munitika. Boy, these are hard names for a Native American speaker. 1/11/77, object was seen in the evening in one of the buildings of Vienna University, where he met with a small group of students. An unofficial source claims that Kowalczyk volunteered to be a supervisor of a student research group focusing on the history and culture of Yugoslavia. 2 years earlier, a few members were suspended from duties for organizing a pro-communist protest on the grounds of university. 1/13/76, late morning, the object went to the Vienna State Opera, where he watched the rehearsal for Don Giovanni performance. After rehearsal, he had a long conversation with Gertruda Munitika. So our guy is at the opera on the 13th. The 13th is when our guy is told to meet at this opera on the 15th. So it's almost like this guy went, decided that they'll meet in the opera. He was scoping it out. Then they decide to meet at the opera. And then Gertruda Munitka is in the center of all this. She's like connected to this guy. Gertruda is connected to JR. These are all people that look like they're KGB people. Except for James Warner and Felix Holder. Okay. All right. We don't know why he would be there on why they had to go to the opera sooner though. Like why did he go there 2 days before the lead up? All right, we've got some information now on Lucas Steiner. He's Austrian. His employment as a T. Rose guest house, potential cooperation with Russian intelligence services. Observed contacts with Felix Holler or James Werner. Since the beginning of January, Steiner has been working double shifts in the guest house. He didn't meet with anyone. He received and sent numerous mail parcels. Not all envelopes were marked with the T. Rose logo. Okay. Did I write down everyone here? No, I didn't write down Tomasz Kowalczyk. Lucas. So Lucas Steiner is in contact with our guy and the guy working at the guest house. So far he's not being seen in the company of anyone but good guys and the weird guy. Okay. Okay, now Gertruda, who's suspicious. Citizenship Yugoslavian. Singer in Vienna State Opera. Another singer in Vienna Opera. Joseph Tito's, it says Joseph Tito's mistress. Okay. Context, Jelena Ruzicka, Jr., and Thomas Kowalczyk. 113, this is when the opera meeting got set up but not attended. During a rehearsal there was an argument between her and Jelena Ruzicka. After the rehearsal for Don Giovanni, she talked with Thomas Kowalczyk. Then on the night of the opera, in the evening after the performance, she got into a red Cadillac whose driver was waiting for her, but she didn't go straight home. She didn't appear in her apartment until 1:16 early morning. Okay. Then we've got Jigorij Jarkov. He's a Soviet. He's an office worker at the ZSSR embassy, recognized as a KGB agent. So we know he's KGB. Observed context, Jelena Ruzicka, Gertruda Munitka, and James Werner, who's our guy. No observed contact with Werner on 111 to 114. On 111, he picked 2 Soviet women up from the airport, representative of Moscow University. He drove them to the embassy, and in the evening they went together to see a performance of the Vienna State Opera. On 112, in the afternoon, he was seen near Gertruda Munitika's apartment. He knocked on the door, but he didn't catch her, so he returned to the embassy where he spent the rest of the day. On 113, he met Jelena Ruzicka at the restaurant next to the Vienna State Opera. All right. Well, lots of information. Unfortunately, part of my motivation for going to this lead was to get more leads, but we didn't get any more leads. We just got background information a lot on these different people. And it looks like the CIA did not realize that James Werner was one of ours, which is scary to me. And the rest of these people are either KGB or tied in some way to that T. Rose house. We've got one lead in blue to go directly to check T. Rose house. We can search the opera for leads. We can still get the identity of the guy killed at the garage. One of the guy killed at the garage is going to be one of these people, right? But I don't know how it helps us to know what it is. And then there's 2 places we can go to the U.S. Embassy. One of them has his personnel files, which we've now are told again in a different place about observations in the personnel file. And I wonder if we weren't told something else about the personnel file. Like in the introduction, were we told, where's the card? It's a fragment. What do the local police know? We have to find out who contacted Werner and why he was killed. Moreover, this card, it's a serious problem. We don't know who was meant to be laying their hands on the weapons. Einholz wants cards for money. Greetings from Porthos. I secured T Rose, leg 2, arch 3. And it's tempting to go to T Rose. Sorry, it's tempting to go to T Rose because we've got some information that maybe we can use there, leg 2, arch 3, but we don't know. We have white space. We don't have any red. We don't have any red locations to go to yet, which is interesting. Got one yellow, one white free, and then we're going to have to start eating up these. The detective series, which this is part of that family, does something that I find hard to swallow. When I play Sherlock Holmes, I spend 6 or 7 hours and go everywhere. There's almost never in Sherlock Holmes is there a time element that's forcing you to only go to a few leads. It's basically your stamina and willpower, how many leads you want to chase down. But they've tried hard to make more of a game of detective and force you to only see a fraction of the leads. So I don't want to ask the CIA about KGB activity. I feel like that's not good use of our time. But his personal files are tempting. The identity of the garage guy is tempting. That's a yellow. That might be our only yellow. And then we've got a blue. And we've got another white asking the U.S. Embassy to intervene. So here's what I think. I think we're not going to use this operation that costs 2 resources and lets us put marks in another place because we're going to end up filling up all the places, I think. So I think we just take our hits and check off the Man in Black boxes. Okay, I think we're going to go to T Rose, that blue area, because we've got now 3 people that are tied to that place. We've got Werner, our main guy, who we went there to hide out, right? Then we've got these 2 people, Felix and the other one. Who was it? Felix and Lucas, who both are working at that place. And we've got this weird clue about Arch 3, Leg 2, Arch 3. So I feel like we're going to go there and take our lumps with the blue zone. Eventually. The only question might be whether we should... So you get... Having these left over at the end is useless. So like it would be a big mistake to eat up things and not have these left over. But the idea of using 2 to shift from blue to a zone that we want to go to also, like we still want to go to a yellow place and we still want to go to at least one white place, so they're going to fill it too. So I think we just go right to the blue and we take our lumps getting the Man in Black. All right, so the T Rose was on file 134. Let's get this out. Check the lead in the T Rose guest house. This was James Werner's reports that said he was hiding out in T Rose. All right, so we're going to do it. This is going to be a first time where we have to check off these Man in Black stuff. You ready? Any objection before I do this? Now's your chance. Lead 111. Oh, wait a second. Hold on a second. We got file 112, files 112. And I note in the errata I printed out, there is an errata for file 112. So let's go to the laptop and let's check out the errata for file 112. Date 11376 should be 11377. That's of no import to us. It's just a typo. So yeah, 77 here. So if you look, one of the entries for Thomas Kowalczyk, they say they spotted him at the opera. Well, it's pretty obvious that it wasn't 76, it was 77. Okay, that's fine, not important. All right, let's go back. Let's follow this lead to the T. Rose guest house. This is going to hurt us, but we're doing it. So 111. Wow, exposure 2. That hurts. So we have to mark off 2 spaces here because blue is filled up. Okay, so we brought the game much closer to an end, but you have to imagine in this game that must mean this is a significant lead. That's just the nature of this game. In order to make sure people have a good time, they can't be like, oh, you went down here, everyone died, you lose the game, because you can only play this once. So it's kind of the illusion of the game that you're never going to get something that eats up a lot of time that's useless. All right, let's go take a look at this card. Film Textraub, forgive me for these pronunciations, 18, Vienna, T. Rose Guest House. You leave the taxi and step inside. The desk clerk bows politely. He's in his 30s and an average build, a fake smile, and a badge on his breast that says Lucas Steiner, manager. Okay, so we know something about Lucas Steiner from the files we read. We know he's contacted with Felix and James. We know he's working double shifts at the guest house. We know he's been sending packages in the mail. So let me just mark this down, 111. T. Rose. Okay, let's continue. You ask for a room for one night, preferably with a view of the park. The manager hands you a guest card to fill out and makes small talk. He asks what you're doing in Vienna, how long you're staying, how you like the city so far. Eventually, you get the keys to room 27, second floor. At the stairs, you turn around back towards the manager and see he's taking notes. He's reporting everything to someone. You throw your suitcase on the bed and walk to the window. The park behind the guest house is a labyrinth of lanes with a bridge traversing a pond. You take out a camera, hide it in your jacket, and go out for a walk around the guest house. Room 11, where Werner had checked in, is in the northern wing, also facing the park. So it's nice of it to tell us that he went to room 11, because I don't remember reading that. Well, he must have told us at some point. Okay, room 11, where Werner had checked in, is in the northern wing, also facing the park. There are 2 housekeepers on the ground floor, and 1 on the first floor. You photograph them all. In the lobby, the manager's on the phone. You take another photo. You walk up to the counter, leave the key, photograph the guest book as well as the notes Steiner was writing. Oh, he snuck and got a picture of his notes. You smile and explain that you're going for a walk. The rooms in the northern wing have doors that lead directly to a porch and the park. You notice a man in Werner's room. A maintenance guy, maybe? As he kneels at the desk and screws down its leg, you take a few photos. The glass-paneled door to the porch in Werner's room is approximately 30 meters away from the parking lot. You head there and search for traces. You take a picture of the tire tracks the kidnappers drove from the parking lot to the park. They were in a hurry. Okay, so it's telling us a little bit that I guess I don't know if we would have surmised on our own. It's filling in a little bit. This is like the thing where it was our conscious. So basically, we did know that he went to T. Rowe's guest house to hide out, and he was taken from there. Either someone turned him in or followed him, etc. Okay. There may be a quiz. I'm inclined. I'll tell you what I'm inclined to do. This is a little bit of cheating in a way. But you remember we've been looking at cards, and then you turn over a card. You might get quizzed to remember something from the front. And remember, I talked about how, like, in these games, I'm much more inclined to sort of bend the rules than in games that aren't narrative based and that you can play more than one time. So what I'm going to do is I'm doing a little house rule here. I'm going to look that if there's a quiz. Okay. So there is a quiz. Is there a way to look? Yeah, there is a quiz on this card that asks us to remember something from the front. So now we're going to read the front a little more carefully. We'll still have to remember it, but let's see what we got. Lucas Steiner is the manager, is in his 30s. Okay. We get a view of the park. We get room 27 on the second floor. Okay. The park behind the guest house is a labyrinth of lanes with a bridge traversing a pond. Room 11, where Werner checked in. So we were in 27. Werner is in 11. In the northern wing. You can try to remember this stuff too, to help me answer the quiz. 2 housekeepers on the ground floor and 1 on the first. 2 on the ground floor, 1 on the first. Manager's on the phone. We took pictures of the book. Then all the rooms in the northern wings have doors that go directly to the portion of the park. A man's in Werner's room. Maintenance guy. He's screwing down its leg. 30 meters away from the parking lot. You head there and search for tracks. So room 27 is on the second floor, and Werner was in 11, so he was on the ground floor. Or first floor in Europe, I guess, is one flight up. Okay, let's flip and do our quiz. Do you remember the name on the manager's badge? Okay, well, that's easy. We do know that one. We didn't have to remember anything. It was Lucas Steiner, EI, so A, and then we would turn it around and we'd see it's confirmed, so we don't have to take a penalty. Okay, well, at least that one was pretty easy. You go back to your room. You've got a lot of material, and certainly the guest house is under observation by people who have a bearing on the case. You must remain cautious. So we can question the housekeepers, question the maintenance man, or sneak into Werner's room during the night. Okay, so now this is interesting. So we've got choices. We've got 3 choices. Notice none of them require us to spend any resources, and they all are files. Now, files could gain you exposure. If they do, they're likely to gain us blue exposure. So it's a little scary to do any of these. So we could question housekeepers. We could question maintenance guy, who might be this guy Felix Holler. Or we could sneak into Werner's room at night. And that's file 106. And the first one was file 100. And the second one was file 104. Well, I mean, I think we do these things. I'm inclined to do all of them. if they don't get us any observation. But there's a very good chance. I mean, this guy, the manager, his whole job is taking notes on people and observing. Although we've come in here unknown, so maybe they're not on to us. Okay, well, thinking about it, I don't think this is going to be relevant for the game, but thinking about it logically, I guess I can read this one. Thinking about it logically, if you start asking questions in the housekeeping, and then you start asking questions of the maintenance man, and then you try to sneak into the room, that's probably not very smart, because you may stir up someone's curiosity that you're asking around. They may keep an eye on you. So if you're going to sneak into a room, maybe you do that first. On the other hand, if you get caught sneaking into a room, we're not going to have any opportunity to ask anyone else any questions. Well, that's tough. What do you think, guys? In the audience, 4 hours and 38 minutes. I did not think it was going to go on that long, but we got whatever it takes. Might be time for another 5-minute break soon. All right, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. You guys can think about what you want to do first. It's possible that these will get us exposures, or maybe they're just free and we can do all 3 without any consequence. We're going to take a 5-minute break, though, and then you will have the opportunity, if there is anyone out there, to decide which of these leads we follow, or one of the other leads, but we might as well follow these since we're here. All right, see you in a little bit. Okay, we're back. Hopefully you can hear okay. I don't know if there is anyone left in the chat, but if there is, speak up now. Let yourself be known. The Duke of Zill, are you still around? Zachary Brown, are you back yet? All right, time to make a decision here. During the break, in addition to getting another drink, I checked the BGG forums again, and someone else confirmed that the puzzle problem is indeed a bug, as far as they can tell, and they're upset about it. I can understand, but we are not upset. This is part of the charm of this. Part of the fun of doing the live event is playing with the risk that this would happen. And okay, it's time to pick what option we're going to do. I think we stay here and do these things, do them all if we can. My inclination, although I will defer to the audience, if the audience has something better they'd like to do, my inclination is to sneak right into the room, mainly because we've got this weird statement by Werner that he sent back to the DIA saying, I secure T-Rose, leg 2, arch 3. And that makes me think that maybe there's something in that room that we can use this information on. A safe, or it's a clue to something. I don't know. We've not even seen yet a case in this game where we go to a place and it says, if you know something, you can do this. Like, we've not even had that. Leg 2, arch 3. I secure T-Rose, leg 2, arch 3. Yeah, okay, so, and for the same reason I said before about if we start questioning people, sometimes when you play these games, you know something is not going to be a rule in the game. Like, you know that if I talk to the housekeepers, it's not going to really, almost certainly not going to make it more likely that we'll get caught. But sometimes you sort of have to buy into the idea that you're immersing yourself in this and then think, like, what would you do? Find rationales. Find rationalizations for why to do one over the other. And so my rationalization is we don't want to ask too many questions, otherwise they'll get suspicious about us. So we're going to sneak into Werner's room during the night, file 106. File 106, it's not on the errata, so we're just going to get it out here. File 106, it's just a single page. Okay. Let's see what we got. Okay. So it says at the top, exposure man in black +1. So you cross off a man in black no matter what. Okay. Well, what's going to happen then? Quiet hours begin at 10 p.m. You wait a few minutes to sneak out to room 11. The corridor is empty. Passing by the main hall, you take a peek at the reception. 2 businessmen from Poland arrive, brush the snow off their coats. They are carrying heavy suitcases and head toward the counter where the hotel manager, Lucas Steiner, awaits them. Unable to communicate in German, all 3 men soon switch to passable Russian. Their loud conversation covers the sound of your steps. You go deeper into the corridor, reach the room, pick the lock, and open the door. You go inside. The air is heavy with smell of old cigarette smoke and fresh bed sheets. You look around. The pulled desk leg is still lying on the floor. Apparently the maintenance guy has given up after several attempts to repair it and decided to hand it over to a professional carpenter. You look closer. In the leg, there's a small niche. It would fit a small piece of paper at most. You search the room more thoroughly. Behind the bed, you find an old ticket for Don Giovanni, performed at the Vienna State Opera. The housekeepers must have overlooked it. You see a cheap painting on the wall depicting a park, a pond, and a stone bridge. You peer into the painting, illuminating it with a UV flashlight. One of the stones has a small X drawn on it. Soon you hear the steps of the managers beginning his rounds of the floor. You cover your traces and quietly leave the room. The team gains a puzzle fragment. Well, that was a little disappointing, and sorry, I should have turned this on. All right, let's make our notes here for file 106. So the first thing we know is that this is Werner's room. So he hid small paper, perhaps one of those cards, in the table leg. But the table leg has been removed, suggesting to us that someone found this. Right? It didn't stay hidden. But then we find the Don Giovanni ticket. Now, this is one of these cases for these games that gives you a little pain in your stomach, because whenever you have multiple leads that you followed giving you the same information, it sort of suggests that you've done something inefficiently. Like, that's the inefficient outcome, that you got multiple clues that give you the same information. Okay, so that's useless to us that there was this ticket. But then we see an X on stone around park pond. So suggesting he's hid something under this stone, or that he's supposed to find it under the stone. The thing is, we've not found any lead that lets us do that, go to that area. And now we've got a puzzle piece. Now here's the other thing that we've talked about before, this puzzle system. Like, the puzzle fragment is a non sequitur to the rest of this. It's not clear how this relates to it. Is it that, like, the team got a phone call, like a clue, or are we to think that this information with the stones with the X is somehow being abstractly represented by this puzzle fragment? That's confusing. But let's write down, it's a C blank 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 E, 5-letter. So actually, we've seen a 5-letter clue before, right? And it's green 2, yellow 4. Green 2, yellow 4. Green 2, yellow 3. Red 2. So if we go to our other 5 puzzle, let's find it. Okay, so the other 5 puzzle, I'll just show you to remind you. The other 5-letter puzzle, which was on card 134, which we didn't write down, I think it was on file. Oh, 134. Must have been file 134. Perhaps we need to keep these in better order. 112, 105, 110. Okay. Where was our card 134? Unless I didn't file 134, it was. Okay, so it should be in here. Where did we put it? Where did we put file 134? Oh, here, it's on the table in front of us. Okay, so this is where we found the other puzzle, 5 puzzle. So now let's go and make sure that we understand this right, that these two clues are going to be consistent. So yes, just to show you. Good. Let's see if I can show you here. So you can see the first time we found it, we got green 2, blue. First time we found it, we got green 2, blue 1, and C was the first letter. Let's go over here so you can see it better. Okay, so this is the first time we found this 5-letter clue. Green 2, blue 1, and a C. Now the second time we've got more pieces of that fragment. We've now got that the last letter is an E. We've got duplicative information about the green square, but now we've got more numbers. Now, the fact that we've got all 4 symbols suggests to me that we're not going to get any more. I'm not positive about that. But let's go to the thing. Let's try putting in this partial one again and seeing what happens. Okay, so let's go to the laptop. Let's put in all these. We don't have all of the letters, but we've got all of the numbers. So let's just see what happens if we put in 2 green. The yellow is a... Oh, sorry, we're on the wrong puzzle. We want the 5 puzzle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I did remember it this time. Okay, 2 green, 1 blue diamond. Now we know that this is a 3. And we know this is a 2. So we've got all the numbers here. And we know that this is an E. I wonder if they didn't just explain this poorly and that the clicking save, I'm just going to click it, we're going to ignore if it says you're wrong. Puzzle saved correctly. Okay, so now maybe it only wants you, when you complete all these, lets you save it. Doesn't matter. It looks like things are working okay now. All right, so what I don't know, I was assuming that when you got all the numbers correct, it meant you found all the fragments that you could find, and that you're going to now have to fill in the rest of these letters on your own. But I'm not sure that's true. So we can go away from this now. We still don't know what this word is. All right, let's go back to this thing. So it's almost unfortunate that we've got this. But we did get all the symbols. We don't know what this word is. Any idea what this word might be? Starts with a C, ends with an E. Any names that match that? I don't think so. No, I don't see any symbols. It's not codes. Cable. Don't know. We'll come back to it. I'd love to know how to get to this X drawn on a stone. Okay. So we've left the room. Let's do the rest of these things while we're here. Question the housekeepers, file 100. Let's hope we don't catch exposure for this, otherwise we're ending this game quickly. All right, here's file 100. Wow, another check mark of the man in black. Okay. Let's take a look at what it says. Exposure, man in the black, cross off 1. So if you were playing this game with 3 players, that's this mark here, you would end the game now. You'd have to solve it with what you know. You call for room service to clean up some spilled wine from the rug. A moment later, 2 elderly women show up in the room. $20 American later, you know a lot about James Werner and his stay in the Tea Rose. James Werner was a regular in this guest house. He always rented the same room, number 11 on the ground floor, with a view of the park. Sometimes he was visited by men, young and handsome, who stayed the night. When they cleaned his room, he would often leave through the balcony door, stand on the bridge above the pond, smoke, and watch the neighborhood. Sometimes he was visited by a Russian gay knot for the night. So a non-Russian, non-gay person for the night. They did some business. You fork out $10 more. One of the housekeepers remembers that the man worked in the embassy. She once heard him saying that to Werner that he had to go because he had some important meeting in the embassy. I guess we're going to go to the embassy. So the housekeepers weren't in the guest house on the night of the 15th to the 16th. They came to work in the morning as usual. In the corridor, one of them saw Eric, a male prostitute from the Peacock brothel. Eric sometimes saw his clients in the Tea Rose. He was outraged. He told her he saw Werner talking to some men in the brothel the previous evening, then walking away, even though they were supposed to meet. Eric decided to come to Werner in the morning to ask him what had happened that evening. A few hours later, it turned out that Werner's room, though locked from the inside, was empty, and the doors leading to the park were open. The desk in the room was trashed, one of its legs wrenched away. Clothes were scattered in disarray, and the suitcase was on the bed. It all looked dire. Later that day, the police arrived to inform them about Werner's death. Okay, well, I'll tell you, there's another Blue Zone clue. That's terrible for us because we're already running out. All right, so file 100, which were the house cleaners. They tell us about Eric, a gay prostitute. I mean, it sounds like our guy was gay and meeting with some prostitutes occasionally anyway as part of his personal life during all this, but that he did lots of business in here as well. So he has some gay lovers here, and he has some business he's conducting here with a non-Russian. So business with non-Russian person who worked at the embassy. One time he left, he had an important meeting. So that does sound like this could be the representative at the embassy. So Eric, prostitute at Peacock Hotel. And we have a clue here, 117 blue, which we really don't want to use up any more blues, which is Peacock Brothel. This sounds like a false lead, right? Like this is a lover who's upset. Following this lead is just going to get us nothing, I don't think. So, but he's kidnapped out the back, and they found the leg when they kidnapped him, so they did find that thing. So this, I don't see how this helps us at all, but it does give us a puzzle. Okay, and it's the 5-letter puzzle again. Blank, blank, CH, blank. That's a 5 puzzle. And 1 blue, red 2. So we already know this part. We've got an extra letter here now. So now we know for sure that I was wrong about when you find all the symbols, you found all the letters there are, because now I've got some new letters. So we've now got an H here. So, and we can save it. It's going to be correct. Okay, it says puzzle solved correctly, but it doesn't really mean that. It just means that, so everything you've put is correct. Okay, so C blank blank HE. So what is that going to be? Someone in the chat is going to be able to figure this out. CR HE. Cache. Okay, cache. It makes sense that it would end with CHE and CAC. Okay, so now this is a good opportunity to talk about this. If we type in cache and we're wrong, it'll tell us to mark a man in black mark place, which will end the day sooner. We do not want to do that. We do not want to get this wrong. I don't believe that waiting till the very end of this mission to solve this has any impact. I don't believe that getting it right unlocks anything during the mission. I believe it just affects the end of the mission. If that's true, there's no point in trying to solve it now. If it unlocked something, then we would want to solve it. We might want to take a quick look here and see what it says about puzzle fragments. Let's read it together. Connecting all the spaces means you've matched the threads and connect them together. This unlocks unique mission endings. Your actions influence the proceedings of other agents. Incorrect entry of a digit will be communicated by the Antares website. In this case, SAD team must cross out one space. Okay, there are two types for. Okay, so it sounds to me like it will have no effect. So we just need to make a note to ourselves somewhere. Maybe I'll pull out a page. A reminder. Solve puzzle 5. The 5-letter puzzle. Before the end of this mission, we want to make sure we solve that to get credit for it. Okay, I believe it's probably cache, but we'll see. Maybe we'll get some other information. I also don't know what happens if you guess the word without getting the numeric symbols. I'm guessing that that's still good. You'd still get rewarded for that, for figuring it out, but I'm not sure. All right, so now we have a tough choice to make. I don't think it's tough to not go to the Peacock Hotel. I don't want to go there. It's too, I don't want to use up a blue. But I'll tell you what, though. Question the housekeeper. That gave us a black thing, a man in black mark. Search the room. That gave us 2 men in black, I think. Either 1 or 2. 1. Okay. Talking to the maintenance man, he knows nothing, and it's going to give us a man in black symbol. He just knows he went in there, he couldn't fix the thing. He's not going to have found the note. Obviously, if they broke off the leg when they kidnapped him, they found it. So we're not going to go to the Peacock Brothel, and we're not going to finish up this last clue here to the maintenance man. We're going to choose to not look at that clue. Okay, so that's that. We could be forced to end the game at any moment here if we get men in black. We do have plenty of money and symbols that we could do some of these operations. But we've been told again, we got nudged again to go visit the embassy, because now our guy we know is talking to the guy at the embassy. So I think it's time now to go to the embassy. There's 2 things we can do at the embassy. One was to look at his personal file. Meet Evan Wright, the U.S. ambassador. And then we had another one, which is a white 108, which is to ask their intervention. Does the audience have a preference? Do we know anything about the name of the person he was meeting with? Russian, not gay for the night. They did some business. He had an important meeting. The ambassador. I think we go meet Evan Wright. That was on an early clue, though. The police station was seek the intervention. All right, let's go 103 white, which we have a mark that we can cross off. Let's go to 103. It's not on our errata. Let's see what we've got at card 103. Okay. So it's an exposure 1. So we're going to mark our last spot on white. And let's read what it says. Kaiserstraße 64, Vienna, heavy snowfall. You leave the safe house and get into the tram. You get off at the 4th stop and pause at a storefront window. In the reflection, you see a man behind you, non-distinct, blue jeans, brown leather jacket with a woolen hat on his head and a camera in his hand that's attached to a green strap around his neck. Most tourists don't take photographs of storefronts when roaming the historic streets of Vienna, so someone's following us, taking our photo. You walk into a florist's and buy a bouquet of red roses. When leaving, you drop a tag on the floor with a note, "For Doris." You cross the street, get into a taxi, and head towards Lichtenstraße. After a 10-minute ride, you hop out near the city center, pause for a few moments, and catch a different taxi to the embassy. So we left a false clue, as if we're visiting someone. All right, now we flip it over. Let's do our little cheat and see if it's a quiz. It is a quiz. It is a quiz. So we're going to be quizzed on this. So let's see. What are we likely to be quizzed about? The man behind us. So we got off on the 4th stop. Man behind us is blue jeans, brown leather jacket with a woolen hat and a green strap. Okay. We buy red roses and we leave a note for Doris. And we go to Lichtenstraße. 10 minutes, different taxi. All right, here we go. Here's our quiz. What color was the camera strap? Okay, that's kind of fun. Doesn't look like anyone's watching this live with me anymore. It's 3:30 a.m. in Illinois. Okay, well, it was green. Now, when you get it right, it makes you wish I hadn't peeked over and saw that it was a quiz. But I like this. My memory's not so great. This is a fair compromise. I'm not going to waste my time trying to remember unless I know it's a quiz. I know it's a quiz. I still have to remember everything on it. So it's green. We turn it over. We verify we're correct. The green strap. So we got it right. We don't pay a penalty. Okay, let's read what it says. Wright pours scotch into a couple of glasses, then points at the CIA folder on the desk. File 103, it says to get. When asked about the Austrian police officer leading the investigation, he answers that Kinwald is a veteran of World War II and has a reputation as a stubborn inspector. Wright doesn't know why Prosecutor Lynn was assigned to this case, and since it's her first international investigation, he advises caution. Wright informs you that contacts at the Allied FRG embassy sent a wire a few days ago to say that Maria Einholz, suspected of terrorism and working within the German RAF, which it allows us to look up Wi-Fi organization, had arrived in Vienna. The FRG is suggesting an unofficial meeting concerning Einholz. Wright pledges support for the team's operation. Add $1 to the pool, and then we can meet with the FRG's ambassador in the blue zone. Wow, more blue zone. All right, well, let's write this down. We've got a couple of stuff here. So 103B, which is embassy, tells us to get file 103. So let's make sure to get that out. Did we already read one of? Yeah, no, we didn't. Good. 1 of 2. It's a 2-page document. Okay. That's exciting. All right. All right, so we got file 103. What else does he say? He says, he just tells us a little bit about the police investigation. Says that Lynn is weird that she's on the case, and he tells us that that Kinwald is fine. He's a good man or something. Okay, so he says Maria Einholz who we think is a terrorist, working with German RAF, which we're going to look up in a second to give us some flavor, has arrived. The FRG says we get together and talk about Einholz, and we get $1. So we get a dollar resource. Let's give that to us right here. Okay, so we got another. So we got money to burn. So we're probably going to do that other thing that cost us money. But now I want you to notice something. Einholz is a member of a terrorist organization, right? Okay. It makes sense that she would want weapons. And if you'll remember from Werner's communications, he said Einholz, he mentioned someone named Einholz, tried to buy the codes off him, the cards where the caches were, and he refused. So it would make a lot of sense that this terrorist organization led by Einholz killed him to get those cards. It makes sense, right? Our KGB didn't kill him for the cards. They gave him the cards. CIA didn't kill him for the cards. He was working for the West. So if we had to take a guess now, it would be that Einholz and the RAF killed him to get the cash cards. Okay, let's write this other clue. That's pretty cool. Okay, 121 blue is meet FRG about Einholz. This is an interesting little dilemma sometimes when you're like, and FRG is going to be some German West or whatever. Okay, so here's an interesting thing. I mean, it's like, if the theory that it was Einholz that that killed our guy, it would make sense to follow every lead related to Einholz. On the other hand, you could say, if you think it's Einholz, stop wasting your time double confirming that information with redundant leads. In our case, it's blue. Our blue is filled up, so that's the last place we want to go. All right, let's go look up, just for fun, the German RAF. So we're going to come back here to our website and type. This is very unlikely to be relevant to our case looking it up, but it gives us good flavor. The Red RAF is the Red Army faction, Bader Meinhof. Okay, so this is Bader Meinhof. This is a very famous, dangerous terrorist organization. There's a movie on Netflix called, I believe, Bader Meinhof, the Bader Meinhof Gang, which is really good, like a miniseries, maybe not a movie, a miniseries, which is really good. And there was Carlos, another Netflix miniseries, which is really excellent. I believe Carlos worked with this gang, or highly recommend both of those if you can find them. They might be the same one. I might be confusing. The name of the series might be Carlos. There's also another, I mean, obviously there are probably movies about this, but let's just read it. The Red Army faction, RAF, also known as the Bader Meinhof Group or the Bader Meinhof Gang. Yeah, you should check out this Carlos miniseries. It's pretty great. Was a West German far-left militant organization founded in 1970. Key early figures included Andres Bader, Erich Meinhof, Gudrun Essen, Horst Mahner, among others. The Red Army faction engaged in a series of bombings, assassinations, kidnaps, and bank robberies and shootouts with police. Peaked in 1977, which is when our case is set. So yeah, somehow I thought Carlos, the revolutionary Brazilian Revolution correspondent, published his manual, Urban Government. Okay, I don't know why I'm making a connection with the Carlos miniseries. So, but look for both of those. All right, so that's pretty cool though. They killed. It says they killed 35 people. These were the days of serious terrorist organizations. Okay, let's return back then. So, I mean, I don't think we go to any more blue places. I think we just got to eat our lumps and just go with what we have. But now that we have more money, I think we're going to do that one that costs money. And maybe we try to do one of these operations since we've got a lot of stuff here. Okay. Maria Einholz. Oh, we didn't look at 103 file yet. That's a good way to get into trouble. It's a double page file. This is from the embassy. These are the personal files of James Werner. All right, let's see what we got here. I don't know if I should do these one at a time, or I guess if it's a top-down view, you might as well show you both at the same time. James Werner, this is his personnel or personal file. Patrick Werner, James Patrick Werner, born in 1940. Date of birth not determined. Date of death. Okay. Additional data. Education hire, ship construction, marine engineering, graduated in 1962 from United States Naval Academy. There's this picture. Employment, 1962-1974, naval engineer, second lieutenant. He left the Navy due to health issues. According to inside sources, he was secretly removed and expelled in conformity with politics and rules of the Uniform Code of Military Justice due to his homosexual preferences. Interesting. So he may well have gotten kicked out for being a homosexual and then recruited by the DIA. Since 1975, he had been working at the Navy's shipyard in Norfolk. One of the big concerns of spycraft in these days when it was illegal to be a homosexual or illegal to serve in certain offices as a homosexual, this was a real concern that people would be blackmailed. So it was sort of a catch-22 when a spy agency would find out, like they would want to know if their employees were gay, not because per se they didn't want a gay employee, but they were afraid that that person could be found out to be gay and blackmailed by a foreign agency that they would reveal it. So the issue of homosexuality comes up quite a bit in spying and blackmail. Okay. As part of his function, he traveled abroad multiple times, mainly to shipyards in Italy, France, and England. Knowledge of foreign languages, English, German, Italian, French. Political affiliation, none. Others during his stays in Vienna, he often watched live performances. He usually stayed at the T. Rose guest house. Operational data. Due to his professional obligations, he underwent the DIA's counterintelligence verification. He was under sporadic CIA observation due to his access to classified information during his service in the military. Observation revealed the risk that Werner's numerous travels could expose him to the influence of foreign intelligence agencies to whom he might potentially convey data. Recommendation, routine observation during travels abroad. I still think we were sort of given it felt like it was confirmed that he was a double agent pretending. Yeah, he was on our side. He was a DIA guy pretending to be a KGB operative. We know that because he was sending reports back to the DIA, he got these 5 code cards and he was in danger and rescue him. So he was DIA pretending to be KGB, but it sounds like the CIA didn't really know that, or were concerned that he could be turned at any moment. All right. Last observation report. January 1977, Werner's travels to Austria under observation of the residing agent Tom Davis. January 11th, Werner arrives in Vienna by plane. January 11th, Warner stays at the Tea Rose. January 14th, meeting with an unknown woman, NN01, in Bristol Hotel, woman, dark hair, glasses. That's probably going to be Einholz. But I'm going to make a note here. File 103, Warner. So January 14, he meets NN01, who NN, the game tells you, when you see an NN, that means like a name unknown. So unknown person number 1, which we think is Maria Einholz, in the Bristol Hotel. Dark hair and glasses. I will, dark hair, glasses. This is on January 14th. I want you to note that that completely matches Warner's report back. He says, January 14th, invited to a meeting with Einholz, Bristol, which is now the Bristol Hotel, at lunch. So we know for sure that's Maria Einholz that he met at the Bristol, and we know what Bristol means now. 6 p.m., he goes to the opera. After the performance, in the rear of the opera, he meets with a woman, blonde, NN02. So January 15, 6 p.m., opera, meets NN02, blonde. At 9 p.m., he goes back to his guest house. At 10:30 p.m., he goes to a nightclub. At 11, he's back at the guest house. So I'm thinking that's actually quite interesting. So look at his dispatch. Okay, so at 8:30 p.m., he's got the cards. He's made the handoff. Right, he reports it. He's back at his house. Then he wants to celebrate. So at 9 p.m., he thinks he's in no danger. So he goes to a nightclub. At 10:30, he goes to a nightclub. 9 p.m., he's back. 10:30, he goes to the nightclub, and he's back a half an hour later, calling in saying, SOS, danger to his life. So sometime at between 10:30, somewhere around 10:30, maybe somewhere between 10:30 and 10:45 at the nightclub, he gets scared for his life. Goes back, calls for SOS. So this is actually fascinating that we've now pinpointed that it was a nightclub that he went to. Now I'm a little concerned that it's at that Peacock brothel. That would cost us to go there. Okay, so let's finish this up. Blonde is, we think, the unknown. He met an unknown woman at the opera. Can we just confirm the person he is said to have met at the opera was JR? Let's get our report on JR and see if she's indeed blonde. Doesn't say. Singer wasn't cleared. She's Czech. She's Czech. He says he got it from JR. No reason he would lie about it. We're not told anyone is blonde. So, but that's probably JR that he met. So NN2 is probably JR. Okay. After coming back to the guest house, Warner went for the walk in the park where he might have planted something under that stone. Smoked a cigarette on the bridge. Agent realized he was being tailed. Oh, this is someone, note by Tom Davis. And further observation was impossible. Next day, Werner was found dead. After coming back to the guest house, he went for a walk in the park. So maybe it wasn't at the nightclub. Boy, it sure seems like it is. 10:30, he goes to a nightclub. 11, he's back. Half-hour nightclub? Surely that's where he realized he was in danger. But this is saying, after coming back to the guest house, Werner went for the walk in the park, smoked a cigarette on the bridge. Agent realized he was being tailed, and further observation was impossible. Next day, Werner was found dead. Note by Tom Davis. Okay, so here's an unfortunate thing that happens in these detective games. It's another piece of our 5-letter clue that we already had guessed, right? We guessed it was cash, and here it is stealing the thunder from us by telling us that the second letter is an A. All right, well, that's all right. Puzzle 5. We already guessed that it was cash. And let's record our other leads. We've got 111 blue, which is T Rose. I believe that's just another way to get to 111. So I believe we've already been there. So what? Yes, we have. So there'd be no point to go again. But then we've got 122 white, which is Tom Davis, which is going to be the person who tailed Werner on our side. Now, the only reason that that is slightly compelling is if that guy, like, I feel like we got everything we could get from him. He watched him, his report is here. But what if that guy then says, oh, I did see him put something under the stone. I feel like that code here, leg 2, arch 3, might tell us what stone it's put under, but we have no way to get to that park. Tom Davis in white. Okay. Let's go finish that puzzle and see if it matters that we know, see if anything happens when we do all of it. Right? It is, it is a real interesting phenomena when you solve something and then you keep playing and you think you figured out something important and you've sort of used some deduction or inference to figure it out. And then the game, as you keep playing, just forces the full answer on you, reveals the whole answer. So when Greg and I play this on Detective, this is one of the main places where we sort of, where it falls flat for him. He, and you could see many other people, might feel let down by that. Like, oh, I solved it on my own and here you are giving it to me. It feels like it takes the wind out of your sails for having solved it. But I think, like, you can't ask these games to try to get that balance perfect and give you just the information if you do everything right to get it and nothing more. So I think it's asking too much. And you have to take joy in the fact that you solved it before it gave you the full thing. All right, so we've put all the details in. We're going to click Save. Puzzle saved correctly. Okay, so no fanfare, nothing. It's just going to give us a nicer ending now that we've solved this puzzle. All right, so let's go back out of this and decide what clue to go to next. We still don't have the card, which they instructed us on this mission to try to get. We think that the Baader-Meinhof gang and Einholz tortured him out of it, I think. Or they found one of the cash, but did they find all of them? So I got a theory for you. My theory is He hid them under that rock. And maybe they're still there. Although, boy, if he was tortured, he would have given them up, right? Like, you can't not give them up. You're tortured for hours, stabbed, cigarette burns. Is it possible that he didn't give them up? I want to go and find that rock in the park, but I don't know how to do that. Let's look at what clues we got left to go to. We got a white, talk to Tom Davis. Tom Davis observed him on that night that he may have put those things under the stone. So that is compelling. That is a white. We don't have any more whites. We'd have to take a Man in Black check mark. That might be our last one. We could do a blue to meet with about Einholz, but that's too risky to be too many. Although maybe we wouldn't expose ourselves. We could go to the Peacock Brothel where we think he might have gotten followed. But what are I like our theory that it was Einholz and the terrorist gang who kidnapped him and tortured him to get the codes. So even if it was at the brothel where he went for a nightclub and got scared, what are we going to find out? The most we can find out is that he saw Einholz there, Maria Einholz, and panicked. So I don't think we go there. It's blue, so that's another reason not to go there. We searched his room. There's an X on the stone around the park. Okay. Question the maintenance man? No. Okay, we're gonna go observe that police detective for money since we got lots of money. So that was on 118 card. We're going back to the police station. It's interesting that we haven't gotten any more codes or any more of those numeric mathematical things. So let's go back. Let's look at this 118 again. And what if we weren't streaming? Like, I'm not seeing anything reply, but someone would tell me if we weren't. Okay, but we could be streaming into the ether. Could maybe even not going out. If there's someone watching, I'd love to see a little comment just saying, I'm half asleep, I don't care, but you're still alive. All right, so if we go back to 118, at the police station, we could spend the money to observe Kinwald. Or we could ask, I think we're going to do this one on the hopes that it seems the least interesting of all our clues, but it's the only, it's yellow, it's money. It's not yellow, it's just money, and I'm hoping it won't cause any other exposure. So if it's just money and we have plenty of resources, I say we do it. So we're spending the money to observe Kinwald, which is 102. We don't have high hopes for this, but we're going to do it anyway. So let's look at 102. Hopefully it doesn't cause any exposure. All right, let's flip it over. No exposure, that's great. Let's see what we got here. Nope. Okay, report from the observation of Arthur Kinwald. Herrengasse 7, 8:30 a.m. Inspector Kinwald arrives at the police station. Kramergasse 12, 8:42. Inspector Kinwald drives to a cafe at Kramergasse, talks with an owner. The cafe's windows are covered in slogans written with red paint. They're blurred, partially washed. Kinwald writes down the owner-employee's statements, gets back to his car, and returns to the police station. Let's go get our report on that Inspector Lynn. I want to see how her time schedule matches up here. Okay, so 8:30 she goes to the prosecutor's office. He goes to a cafe at Kramergas. She goes to Cafe Fraunhuber. Is it possible it's the same cafe? And this one's just telling it where it is, and this one's telling it the name of it. Wynn arrives at the Rauensteisgasse, 1 street away. Don't know. Let's assume they're different for now. 9:30, he comes back to the police station. He spends most of the day. At 7:14, leaves the police station, gets into the car. He drives towards the Simmering district. 7:40, this is again after her, so there's no overlap. 7:40, Kinwald stops at the Senseman restaurant and walks inside. At the entrance, he discreetly tips a waiter and asks him something. The waiter points at something down the hall. Kinwald disappears from view. 7:53, he walks out of the restaurant with 2 men. They enter a side street. An argument emerges between them, then a struggle. Kinwald knocks down both men and starts to ask them questions. From the observation distance, only single words can be heard. Senseman, Route, and code card. Other than that, lots of swear words. Eventually, they disperse when they start to draw attention of passers-by. Kinwald gets into the car and goes back to the police station at 8 p.m. 10 p.m. he leaves, drives home. On the way back, he drives past the Senneman restaurant again, but he stops only for a moment and doesn't get out of the car. Okay. Well, he's not he's involved. Whether he's an honest, up-and-up guy or not, he's trying to track down these code cards. So he goes to, this is about Arthur Kinwald. So cafe at Kramergasse. Talks with owner. Takes statements. Don't know what's going on. Is that a cafe that we knew something about? Meeting with... They had lunch at the Bristol Cafe. Do we know where that was? Was that possible that that's what they're talking about? That was the Bristol Cafe? That wouldn't be surprising. But I don't know if we were told where that was. Let's just quickly see here. It was on his tracking. Bristol Hotel, doesn't say where. Okay, don't know. Anyway, he gets statements from them. Seems not very relevant for us. Okay, then he goes to Senseman restaurant. He tips the waiter, asks him something, like he asks where someone is or something. Waiter points down the hall. He goes to it. 15 minutes later, he leaves with 2 men, argues, asks questions, and we hear Senseman, that's the name of the restaurant. Rutten. Does anyone in the comments know what Rutten means? Code card. Do we have any puzzles that could be these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This is a 9. Senseman is a 9-letter puzzle. And Rutten is a 6-letter puzzle. Let's look at our puzzles again. Because we got a 9 puzzle. And we got a 6 puzzle. Let's find those. So our 6 puzzle starts with S and ends with S. So that's not going to be the Rootin, or the Sensiman, for that matter. Where was our 9 puzzle? And our 9 puzzle has the 3rd letter as an S. That was on file 134. Let's just confirm that. 3rd letter is S. Okay, so that's not Sensiman either. That's unfortunate. I thought that was going to be it. I thought we were going to be able to figure out some puzzles from these words. Okay, that does say Rootin, right? R-U-T-T-E-N. Lots of swear words. They disperse when they start to draw the attention of passers-by. Then he goes back to the Sensiman as if he's looking for someone. Okay, and then we get file 113. I mean, this restaurant sure looks relevant to us. Okay, let's look up file 113. Oh, we must already have file 113 because it's not in here. What was file 113? I don't see it. Let's sort these. 103, 103. We've got 112, 112, 134, 181. That's our mission. 100 and 106. Okay, so we were reading file 102, and it says read number 113. So it's not file 113, it's card 113. Okay. Okay, let's put this back. Okay, card 113, assuming we don't have it already. Let's hope it doesn't give us any exposure. Sneak into the room, you only live once. Sneaking in a room does sound very cool. Wow, what a delay. We've snuck into the room a long time ago. Okay. 113, let's hope it doesn't give us any exposure. Oh, look at this. That's interesting. Look what we got here. That's exciting. It says it's a new operation, Kinwald's recruitment. Type recruitment. Operation goal: arrange a meeting with the Inspector Kinwald and offer him help with the investigation and CIA cooperation. Cost 2, required resources, money. Allowed resources, money, and shield. So we can try to recruit him. That's exciting, right? That's a little switch, a little change. Okay, so we do have the resources for it. We have money and we have a shield. We can try to recruit him now. We could try to recruit him later. It's a good way to find out about this stuff that he had. Do we have any clues about whether he would be recruitable? I think we do. We've seen that he's after something. He's not like so by the book. He's got his hand in this somehow. And our little background about us, I guess, like if you were playing this quickly, if you're doing a live stream and you just wanted to keep things quick, you wouldn't do the kind of thing I'm doing now. But I remember we got some information about him. And what was it? We got information about his history, but I forget where we got it. But it was something telling us about him being like a tough guy, but where did we get that information about? It was the embassy that we went to. Let's see. Okay, so here is the card where we learned a little bit about him. I mean, it's a big deal to recruit someone. You got to know that they're likely to help you or at least not out you. So you got to have some leverage on him or something. So he says he was a veteran of World War II and has a reputation as a stubborn inspector. So veteran World War II, working on our side, he's going to be friendly to the idea of helping us, I think. I say we go for this operation. Let's try to recruit him. All right, you ready? All right, we're spending these tokens. This is exciting me. Should we take a break? Have we been on the air long enough to take a break? I think we have. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break while you guys ponder whether there's any risk to this. It's yellow zone. It's yellow zone, which is one of the few places we actually have a mark we can fill. So it's actually good for us. All right. Kinwald's recruitment. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break. I'll check to see that we're still streaming somewhere. It's been almost 6 hours streaming. We'll take a 5-minute break and we will come back in. Actually, you know what? We're going to make it a 10-minute break. 10-minute break. We'll be back in 10 minutes and you guys can see us then. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. This is a live stream. You're probably not watching it live since it doesn't look like anyone is left watching it live. You're probably watching it after the fact. But we're playing through Mission 1 of Vienna Connection. We're almost 6 hours in. We've still got a little bit to go, but that's about right. The box says 2 to 3 hours, so you sort of triple that when I play it. And we were just about to decide whether to recruit Kinwald, the police detective. I was just looking through my notes here to see about that 6-letter puzzle again. See if I could remember what it was. Not that it's related to recruiting. That was, where did we find our 6-letter puzzle? I sort of lost track of it. Trader, T-R-A-D-E-R. The 6-letter puzzle starts with an S and ends with an S. I mean, we could try to make a guess at that at some point. And it would have been nice if someone could tell us what Rutten means. R-U-T-T-N. It could be someone's name or it could be a German word, but I don't know. Okay. It looks like we're still streaming and the audio is there. So everything's good. Whoops. And we've decided to try to recruit Kinwald. Okay. So it costs 2 resources. One must be $1, and the other one could be a shield or $1. So we could make some strategic decision about which of these 2 to use. The shield are the criminal underworld. So the only other time we know we've got uses for them is if we wanted to do one of these other operations. But it looks like money is a little more useful, I think, generically, so I'm inclined to use these 2. Okay, so we're spending these, and we are flipping this card. It's kind of an exciting moment. Let's do it. Let's see where I can put it so it doesn't cover my face here. The SAD team writes the following in the campaign journal. Inspector Kinwald has been recruited into the CIA. And then it tells us read 116 yellow zone. Okay, so notice it says the SAD team writes the following in the campaign journal. So it's going to be this they're talking about. It's called campaign diary, but it's the same thing. So we are going to make a note here that we have recruited Kinwald. So if you'll remember, that means that we might come to a future point where it says, if this is in your diary, meaning if this happened, then you can read a certain thing. Or maybe it will affect the ending we get somewhere. Okay, so that was pretty cool. We just recruited someone into the CIA. How cool is that? Pretty cool. All right, now we're going to read 116 in the yellow zone, which could trigger some exposure. Let's see if it does. 116. Okay. There's a picture of him. Okay. All right, so 116 says 0 exposure. That's nice. That's a nice surprise. And let's read what it says. Ignazas, 35, Vienna, Mozart Cafe. You arrive at the Mozart Cafe on a side street in the center of Vienna. The surrounding area is filled with tourists and locals, and through the window of the cafe you see the inspectors already waiting. You walk inside and are struck by the intense coffee aroma and hum of conversation, spoken simultaneously by many voices. Did he work for you or for the Reds? Asked Kinwald, not mincing words. He wasn't working for us, you answer. Who's Prosecutor Lynn? You ask, mimicking Kinwald's directness. So we say, he wasn't working for us. I wonder if we're just lying to this guy. Okay. Who's Prosecutor Winwald? Ambitious. She's got prospects for a big career, a rich father, and she only takes cases she can close easily and without complication. She's come up through the ranks quickly. He's silent for a moment. Not sure why she was assigned to Werner's case. Kinwald lights up a cigarette. What was on the code card, he asks. You don't want to know. The current lead suggests that Lars Rutten's gang has something to do with the case. But it doesn't make sense, as people don't eliminate agents of foreign intelligence agencies. That's why I haven't pinched them yet. They're extortionists, not murderers. Well, unless they get paid enough to compensate for the risk. Perhaps they do a dirty job for someone. This murder stinks of an outside commission. I'll repeat my question. What was on the code card? I can't tell you that. It was nice talking to you. Kinwald stubs his cigarette in the ashtray and gets up from the table. You grab his arm. Wait. Okay, so let's make a note here. Kinwald, who's been doing the local investigation, Kinwald, he tells us that the evidence points to the Rutten gang. Now, that was that word. We heard Rutten. Well, that's what he was talking about. He was questioning people about the Rutten gang. Maybe he was asking informants. So what's interesting is he says, Reed suggests that Lars Rutten gang was involved. And he says, but it doesn't make sense. They're just a local gang. Why would they murder someone? He says, well, but they would do it for the right money. So it may be that our Baader-Meinhof gang, Einholz, hired these people to do the local kidnapping, especially if she's coming in here into Vienna alone, not with her normal contacts gang. They hire these people to kidnap and torture him. So that's pretty good. I mean, that feels like we're locking into place some pieces. All right. So he's like, you're not going to talk to me. I'm out of here. We said, grab his arm. Wait. Now we're going to do our normal thing. We're going to peek at the back. There's no quiz, so we're not going to bother trying to memorize anything. And we are going to flip over the card. And we got something more puzzles. There was a coded location of NATO arms caches. Someone wanted to get into a weapons depot. Kinwald digests the information for a good while, so we told him. Ask your supervisor about the name Einholz. She arrived in Vienna with an invitation from someone who calls himself Trader, Trader. If you know where Einholz is, then I think we can help each other. I'll ask, you say. You finish your coffee, say goodbye, put your collar up, and disappear into the crowd. Okay, so Trader, B. Trader arrived with Einholz. In January. And he says, if you know where Einholz is, I think we can help each other. She arrived in Vienna. He's saying, if you tell me where Einholz, we can help each other. Trader. We heard Trader early on, right? Where did we hear that? The Soviet intercepts picked up the word Trader. We saw that on card 110. We can go check that again. But we don't know who that is. Okay. Now let's look at these puzzle fragments. So, puzzle. So we've got a yellow 2, red 1, and it's blank blank R S. My glasses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. N. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's a 10-letter clue puzzle. We've never seen that before. We will be able to check if that's a puzzle that has to get solved this mission or not. Probably not. And another puzzle piece, which is a green 9, yellow 8, which is an S. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's our 6-letter clue again. So let's find that 6-letter clue. Did we miss anything here? No. Okay. I want to find that 6-letter clue again. Fill in some more. I guess we could look at it on the... Okay. So the 6-letter clue, we already knew it started and ended with S, so this provides us no extra information. But let's go to it anyway and make sure we've entered it. So let's see. 1, 2, 3. Okay, there's the 6-letter clue. We know it's S, ends in S, so we got no further information there. But we do know it's green 9, yellow 8, and then from before we know it's green 9 and black 2. So this is the partial. I'm going to click save. If it gives us a complaint, I'm going to ignore it as a bug. Okay, I'm assuming that the bug is, since we got the right one, I'm assuming the bug is that until you finish all these things, it won't let you save it. So we're just going to leave it. Notice, as I said earlier, the game tells you that when there are 5 symbols in a puzzle, it's meant to be solved over the course of the campaign, not this mission. So we don't expect to solve... Oh, yeah, we don't expect to solve this in one. Now there's a 10 puzzle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's a 9. There's our 10 puzzle. It says, and that's a 4, so this we expect to be able to do on this mission, if we're lucky, but maybe not. Yellow 2, red 1, and we've got an R here, S, and N. Okay. Any ideas about, from the audience, about who that would be, what that would be? Do we have anyone's name that might match that 10-letter name? We'll come back to it. So those are our puzzles. That one we're supposed to be able to get on this thing. I'm just looking at names. We don't have any name that fits into that. Port host. That's a long word. Will it let us save it now? No, it won't. That's all right. All right. Well, that's all there is in this card. We recruited him. Trader. If you know where Einholz is, I think we can help each other. Trader. Don't know how to use that. Don't know where to go for that trader information. Trader. Okay. And that didn't cause any exposure, so we're still safe for a bit. Lars Rutengang, okay. Let's see what we got left. We can ask the CIA about KGB activity in Vienna. Not very compelling. We can go to yellow, which we've got a mark, to try to find out the identity of the killed person in the garage. That's pretty compelling. We can search the opera for leads if we go to blue, which is likely to get us Man in Black marks. We've observed Kinwald. We can seek the U.S. Embassy's intervention in getting the personnel files or cards. That's a white. We've run out of white spaces, so I don't think we do that. We can question the maintenance man. I don't think we do that. We can go to the Peacock Brothel. I'm not inclined to do that. We can meet the FRG about Einholz. That's blue. That's likely to get us Men in Black marks. We can go to white, which we've run out of space, to talk to Tom Davis, who followed him. That's only compelling if we think it might tell us about that card. Okay, I think for the fun of it, it's compelling to find out about the dead guy in the garage. It's yellow, so I think we do that. So we're going to go to 105 yellow. It's the one place we have open. So wait, before we do that. So this is where we've got operations we can perform. We can perform any one of these operations, including the one that would let us send, instead of looking at the man who died in the garage, we could do this blue one. We could do one of these blues, like search the opera or whatever the others are. It would cost us 2 resources, any 2. So like, if we don't need them for anything, and then we could spend 3 on one of these others. So we actually could conduct 2 of these. We don't want to end the game with tons of resources. Like, that's just silly. But we're close to running out of things to do. Right now we have enough to do 2 things. Alright, I want to know about the dead men in the garage. But is it going to be just useless information? It's file 181. Let's read the description of it. Try to uncover the identity of the man who was killed in the garage. what we really want to do is recover that code card. I have a feeling all the hints about not doing these operations right away is sort of suggesting to us that bad things are going to happen. Buy information on the lost cards, or spread information about the willingness to sell 2 code cards. And then we observe the parties that are interested in it. So if we think the Bader-Meinhof gang I think the code cards are under that rock. What's the most likely way to get to that rock? If that's true, or that's a mark saying where he should pick up stuff. I mean, we really don't know. Money star this. Money star this. So this would let us do this operation. Well, it's really kind of tough decision to make here. It's a real shot in the dark to talk to Tom Davis. So if you remember, you know what I'm talking about with Tom Davis, right? Tom Davis was the guy who was watching Werner. He makes a note. After coming back to the guest house, Werner went for the walk in the park, smoked a cigarette on the bridge at the pond. Agent realized he was being tailed and further observation was impossible. Next day, he was found dead. So here's what I'm thinking of doing. I'm thinking of, since we've got lots of resources, I'm thinking of spending 2 to move from white zone where we're going to get stuff and then meet with Tom Davis and try to redirect those somewhere. Or maybe we just take a risk and go to the white zone and let us check off the men in black. I'm going to be disappointed if meeting with Tom Davis is useless. It's just a Hail Mary because maybe he saw him put something in the rock. But it's really unfair because we saw the picture that said something under that rock around the pond. So we shouldn't need to talk to Tom Davis for that information. So maybe it's illogical to hope for that. Tom Davis is 122. I wish someone was in the chat to give me a suggestion about what they think. What else can we possibly do? We can seek U.S. intervention. No, not going to do that. We could do one of these blues and redirect it. Search the opera. Or we can find the identity of the garage person. Or we could do one of these things first. Maybe that's smarter. All right, let's do one of these things. Change my mind. Okay, so which one do you want to do? We can make contact with the head of Vienna's mafia, buy information on the lost cards. If they're under that rock, we're not going to get any good information from that at all. Operation Fisherman, we spread information that we have the cards and we're willing to sell them. We could draw out Einholz, but only if Einholz doesn't have the cards. And we're told to get the cards. So neither of those are likely to have the cards, right? Unless the mafia knows about the cards, that's not likely to give us good information. Okay, if I want to retrieve the card, I think we're going to do the Hail Mary. But should we use this operation to redirect to yellow, or even to red? Wow, this is tough. Where do we try to meet with... we can't do that. Sure, we can't meet with Einholz. Meet about Einholz because that's going to eat up blue. We don't have any blue. This is exactly that situation where it doesn't feel like there's any real way to know which one is likely to give you information, but your brain is churning on, is there a way to figure out what you should do, but there really isn't. So you're just sort of making an emotional decision. We don't have any red zone operation. We've never found anything that could eat a red, so it's tempting to just use this to redirect into that. So if we're going to do this, we might as well do it while we can. Okay, I'm going to go with my gut. My gut tells me that we found this picture showing the stone marked. That should be relevant. This guy saw him walking in the park. I'm going to do this. So we're going to go to white. Now, the only question is, should we use this operation to spend 2 resources to redirect that over to the red zone? And if we do, are we going to All right, let's do it. Let's use this thing just for the hell of it. So it costs 2. If we use these 2, then we can use this one to do this, which I think I'm more inclined to want to do. So we're going to spend these to do Operation Yo-Yo. So the next card to any other zone. So we're going to pull a card. If it makes us take things, we'll redirect it. So 1, 2, 2 white. I have real. This could easily be a useless card here. Very easily be a useless card. 1, 2, 2. Okay. So it's a 1, 2, 2. We're going to look. Okay, it's not a quiz, so we don't have to worry about reading this for quiz. Exposure +1. Okay, so it's exposure +1 on white, but we paid for this operation so we can mark it somewhere else. We can mark it in yellow or we can mark it in red. Now we don't have any red so far, so I'm tempted to do that, but we could easily get a card that's like, we could either easily get something new that's red. But we do have a yellow that we do, which is the garage guy, dead guy. So I'm going to mark red. If we get a red exposure card, we'll just go for it, and we'll take the hit. You don't lose the game if these fill up. You just have to solve it. All right, let's read our card. Freedom Meisener Blau Promenade Park in Vienna. Light snowfall. You wait for Tom Davis at the promenade. The snow on the ground sparkles in the sun, and in the distance you see machines at the construction site of the U-Bahn Skottenring stop. You see a man approach dressed in a thick woolen coat. He's young with bushy facial hair and a confident gait. He walks directly up to you and shakes your hand. Tom Davis, let's take a walk. You stroll along the Donaukanal and start the conversation. James Werner, what do we know? 5 years ago, he's dismissed from the Navy, violation of Article 125, UCMJ. Before going into the Navy, he graduated from MIT with a degree in naval construction and marine engineering. He probably had some friends in high places because despite his dismissal, he got a contract doing shipyard audits. He traveled around Europe and toured the biggest ones, including military shipyards. And why was he in Vienna? Because of the shipyards? He was here on vacation, was supposed to be going to the opera and skiing. We monitored him just like every other former military officer traveling in a foreign country. It turned out that he was meeting other people. We were keeping under observation as well. What does that mean? We observed that he was talking to a Soviet Gagorij, Jarkow, KGB. We started keeping a close eye on him. This is useless. We already know why he's doing all this. Well, this is terrible. We've got puzzles we already know. Okay. The day of his death, do you have any information? Strange things started to happen on January 14th. I was observing Werner, and around 2 p.m. he entered the Bristol Hotel. He met with a dark-haired woman, average height, large brown glasses. They talked for a few minutes in the restaurant, then went to a room. He later left the hotel very angry. On the evening of January 15th, he went to see Don Giovanni at the opera. Directly after the performance, went around to the back door. I didn't have a good view for observation, but from a distance saw him talking to a woman. The same one? No, this time it was a blonde. We assumed it was Jelena Ruzicka, the Czechoslovakian opera singer, but we're not 100% certain yet it was. After this, he went to the T. Rose guest house, but instead of going inside, he went for a walk in the park near the guest house. He stood on the bridge above the pond, smoked cigarettes for a long time, and left. That's where I lost him. I realized he was being tailed in the parking lot. There was a beige Volkswagen with 2 men. They were waiting for something or observing. I sent a dispatch over to HQ and then backed off to avoid being detected and returned to the safe house. It was the worst possible moment, as it turned out. That was my last operation in Vienna and being reassigned. You reach the end of the promenade and finish your conversation. All right, and then we got some puzzles. So that was a failure to get the information I was hoping. But it seems like he lost him, and some people were tailing him, so 2 men tailed Werner in a beige. They were waiting for something or observing, so maybe they saw him plant something under the rock. Let's see. Beige Volkswagen. And this guy got reassigned because he messed up. And the guy who was watching got killed. All right, and he confirmed them meeting. So this was pretty darn useless. And we got puzzle, and one of them is the same one we already know the answer to. That's a shame. But we do have blank, blank, R, blank, blank, UT, blank, blank, blank. Ah, okay. I think we got this one now, though. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is a 10-letter word, and it's red 1, blue 4. Let's go to our 10-letter puzzle on the laptop. I don't think this is it. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It is? 1, 2, 3. Oh, it is. All right, so I was... Yeah, this is going to work out fine. Okay, so this is the one we were just looking at. And now we know that space, this is a U, this is a T. So you can see what this is, right? But this says R1. I think it must have been R1 before, and I just didn't. And blue 4, was it? Blue 4. Okay. Blue 4. Okay, you can see what this is, right? This is going to be Lars Rutten, the Lars Rutten gang, right? This is going to be L A R T. Is it an E or an A? Let's go back to our notes. Rutten gang with an E. Okay, there's Lars Rutten. Now, yellow 2, red 1, but we don't know what green it is. Does that matter? Does that matter? I'm going to click save to see if it matters, but we're going to ignore any penalty here. No. Cross that one space. Okay, we're going to ignore that. But now, that seems unfair. Like, if we figured it out, why do we need to know what green that is? And we don't know if that's a bug. It appears to be a bug because the rules tell us we can hit save at any time, no matter how many things we put. All right. I'm not sure how we want to handle that. I may do a soft cheat and just try the greens until we get it right, because it feels to me like we've solved this mystery, and getting the green is not a deductive thing. It's just stumbling on to the right thing, and I don't know if it's supposed to be requiring that green. It seems counter to the whole idea of the game. The whole puzzle is telling you in the instructions that if you can figure out the letters, go for it. And this is sort of contradicting that. So I'm sure that's going to be Lars Rutten, though. E-N, which is quite satisfying. So that means they hired the Lars Rutten gang, probably. All right, so now we've got two choices. We can go and try to find the body. Don't you think that's going to be the body? I don't know what body that's going to be. Might not be related at all, but we do have a free yellow. Yellow is underworld and criminal stuff. So before we look for that at that body, I think maybe we do this. It's risky. It could have a failure, but we've got these symbols. I'm inclined to use them up. Let's do it. So we're paying for Operation Fisherman. We're giving up Operational Ally. Okay, we're going to spread information of that we have 2 cards to sell, and we're going to see who comes out of the woodwork. This could be dangerous. Okay, so we did it. Okay. So here it is, Operation Fisherman. We flip it. Says go to file 115. Okay. So we did this one. Let's go to file 115. I don't know who these operatives are. We don't care about. They don't do anything. Okay, we'll file 115. And is there an errata for that? No. File 115. Here it is. Page 1 of 2. Oh, it's 2 pages worth of information. All right. Let's just hope it doesn't need any tokens because we don't have any tokens. Let's see what file 115 is. And okay, so let's just write down before we turn it over. File 115 from Operation Fisherman. Okay, are you curious to see what this is? Could be bad stuff. Okay, oh, this is great. So you're going to get a chance to hear a recording, which was the one last piece of this game that you haven't seen yet after 6 hours and 40 minutes. Okay, let's read what we got here. Report from the preparation of the fisherman operation. Thanks to the cooperation of local agents, the SAD team has introduced false information to the market about the existence of a person who owns code cards for sale. 24 hours after releasing the information into circulation, Adam Wanter from CIA Counterintelligence confirmed that the topic appeared in the KGB reports from Vienna. 48 hours after releasing the information into circulation, Stefan Blom informed us. Stefan Blom, that's one of our operatives. Oh, I see. The operators go on these operations. That makes sense. Stefan Blom informed us about a potential contact from his investigative journalist colleague, George Spencer. 52 hours after releasing the information into circulation, a buyer appeared and there was an attempt to make contact with Blom. The buyer is an FRG citizen. The buyer offers 15,000 FRG marks in cash. 72 hours after releasing the information in circulation, Adam Wanter, we don't know, from the CIA Counterintelligence informed us that there was an order from Moscow for KGB agents to wait and monitor the situation. 84 hours after releasing the information into circulation, the SAD team received an order to perform the operation. Caution is advised. The buyer might be affiliated with German terrorist organizations. Yeah, that is. That's Bader Meinhof. Okay, and then we've got a transcript from listening to... Okay, that's pretty funny. Okay, so we're going to listen to this now. It's a little tricky because you're going to hear it, but I'm not unless I put on this. So let's go and listen to this together. All right, so it's got a transcript here of the... It's got a transcript of the report from the fisherman operation, but we're going to listen to it live. Okay, so you go to recordings here, and we're going to enter the number of the recording, which I guess is 115.
We're here, waiting.
Yellow Audi 80 approaching. FRG plates. Getting into position.
I see them.
3 men. Getting out.
Beginning, over now.
Blom was talking to one of the men. They're arguing. Blom's turning around and trying to walk away. Shit, what the... Fuck, they shot Blom! I go...
Okay. All right, that was fun. That was kind of to be expected, a little bit of immersion, but we basically got one of our operatives killed. Okay? We spent resources. We leaked information that we have these cards. Bader Meinhof came, killed our agent. So this guy, we just got killed. That's how it goes when you work with the CIA. You get people killed. Boom, just got killed. And we lost our resources and nothing happened. I suspect that all of those outcomes are bad, but I don't know. All right, so we got this transcript. That's it. That's the only thing that happened after that 3 resource spending job, is we got this guy killed. Nothing good came of it. But at least we didn't run out of any time. All right, but I'm glad you got to see that. The recording, that was pretty cool that we heard that little transcript. And then we had a transcript of that if you did want to listen to it live or whatever. All right, well, we're still not out of time. We're almost out of time, though. Bohm got killed. We've still got leads we can follow, and this is Bohm got killed. Okay, pretty fun, though. I mean, in a sad way. Well, so now we've got some choices. We can either meet the FRG about we can go to blue, which will probably end the game for us. I think the natural thing is to go to this yellow, which we have room for, and find out about that body. So let's do it. 105 yellow. Okay. 105 yellow. I'm still tilted that we weren't able to look at that. Okay, and there's a puzzle that we don't need because we've already figured this out on our own, but it does tell us the green. Okay, so that's good. All right, yellow zone, exposure +1. Boltzmann 16, Vienna, the U.S. Embassy. A picture of the young man with the bullet wound to the head, taken in the garage at Rigelstraub 28, has been passed over to CIA headquarters. Catherine Miller has issued an urgent request for Interpol support. And 2 days later, Evan Wright informs you that a folder with files is waiting to be picked up at the embassy. The victim's name is Thomas Grun. So let's note 105 is dead garage guy. Okay, his name is Thomas Grum, who we have not heard of before. He has a criminal record with the Vienna Police Department for assault and battery, robbery, extortion, and several other crimes. He's known to fraternize with the Lars Ruten's gang. Moreover, Wright informs you that he's had an unofficial meeting with Inspector Kinwald concerning the progress of that investigation, wherein he discovered that Lars Rutten is a suspect in the Werner case. The police claim that Rutten vanished without a trace just a few days ago. So we gained the puzzle fragment, which we already know this whole thing. We figured out this was puzzle. Look, there's his dead body. So basically, it looks like maybe the Lars Rutten gang killed him for talking. But the important thing is, if we go back to our puzzles, I believe we now know that this is a green 1. Blue 4 is before, and now we can save it. Okay, so let's talk about the bug in the website. The rules say that anytime you fill partial information here, you can click save to save it. That was obviously wrong. Anytime you fill information about this, it gets saved automatically in the history, so it stays there the next time you come back. And you only are meant to click save when you really mean take my full solution. So save is not the right word. It's like test my solution, and you should only be able to do that when you've fully filled out everything. There's no point in it penalizing you when you half fill out, because it doesn't matter if everything's right or not. It doesn't matter if it's safe. So that's a bug in the instructions and the website, but it could be fixed by just saying, don't click this button until you've fully figured out. Although I will say this part about having to get this numeric code right seems really off to me. The puzzle of the game is supposed to be if you figure out the code word, then you shouldn't have to have been told the code word. So that goes against needing those numeric numbers. But regardless, we have solved this second puzzle, which will get us a more interesting ending, and we've got Thomas Grum. Now, we still have a puzzle that we haven't solved, right? Or a couple. We know cash. We know that one. We didn't see that one. We did see this one, but this one is a 5-symbol puzzle, meaning you're not supposed to solve it all in mission 1, so we won't bother. And here's our 9 puzzle, which we're again not supposed to solve this mission, so we won't worry about it. What about our 6 puzzle? Is that the one? 5. There's our 6, which we're not supposed to solve. So the 6 and the 9 we're not supposed to solve. So we solved all the ones we're supposed to solve for mission 1. So that's satisfying, right? Even if we got Bohm killed. Bohm got killed, but we solved our puzzle. So that's satisfying. And Tom Grum is dead. We think he's a Lars Rutten associate. Okay, well, we've checked all our boxes. We were supposed to check a yellow, our last yellow. So we've just got Men in Blacks left to check off, which means we can do anything and sort of end the game by doing those. So now you guys get to decide. All of you in the channel, don't all speak at once. Here are your choices. By the way, the game says if you had to mark over that, you still get to follow through the lead. So ideally now we would do like a 1 and then a 5 exposure, because we'd still get to do it. So let's look. Here are our choices. If my records are correct and I haven't forgotten anything. Our choices are, we can do I guess that doesn't matter the color because all our colors fill it. We can meet the FRG about Einholz, who we think is the Baader-Meinhof terrorist trying to buy these cards. We could go to the Peacock brothel where the prostitute is angry. That seems unlikely. We can question the maintenance man. Seems unlikely to be useful. We can seek the U.S. Embassy's intervention. Seems unlikely to be useful. We can go to the opera for leads. Okay, so here's your choice. Meet the FRG about Einholz, which is a blue, or search the opera for leads, which is a blue. Those are the 2 choices. Or we could ask the CIA about KGB activities. No. So there are 2 choices. They're both blue. Ideally, there'll be 1 exposure each, and we'll be able to do both of them. In fact, it says if you want to play easy mode, you could give yourself an extra space. So I'd be inclined to do that. So I say we do both of these, and don't worry about too much about which one we do. I say the one that's more interesting is meeting about Einholz, because we think they're the killer. Although this one easily could get us killed or ask for a red thing. Is the FRG is a Democratic German. I think they're on our side, so they wouldn't count in red zone. All right, let's do it. Let's do 121 blue. And then we'll go to the opera as our last thing. 121 blue. As long as it's not a 3 exposure, we're okay. 121 blue. Is it on the thing? Ooh, it's a message. It's a message. That's exciting. I'm glad we did it. Okay, it's a blue 1. So there's no more spaces in blue. No more spaces in blue. So we have to cross off another 1 here. And remember, if you were playing 3 players or more, you wouldn't get to do that, which I don't. That sounds bad to me. That's just compensating for having more brains thinking about the project. All right. Let's look at what we got here. We got another message. Let's read what it says. Kaiserstraße, 64, Vienna, CIA safe house. The embassy sends a note with a date, location, and time of the meeting. Oh, so we're going to get another bad meeting. Okay. So, at 1, sir, which you'll remember, matches the code card. And we have to detect this to read this write file. So here we go. Let's do it. You guys at home can follow along. So 121, this is the Einholz meeting, FRG, cipher. Okay, here we go. 65 is X. So it's going to be like X is, again, 8. Remember, if it's got a single digit, we just look on the @1 line. So 8 is I, 7 is S, same thing before. X is another 7. Let's see, X, I, S, okay, 7. Then an 8, which is an I again. Then 29, which is an M. 5, which is an E. 7 is an S. Something's not right. And then there's a 4. What does that mean? All right, let's try this again. X is I, S. And then we've got S. 8 is an I. Oh, I guess I translated that wrong as a T. It's I. S, I. 65 is X. Oh, 6. There we go. 1 is T. 8 is I. 29 is M. 6 times, okay, 6 times IV, which is 4. So X is 6 times 4, which would be 24. Okay. Makes sense. We just skipped a letter. 6 times IV, 4. Okay, so we should be looking for 124, which is a number, not a file. Okay, so let's look at 124 and hope it doesn't, we already got an exposure from this. So let's look up 124, and we should confirm that we got it from, should be confirming that we got it from 121. I think this is right, but it doesn't. Well, I'll show you the card. I'll hide most of it, but this makes sense that it's this card. Do these normally say? Maybe these don't say when you found them. Normally it should say what you found it from to confirm that you found the right number. Let's just look at the file 124. Let's just make sure if there's no file 124, so it can't be that. That's right, so it was that. Okay, well, 6 times 4. IV is 4, right? All right, let's assume it's this, and let's read it. I guess by the time we read the full thing, we'll find out, but it'll tell us if not. If not, when we heard one extra card, we shouldn't have. All right, let's see what we got here. Mettenchegas 3, center of Vienna, heavy snowfall. The ambassador's residence is located in a historic tenement. You brush down your coat from the snow and come inside. The warden asks for your documents. You give him your passport, let him search you, and inform him that you have a meeting with Ambassador Horst Grabert. Oh, thank you for coming. I think I may be in possession of information significant in the cooperation of our countries. I was informed that one of your citizens died. Grabert gets down to business immediately. Yes, James Werner. Do you know who's responsible? No, unfortunately, but our intelligence has reported that members of a terrorist group, some fanatical leftists, have arrived in Vienna. They were invited by someone who calls himself Traitor. The RAF conducts bombings and fight with police. 2 years ago, when we arrested their leaders, they took over our embassy in Stockholm and unleashed hell. There they are. There's our meeting with them. What are they doing in Vienna? We don't know. We assume they were looking for arms or explosives. Marie Einholz, who came to Vienna, so this is the right card, is the right hand of Brigitte Monhaupt. Okay, let's start making our notes here. 124. So we've got a new clue about the Bader Meinhof. So Brigitte Monhaupt is the boss of Maria Einholz. And it says they were invited by someone who called, so she was invited by this codename Traitor, who we don't know who that is yet. That seems like it's not meant for us to solve at this mission. Okay, so that's fine. Okay. We know that Einholz, besides meeting with Traitor, contacted people in the criminal underworld. The ambassador shows you the photo where a dark-haired woman with brown glasses talks to a man wearing an old jean jacket. It still doesn't explain how it could be related to the death of one of our citizens. It was a murder. This act is unnecessary. We know about the code cards, and if we do, then you can guess who else does. Besides you and me, my services think you have a leak. We see Soviet dispatches. They know more about our activities than they should. I believe we can help each other out. Do you know where I can find them? No. We know that they use contacts within Vienna's gangs to recruit people from local criminal organizations. Do you know which organizations, where to find them? No. Unfortunately, I've told you everything I know. In my opinion, it's not a coincidence that the RAF is here. I recommend poking around the local gangs, but if you find Einholz, I expect we'll be informed. Both Germany and the USA can benefit from getting rid of these people. You can keep the photo. He hands you a picture of Einholz and the mysterious man in the jean jacket. So there you go. There's Einholz. There's Maria Einholz, the terrorist who got our guy killed. And there's this mystery guy in the jean jacket who we think might be Traitor. And we got some puzzle fragments. Let's look at what we got here. So we got photo of Einholz and Traitor, maybe. And we're told there is a leak in our organization. Now, let me point something out. We talked to that guy who was following James Werner, right? The guy who got reassigned for not doing his job and getting him killed. But it's just him telling us that he lost him and, oh, how unfortunate he got killed. Like, isn't it a bit fishy? Like, maybe that's our leak. Let's look at that guy's report. Tom Davis. Very fishy. Let's look at Tom, before we do the puzzles, let's look at this report that Tom Fisher filed. Tom Davis filed, and then we went and talked to him, right? And we didn't get any great information. Okay, let's look at his report for a second here before we finish this puzzle piece. Okay, so he says, this is just a general report. So Tom Davis is the guy in charge. He says, after coming back to the guest house, Werner went for the walk in the park, smoked a cigarette. After realizing he was being tailed, and further observation was impossible. Further observation was impossible. Really, was it? Was it really? The next day, oh, too bad, he was found dead. Then we met with Tom Davis. Let's read what we found when we met with Tom Davis. I'm very suspicious about Tom Davis now. Okay, so we met with Tom Davis. We read 122. Let's look at that card again. Okay, so we meet him. We're gonna read this again, but let's not forget to read the puzzle. But let's read this again. You wait for Tom Davis at the promenade. The snow on the ground sparkles in the sun, and in the distance you see machines at the construction site of the U-Bahn shuddering stop. You see a man approach, dressed in a thick woolen coat. He's young with bushy facial hair and a confident gait. We saw something else about a guy in a woolen coat, didn't we? Was it a guy who met James Warner in his house? Not sure. Okay, let's keep reading. You stroll around the Donna Canal and start the conversation. What do we know? 5 years ago, he was dismissed from the Navy. He must have had some friends in high places. Despite his dismissal, he got a contract doing shipyard audits. Traveled around Europe. That's why he was in Vienna. He was here on vacation. Was supposed to be going to the opera and skiing. We monitored him just like every other former military officer traveling in a foreign country. It turned out that he was meeting other people. We were keeping under observation as well. What does that mean? We observed that he was talking to a Soviet, Grigory Jarkow, KGB, which is true. We were keeping a close eye on him. The day of his death, do you have any information? Strange things started to happen on January 14th. I was observing Werner around 2 p.m. He entered the Bristol Hotel. He met with a dark-haired woman, average height, large brown glasses. That's JR. They talked not JR, but it's Jarkov. It's the person who set up the meeting with JR. So then he goes on he left the hotel. He entered the Bristol Hotel. He met with a dark-haired woman. That's Einholz, the terrorist. Then he leaves angry because she's trying to buy it and threaten him. Then he went to see Don Giovanni. Directly after the performance, went around to the back door. So I'm talking to a woman, the same one. No, this is the blonde. This is the JR. This is the person who gave him the codes. We assumed it was Joanna Ruzicka. After he went to the T. Rose guest house, but instead of going inside, he went for a walk in the park near the guest house. He stood on a bridge above the pond, smoked cigarettes for a long time, left. That's when I lost him. I realized he was being tailed. In the parking lot, there was a beige Volkswagen with 2 men inside. They were waiting for something or observing. I sent a dispatch over to HQ and then backed off to avoid being detected. Well, that's right. His directive does say about that. It was the worst possible moment, as it turned out. That was my last operation in Vienna. I'm being reassigned. Well, okay, it's not too fishy, but it's a little convenient that he lost him on the same night that he got killed. We might have a choice whether to pick this guy up and accuse him. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, but there is a leak in our operation. Like, people know things they shouldn't. All right, let's go back here then and do this puzzle. I'll make a little note here on there's a leak and say, is it Tom Davis? And then wool coat. We'll just make a note of wool coat just in case that comes up again. I think I remember seeing it somewhere, but I may be wrong. Okay, puzzle. So we've got, let's see, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Lars Rutten. That's the Lars Rutten puzzle. We've already solved that. But this one looks like it's the 9 that we haven't solved yet. So green 5, blue 2, black 1, okay, and it's 1, 2, 3, S, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, this is an 8. Did we already do the 8? Have we seen an 8? Wait. Oh, look at this. Look at this bug. Look what it did. Okay, now we got a real bug. Because now it moved cache to this one, which is our 8. That's definitely not right. This is our Lars Rutten. Wow, it's scrambled all these. Oh no, there's our Lars Rutten. Oh, and there's our cache. Okay. Here's our 8. So have we never seen an 8 before? Maybe we haven't. Okay, it's an 8. It's a multi-mission one, so we did get a little bit. So we got a green 5, a blue 2, black 1. So we're not going to be able to solve this mission. And we've got an S here. Okay. We're going to click save to save it, but it's going to complain. That's fine. We don't believe that. That's a bug. But this is another mission one that we don't need to know how to solve. Another mission one that we don't need to know how to solve. Lars Rutten cache. Okay, so it was just acting up with that cache, but everything else is okay. Okay, slight bug, but not a showstopper. All right, let's go back. So we got a little bit of a puzzle piece for our campaign-wide puzzles. And we've got only one more black mark. So we said we were going to now do this other blue, which was search the opera for leads. So now we're going to 114. We are almost done with this game after 7 hours. 114 blue. And 114 has an errata. Okay. Oops. 114 is yellow. I bet that's the errata. Let's see. The errata for card 114 says it should be a blue zone card. Okay, fine. Imagine if you didn't know to check for errata. I guess that's one of the advantages of having an app-based game. You can put errata in that people will see. Okay, so it says yellow zone, but it's really blue. Exposure +1, which means we now have to check off the last black. Unless we're playing on easy mode, then we get one more. Okay, let's read this blue card searching the opera for leads. Opernring 2, Center of Vienna, Vienna State Opera. Sorry, you can't see it. There you go. The Vienna State Opera stands majestically in the center of the city. On the opposite street, you can see other historic buildings and the Bristol Hotel, which, remember, was where we met Einholz. In front of the opera is an enormous billboard with an invitation to Don Giovanni. You walk inside. The porter greets you as you step through the entrance. You introduce yourself as an admirer of the opera from the United States and ask about the performance from January 15th. You express that you'd love to talk to the artists and take a photo with them. When you see him hesitate, you hand him $20. The porter leads you to the auditorium. He tells you that he hasn't seen the front woman, Jelena Ruzicka, for over 2 weeks now, but maybe the director of the other artists would know her whereabouts. The crew's just finished rehearsal. Maybe you'll be able to ask someone. The porter enters the auditorium and comes back a moment later. He tells you that he spoke to Mrs. Utica, who was outraged and said she hasn't seen Ruzicka. She didn't show up for rehearsal and she was replaced with another singer in order for Don Giovanni to continue. While leaving, you ask the porter about Ruzicka once again and pass him another tip. He says, after her last performance, the porter started talking to some American man, which the porter remembers because he also tipped in US dollars. The following day, she showed up at the morning rehearsal as usual, but just before noon, a tall, blonde, elegantly dressed man arrived. The porter saw Ruzicka get into a black Mercedes with him and leave. She hasn't been seen at the opera since. So this is just pure information card. So 114 opera. So this is a little interesting. So this is really about Munitica, who we got a report on as being suspicious. She says an American tipped her for info. Some American man, which the porter remembers because he also tipped in dollars. The following day, she showed up at morning, and then a tall blonde man, tall blonde elegant man in a black Mercedes with black Mercedes picked up Ruzicka. That's JR, our suspected KGB agent. You asked the porter about Ruzicka once again. Okay, so this is all about Ruzicka. So American tipped Ruzicka for information. And then a tall, blonde, elegant man. That could be our mystery person named Trader. Tall, blonde, elegant man picked up Ruzicka. It's possible that if we were paying more... Why is there two of these? Oh, I see. There's just one. It's possible if we were paying more attention, we would know... We would make a connection with that tall, blonde man. Like, have we seen them before? I do want to look and refresh my memory of what the file said about Munikta. Gertruda Munikta. She's talked to JR and she's talked to Thomas Kowalski, which is the college student that we think might be a spy. During the rehearsal, there was an argument between her and Jelena Ruzicka. After the rehearsal for Don Giovanni, she talked with Thomas Kowalski. Oh, maybe Thomas Kowalski then is the tall blonde. Let's see. Staying in one of the buildings. Late morning, the object went to Vienna State Opera. So he went to the opera, and he had a long conversation with Gertruda. So, like, this is what made us think Gertruda was involved in the bad stuff. After the friend, she got into a red Cadillac, whose driver was waiting for her, but she didn't go straight home. She didn't appear in her apartment until the next day. That's Gertruda. She's talking to the college student who's suspicious. She's deep in the mix, and yet she's still hanging around, and Ruzicka escaped in the black Mercedes. When we were following when we followed the woman, we got information about a black Mercedes, right? Where was the observation? Claudia. She gets in a Mercedes 300D Navy Blue. Okay, not that. And this guy's driving a regular car. Volkswagen it was. Okay. I don't know what to make of Gertruda Munikta. She's talking to the college student who's probably involved in the... Oh, okay. Maybe that makes sense now. Jelena Ruzicka, or whatever, she's the KGB. And Gertruda Munikta is tied in with the terrorists Einhardt. So they're not the same group. They're all talking to each other, but yeah, so And this American who tipped Ruzicka, maybe our guy. Like he met with her at the opera. That was the whole point. So that's what he may be talking about. Although this is beforehand. Anyway. All right. So that's the end, unless we wanted to do one more for easy mode, but I don't think all of the other clues are not, they're not so, if they were so exciting, I would bend the rules and do one more in easy mode. But the other ones are questioning the maintenance man and seek the U.S. Embassy intervention. I mean, that's tempting. Well, maybe we'll do that. 108 white. Let's do it. Let's just use our full thing. So officially the game, we were supposed to solve it now, but we're going to do the one extra thing just for fun. Just because I'd rather see more. Look at this deck that we haven't seen. That's a flavor of this game. Like most of the cards we have not seen, and we will never see. Oh no, I guess the other missions use that. All right, let's read this last one. It's one exposure, which is our last like off the board easy mode thing. So we're going to check that off and we're going to read this. Vienna, Boltzmann 16, the U.S. Embassy. Boltzmann. Jack Gilroy, the ambassador's assistant, is already waiting for you. He greets you, and in his hand is a brown briefcase. By the way, just so you remember, this is the lead when we went to the police. The prosecutor wouldn't give us the files, wouldn't give us his documents, what they found. So we've gone to the embassy now for help. Jack Gilroy, the ambassador's assistant, is already waiting for you. So let's write this down because remember, any of these people could be the leak. So 108 embassy help. Okay, so we've learned about Jack. I would not be surprised if like one of the code words and puzzles was like the name of the double agent, the leaker on our side. So we need to keep track of those names so that we can recall when someone gets mentioned. He greets you, in his hand is a brown briefcase. You head to a separate room where Gilroy opens the briefcase, passes you the documents, and leaves the room. You open the envelope. It's a coded message from the CIA headquarters. Oh, we're not supposed to turn over, so we don't get to see this card. Okay, so we've got a new coded message. Let's bring up our stuff. Let's do our thing. It's a cipher. At one, sir, so we know we're using the right thing. 23 is 2-3, which is an F. 28 is 2-8, which is an L. 8 is an I. 60 is 6. 0 is P. It's going to say flip this card. 1 is a T. 25 is an H. 5 is an E. 21 is a C. 0 is an A. 9 is an R. 22 is a D. Flip the card. Okay. So just a little fun element. We deciphered the code. We flip it over. Here we go. The message contains data concerning a special meeting with a police officer who will reveal the contents of the folder to you for a brief period of time, no longer than an hour. The next day, in the men's restroom at Cafe Bergia, you meet with a short man about 60 years old. He hands you the folder and you situate yourself among the stench between the sink and the stall to browse through the contents. Inside is the police report of Werner's death, along with an autopsy report and pictures of the crime scene. In the pictures, you see an old garage, a body lying on the floor, and a bathrobe with the T. Rose Guest House logo. Using your mini camera, you discreetly take pictures of every page, give back the folder, and leave. File 108. Okay, let's get ourselves file 108. The game is almost over. File 108. If this has got more leads, we're not allowed to follow them. All right, let's see what we got. This looks like it's just flavor, so that's just fine. All right, let's see what we got. Police report, James Werner case files. Prosecutor Claudia Lynn, lead investigator Arthur Kinwald, criminal police inspector. On January 16, 1977, we received an anonymous phone call with information about a dead man's body in a garage in the Simmering district. The body was found by Austrian police officers around 5:30 p.m. The body found by officers had multiple stab wounds and burns. It was naked and tied to a chair. The man's clothing wasn't found on the crime scene, except for a fraught bathrobe in plum color tossed under the eastern wall. Okay, they got him coming right out of the bath. The victim's wallet was found open with no money inside, tossed in the corner. Based on the documents found inside, the victim's identity was determined. The victim's passport wasn't found. The victim was identified as James Werner, USA citizen, arrived in Austria 1/11/77. The cause of victim's death was starvation, internal hemorrhage, multiple bone fractures, crushed elbows, knee joints, and fingers. The man was also burned, traces on genitals, feet, and abdomen. Yikes, they really tortured him. I don't get this starvation part, though. The body was found in the garage of the car shop at Rigelstrasse 28 in Vienna. On the garage's gate, there was fresh writing, "Fuck gays," written with regular red spray paint. A crumpled piece of cardboard was found at the crime scene, probably from a computer device. Picture in attachment, several cigarette butts were found on the crime scene. Well, that's it. Oh, page 1 of 2. Sorry. There's another page. Whoops. That was close. Okay, so here's the page 2. Oh, look. Oh no, these are 2 clues that we already knew about. Okay. Notes from witness statements. Coming from the guest house owner's testimony, James Werner had been a regular at the T. Rose guest house. He visited every 3 to 4 months. He usually stayed for a week. The exceptions were the winter months, when he spent only 1 day in Vienna and the rest of the week at ski resorts. He always stayed in the same room with a view and a door directly to the park. The receptionist testified that on January 15th, he left the guest house in the afternoon around 5 p.m. From the witnesses' statements, it seems that the same day around 2200, Werner arrived at the Peacock and left around 11 p.m. Got there 10, left at 11. Notes, the Peacock is a front for a brothel belonging to Lars Rutten. Some days it also serves as a meeting spot for homosexuals. Werner had been seen in that place on multiple occasions. So it's the meeting place for Lars Rutten. Well, now I'm sad we didn't go there. Hypothesis 1. The way the crime was committed suggests it was a rumble between criminal groups. Werner must have belonged to some organized crime structure. We suspect drug business and or arms trade. No. Hypothesis 2. This crime has a homophobic context. That evening, Werner was seen in the Peacock, where the kidnappers could target him and decide to kidnap him and torment him. During the last months, homophobic movements have been more active in Vienna. We've addressed Interpol as well as U.S. government representative, asked for more information about the victim. There's our card. The Blue Zone at his house, we've already been there, and the Peacock nightclub, which we decided not to go to. It's our second lead to. It's a real shame now that we know it's not just a brothel, it's where the Lars Rutten gang hangs out. But I think we've pushed our luck. We are not going to allow ourselves to look in there. Again, in some circumstances, I might just look in there anyway, just because when I play these games, I like to see as much as possible, and I'm not really playing it so much for the game as the story. So if you were playing it yourself, you might just look at that card anyway. But we're going to stop here. We've been on the air 7 hours, 30 minutes. So what we'll do... Oh, Rebecca says, well, still going. Maybe this will be your longest stream yet. Yes, I think this is now the longest stream. So... I guess we'll take a 5-minute break and then we'll do the final report together on the laptop. We'll see what it says. It'll give us some choices. We'll recap the story as we know it, and then I'll give you a little review of my experience, my thoughts playing this and connecting it to Detective. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and do the final of the case. You are watching Co-op for Two. And this is the 7.5 hour live stream playthrough of Mission 1 from Vienna Connection. Just taking a bathroom break, wash my hands with soap, and we are ready to solve this case. Not solve it, but go to the end day, answer the final report, and see what the final report of Vienna Connection looks like. It's supposed to be different from Detective. It's not going to ask us, I don't think it's going to ask us too much. It's going to ask us what to do rather than what we think. But we'll find out. We'll see. Before we click and see what it says, I guess we're supposed to recap before we see the questions or the things. So that's like, this would be where you would discuss as a group all the information. You would reread all these files. In an ideal scenario, in an ideal case, if I was just playing this by myself, I would probably take a night to sleep on it, go through all these files again, especially some of these detailed ones, before I tried to do this final thing, because surely there are going to be little connections that we haven't made. But for the sake of this playthrough, we're just going to do it now. However, I will recap the case. CIA gets a report that James Werner, a retired Navy person, not retired, kicked out of the Navy for being homosexual, was found dead, tied to a chair, tortured over a long period of time, and killed. A partial code card was found. The CIA decrypted the code card and found that it was cache locations for weapons in Europe. So we're sent over there to find out what's going on, what this is about. We were actually tasked with a specific mission to find out what Werner's connection was to this code card, but also we were told secure the code card. Okay, well, we think we pretty much found how Werner was related to this case, but we didn't secure any code card, which is unfortunate. I don't know if we were supposed to. It says that's our goal, but I don't know if they expected us to do it, if there was a way to do it. We did not get any code card. We did track down the pictures of it and all that, but CIA already had a picture of it. Okay, here's what we think happened with Werner. We know he was working for the DIA undercover, the Defense Intelligence Agency, sort of sister agency to CIA. He was pretending to be a KGB double agent. He was pretending to the KGB to be on their side, giving them information, but he was really working for the DIA. On January 15th, somewhere between January 13th, 13th to 15th, he met with his KGB contact at the opera and got these code cards, which were supposed to be locations of caches, we guess. We guess they're all the same. We don't know for sure. But in addition to getting these code cards from the KGB as payment for helping them, for giving them information, members of this terrorist organization from the Baader-Meinhof gang tried to proposition him to sell them the cards. It makes sense that they want weapons and bombs to conduct their terrorist operations. He refused. He relays this in a report to the DIA saying, I met with this person. Einholz is the Baader-Meinhof contact. And we know that Maria Einholz got called in by someone codenamed Trader, who we don't know who it is, but we did get a description of them, maybe tall, blonde, elegant. I think that's the same person. And then we know a little bit, we found out who his KGB contacts are at the opera. That was Jelena Ruzinik, JR, and someone else that set him up, Jaklov or something. Anyway, so there's two sort of groups here. There's Werner, who's our guy. There's the KGB who gave him the cards. And then there's the criminal terrorist organization, Baader-Meinhof, who wanted these cards. And we think what happens is he refused to sell them the cards, obviously. And they kidnapped him, tortured him to get the cards. Now, what's not clear is whether they got all the cards, just one card, whether they knew how to make sense of them. We don't know. We do know that the Baader-Meinhof gang, Maria Einholz, hired the Lars Rutten local gang criminals to do the kidnapping and possibly the torture. So we know Lars Rutten gang is involved. We solved a bunch of puzzles. We also found something very intriguing in Werner's room. We found that he had an ultraviolet marked a rock, a stone, that's in the pond outside, but we couldn't figure out how to get to that. We don't know if the gang found that or if he revealed it when he was tortured. We don't know any of that. We don't know who this traitor person is. We think there's a leak on our side that's telling the Russians, revealing information. So there may be a leak on our side, and there's a couple other small things. Like we know that when the KGB handed him the cards, she said something like "Greetings from Porthos," which we didn't know what that meant. He didn't know what that meant. So there are a couple of mysteries still. We tried to send one of our operatives out to pretend that we had cards to sell, and we heard the recording of him getting shot down and killed, for what it's worth. So we got someone killed. That was Bohm. Bohm here got killed. So rest in peace, Bohm. These two survived. And we recruited a police detective to the CIA. So we'll get some points for that. All right, so let's go to the website and let's give our final report, shall we? And we found a little bug, but we didn't. Okay, here we go. Final report. On the basis of data collected by the SAD team during White Bee operation, the CIA in Vienna was able to locate the whereabouts of Lars Rutten. So this paragraph here, able to locate the whereabouts of Lars Rutten, may be being shown to us because we solved that puzzle, the Lars Rutten gang. We don't know. That may be that wouldn't have been shown to us if not, though. The information was passed over to Vienna police with a condition that in return, the American side expected to reclaim the code card that might be in the suspect's possession. During the arrest of Lars Rutten, in his hiding spot near Vienna, the police secured the code card and a fragment of the second card. The fragment was identified as a missing part of the card found on the crime scene and was attached to the case files and left in the police repository. The undamaged card, in accordance with the agreement, was handed over to the Americans. So we did succeed in that task of getting the card. And we succeeded because we solved that puzzle. So that's why it says next puzzle, I guess. So we did it. We found that there was the gang that kidnapped him and stole the cards. But we think they stole them for the Einholz Baader-Meinhof gang. So I don't know why they didn't hand them over yet. Okay, let's see. Next puzzle. Catherine Miller makes a decision about concluding the White Bee operation and a withdrawal of the SAD team from Vienna. The SAD team sends a final report concerning the White Bee operation and recommends further actions for the Vienna investigation. The SAD team recommends two of the following. So it's so different than detective. We're not being challenged to answer questions. Instead, we got told that we succeeded in one thing because we solved a puzzle. And now we get to make a choice here. And the game says there are no really wrong choices here. Some choices will get bad outcomes, but most of them will just give different outcomes. So we can choose now. We can arrest Jelena Ruzicka. We know she's the KGB agent who handed over the cards. We can arrest Maria Einholz. Well, we know she's a terrorist. So we can arrest Jürgen Kloss and other members of Lars Rutten's gang. I'm not sure we know Jurgen Kloss is, but Lars Rutten Gang is just a local gang. We don't care that much about him. Okay, or we can choose diplomatic actions aimed to reclaim the code card that remains in the hands of the Vienna police. Or we can observe the prosecutor, Claudia Lynn. Well, no wrong answer. Claudia Lynn is awfully fishy. We saw her handing over documents. But I feel like we did the observation of her. I mean, you could arrest these two people. I don't think they're going to find these two people, Jelena Ruzicka or Maria Einholz, but I'd like to have them arrested. Jelena Ruzicka is the KGB agent who had possession of the cards and gave them to our guy. If we're CIA and we want to get the KGB arrested, if that's the whole point, then it makes sense to arrest her and maybe turn her, find out what she knows. She might be the one to know about those cards. And Maria Einholz is the terrorist who got this guy killed. So I'm inclined to do the first two. But maybe if you're thinking like a spy, you don't arrest people. You observe them. The thing is, Claudia Lynn, I mean, she gave information to some secret operation. But do we observing her? Does it mean observing her more? Can we, I don't know if we're supposed to be able to read this stuff now. Probably not. But I want to see, when we observed her, I want to see what it said again about who she handed off to. Okay, it says, she goes to the cafe. A man dressed in a black coat, elegant pants and shoes, and a hat walks into the cafe. He's got a black briefcase. He sits at the Lynn's table. Seems they know each other. He's in his 50s. A silver pin in the shape of a balance scale is pinned to his jacket lapel. Elegant pants and shoes. Is that our elegant guy from... Is that our elegant guy here? The following day, she showed up at the morning rehearsal. This is Jelena Ruzicka. A tall, blonde, elegantly dressed man arrived. The porter saw Ruzicka get into the black Mercedes with him and leave. He's in his 50s, a silver pin in the shape of a balance scale. Well, this is a tough decision now, because now I'm not... if this mystery guy who's like running the whole operation, his name is Trader... If our prosecutor is meeting with him, then maybe following her and observing her will get us information. But I'll tell you what, I mean, logically speaking, Jelena Ruzicka knows him, right? She met with him for sure. We know she met with this guy, Trader, who set it up. Or we think it's Trader, but she's the guy... Like, the prosecutor could be giving information to just another intelligence service from the East. So I stick with my decision. Arrest these two, if you can find them. If this word said try to arrest, because she's probably fled, right? Although she's a famous opera singer. She's a famous opera singer. Where can she go? She'll be found. All right, that's it. Arrest these two. What do you think? Do you agree? I'm going to give the audience 10 seconds to disagree with me, and I will go with the audience majority opinion. If you think that we should observe the prosecutor instead of arresting one of these horrible criminals, I will defer to your judgment. Ten seconds. If you pick observation of Claudia Lynn, it may just be exactly what we read. Like it may be this document that it gives you, which would be very depressing. Any opinion? Arrest the two women, the terrorist and the opera singer who works for the KGB, or observe the prosecutor. This is our recommendation to the CIA. Rebecca Minnick says, I have no idea. And she's the only one playing it at this point. All right, we're going to arrest these two. I mean, yeah, why waste time? Let's just go straight for the stuff, arrest them. Report from Maria Einholz's arrest. Oh, cool. A short diplomatic note handed over from the U.S. Embassy to Horst Grabert from the FRG Embassy in Vienna indicated a chain of events. 3 days later, Austrian services arrested Maria Einholz in Weingarten Motel near Vienna. Along with Einholz, 2 of her associates were arrested. The group did not resist. Machine guns and explosives were found with those arrested. They had no code cards with them. Oh, maybe we were trying to find the code cards. Then maybe Maria... You know what? Maria was not... the prosecutor was not going to have them either because she handed them over to this guy she met at the cafe. All right. So the arrested were transferred to FRG where they will stand trial for terrorism. Excellent. Okay. Oh, there's more. I hope... that's weird. There's a next, but there's a... Report from Jelena Ruzicka's arrest. Jelena Ruzicka was arrested during her attempt to cross the Austrian-Czechoslovakian border. By arrangement with diplomatic outposts of the USA and Austria, the Border Patrol passed the singer over to American services. During the interrogation, Ruzicka admitted she passed 5 code cards along to a Russian agent with a cryptonym engineer. Ruzicka also confessed to have revealed the information about the card's existence to a man calling himself Trader. Aha. In exchange for the information, Trader pledged himself to organize the escape of Ruzicka's family from Czechoslovakia to Vienna. The transport was supposed to be arranged in the upcoming days. Unfortunately, the fate of her family, husband, and 2 daughters of Jelena Ruzicka remains unknown for the time being. After receiving a message about the lack of information on the current whereabouts of her family, Jelena Ruzicka suffered a mental breakdown. She's currently in a mental health facility. So... that was probably maybe the wrong decision to arrest her. I realize now she wasn't... she was used by the KGB to do this handoff, but she didn't really work for the KGB or have information. So that may have been a little bit of a misstep to arrest her. I mean, she's criminal. She's working for the spy agency for the KGB, but she was a small fish. I kind of wish we had followed the other one. I also am a little concerned that there were more pages. Look at this. This page thing is not pleasant because it looks like it would be easy to miss stuff and then click next. I hope we didn't miss stuff on the previous page because it won't let you go back. Okay, so there's more information here. The team writes in its campaign journal, which is here. I hope we didn't forget to... I hope we didn't click next on the previous page. I guess we can look in the video if there was more page to scroll down to. I don't know how to fix it if there was. Okay, it says in our campaign journal, it says SAD team guaranteed themselves embassy's gratitude. SAD team gets FRG embassy gratitude. Okay. So if we had clicked next while we're up here and didn't read the whole page, we would have lost it. I mean, so I sure hope that we didn't miss information in the back. There's no way to go back, huh? All right, well, we'll see in the live stream whether on that first puzzle, I have a feeling we might have, on that first puzzle, whether we had stuff to scroll down to see. Hopefully not. Okay. That's a miss on the website. That's a missed. That's a bad. That's pretty bad. That if you click next, thinking it was going to scroll down or not realizing there was a second page, there's no way to back up, and you could miss super important end of the puzzle, and you can't go back and see it. I don't think. Let's click final report again. Oh, okay, good. We're going to do it again. Okay. So I've just clicked final report again, so we're going to get a chance to do this again. Okay, so we read all this before about they got it from Moore's Written, and now we're going to scroll down, which is hard to scroll down. Okay, I think, yep, okay, so this we missed because down arrow keys don't do it. You have to click and drag. Okay, so we read this. All right, so we're going to read this again. During the arrest of Moore's Written, in his hiding spot near Vienna, the police secured the code card and a fragment of the second card. The fragment was identified as the missing part of the card. We read all this. The undamaged card was handed over. The card contained coded addresses of 2 caches in the FRG containing arms and ammunition. The caches probably belonged to Russians. The FRG embassy expressed gratitude for help, and I think we went okay at that point. I don't think we read this. On January 15th, 1977, James Werner received 5 code cards. Sorry, I'm not showing you this. Okay, so I've now done final report again, thank God. And now we're scrolling through this that we might not have scrolled through before. On January 15th, James Werner received 5 code cards from the Russians as a payment for giving them classified military information. After receiving the cards, Werner went to the T. Rose guest house and secured the cards. He hid 2 in the cache in the desk in room 11, and 3 others in the arch of the bridge in the adjacent park. This was what we were trying to get access to. Oh, look at this. 2 of them contain addresses of caches with arms and ammunition, probably belonging to the GRU for the sake of diversion actions. The 3rd card contained only 3 words. April, Budapest, Porthos. Wow, it's good we backed up, huh? There are going to be people who didn't see that whole thing. This laptop screen's a little small, so maybe most people will have a larger view and are unlikely to do that, but boy, that is a terrible. What's happening is this OK button doesn't scroll. So it's very easy to think that you're supposed to hit that OK button to get to the next information when it just throws you past whatever's down on the page. That's terrible. Okay, let's write this here. Mission 1 report. So the code cards which we retrieved. 3 others in the arch, which we found, he said arch 3, whatever. Okay, so 3rd card said April, Budapest, and Porthos. And if you'll remember, or Porthos, that was what the KGB person told us, like, greetings from Porthos. All right, let's scroll down. The team gains a puzzle fragment. Okay. I don't know if we can put that puzzle in right now, but it's a 6 green, 3 black, and it's M blank, 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 1, 2, 3, 4 more. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, including the M. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that's a 9-letter word starting with M. So we do have a bit of a 9 puzzle. That's probably a new letter from us. Okay, report from Maria Einholz. Okay, we did read this. They arrested her. And we did write embassy's gratitude. Okay, so we just skipped by some of this. We arrested the opera singer who worked for the KGB. She had a mental breakdown. Okay, and now we click OK. There was a weird, when we did the final report again, it didn't tell us about our puzzles. Like there was a previous page when we did the final report before. I feel like we may have missed some information on that page too. Like it told us about our Lars Rutten arrest. Oh, maybe it didn't. Maybe this was it. Although it did say puzzle, and I don't see that here. All right. Close enough. All right, you click OK. What's this? Final report. I don't know why it brought us to that. Previously, when we finished this, it said, share your results. Now it brings us to the end. All right. A little bit of little bit of jankiness with the website at the end, but I think we basically finished it properly and got our final answers and our final stuff. And we made our 2 recommendations, and we got a different result as a consequence of the recommendations we made. I am curious what would have happened if we had followed the prosecutor, who we know gave some information. And can we just look here at this? I'm curious about the cards. We know we got 5 cards. Did we recover them all? Let's see. Receiving the cards, he hid 2 in his desk, 3 in the arch. So that's all 5 of them. 2 of them were caches of arms. 3rd contains the keywords. And I think it said we got the last fragments, right? Expected to reclaim the code card that might be in the suspect's possession. They did secure the code card and a fragment to the second one, which was a match to what we found. So 1, 2, I think that's all 3 then. They found 1 from him. They found a fragment which matched our fragment. And then we found 3 more at the end, which were more caches and the keywords April, Budapest, Porthos, which are going to happen in this future missions. Okay. So let's take a little stretch. We've done 8 hours, and let's give our thoughts. I don't mean a physical stretch. I just mean not a break. We'll just talk now. So, first of all, let's think about how it compares to detective. The basic system of following leads, having choices, and then opening up new leads and only being able to see a small portion of the leads is a big hallmark of this Detective Modern board game system. It is a very odd concept, and it's the one area where it's so fundamentally different from the Sherlock Holmes. Well, there's several areas where it's different, but one is that no matter how you play, no matter how well you do and how good the decisions you make are, you're only going to see a small part of the case. Now, that is a kind of a bizarre concept because as designers, they have to make it so that you will almost always get enough information to make the story satisfying. It's interesting. It's actually quite fascinating to think about the route they took here. And it's interesting and clever. In Detective and in Sherlock Holmes and in almost all of these detective games we've played, at the end, you must answer questions and you're graded. Okay. The challenge as a designer, if that is your goal, to quiz them on how well they solved the mystery, is that no matter what paths they go down, you have to give them enough time that they're almost always, the group is going to find enough answers. In Sherlock Holmes, you basically say, take as much time as you want. We'll give you a score if it took you a long time, but you have enough time to put everything together at your own pace. In Detective, there's a tough time limit. The time limit is based on the number of hours. It's not different areas, but it's a clock ticking by. But I think the decision they made with Detective is create an illusion that your decisions about where to go matter. They matter a little bit for efficiency, but mostly, no matter what paths you go down, you should be able to get enough redundant information to mostly solve the case. They have to do that because the decisions of where to go aren't really logical strategic decisions. They've got the psychological illusion that you're making a tough decision, but it's really hard to argue that one would be the smart decision and one wouldn't. Anyway, my point was this. By the time you finished going through a game of Detective, the game has to have given you a good chance, a very good chance, no matter what you did, of being able to solve the mystery. So all the things, all of the clues have to redundantly solve the mystery. And it's very hard to get that timing right, you can imagine. And this has got this weird thing forcing you to different areas, which I think, as we discussed, is a little bit of a hidden crutch to make sure you go in these different areas and sort of help make sure you get enough of the picture. But it seems like there's a lot of trickery in these games, sort of illusion of branching storylines and stuff. But it seems like what they did here is quite clever. Because it's so hard to make sure you get enough information to solve a mystery, to answer these questions, which they tried and did to some degree of success in Detective, they went the other direction. Rather than improving the ability for you to get all the information you need to solve a case, which is very hard to get all those ducks lined up, they sort of gave up on the idea that you're going to solve a case, which is quite fascinating and clever. So rather than asking you a quiz, which requires that they helped guide you into solving all the pieces of the case, no matter what branch you go down, they seem to have said, let's not worry about these people being detectives having to strictly solve a case and solve a fixed mystery. They basically said, let's create lots of storylines and branches, and whatever path the person goes down will lead them to wrap up certain threads of this larger story. When you do that, it's not so important that all of the branches converge to solving the mystery of today's case, right? You could imagine going down a set of paths that told you nothing about the terrorist organization, but just really locked up this chain of events, this thread. Because it's not quizzing you, in that case, it wouldn't quiz you on who the terrorist was. It would just tell you resolutions to the stories of the paths you did go down. That is super clever. And it leans on the idea that this is a narrative game and a story adventure. So you are sort of choosing what stories to tie up into loose ends and what stories to leave alone. And yet it still feels like you're trying to solve a mystery. That's very clever, and it's new. It's not a part of these other detective games that we've played. Very clever. Now, it does a little bit pay the price of saying, you know, you're answering these questions and it's sort of like you're not told, hey, you did great, you figured out who did this. You are a little bit, but it doesn't quite have that satisfaction of having really solved everything you're supposed to solve. But if you're okay with the idea of not seeing everything, it is satisfying the branches you go down. So a different group might go down different branches and resolve different parts and see a different part of the story. Okay, so that's quite clever as an overall picture and satisfying. Okay, let's think about the immersion and the theme and the feeling of playing the game. I think, to Ignacy's credit and the writers, so this is a bunch of writers, I think Polish, but John Pozetsky helped design the game, and then the story is actually written by these two people, Reimer and Lapo, who I think wrote the stories in Detective Modern Board Game. Okay, so I'm not going to comment so much on the writing and the narration and the storyline specific plot, like how believable it is. I don't think that's that important. Some people really were dissatisfied by the detective storylines. The writing, I should say. And like the cards they thought were like talking about a detective getting a cup of coffee. They were dissatisfied. But I think the writing is fine and good, and the names weren't so overwhelming. So, but I don't think the story, the writing card by card is the important thing, or even the overarching story is that important. It does feel like you're in the Cold War setting. It is cool to be dealing with these people who are meeting up, handing over stuff. The code cards and stuff, I mean, it's not... Here's what I'm trying to say. The believability of the storyline, I give a wide margin to. It's fine. It's good enough. It's not thrilling. The characters aren't thrilling. I'm not so enraptured by any one character. That's maybe a missed opportunity, but it's okay. It's fine. More importantly is the immersion into the world and the feeling that day to day, decision by decision, you're in a world with people and consequences that matter and that you're immersed in this world. And I think that was a success. The fact that we did that one operation where we got to listen to the recording as this guy that we sent out on an operation was killed. Fantastic. Loved it. These little details where you see photos of the operatives. This mechanic where we've got a couple of operations to choose from, one of which was a little gamey that we tried to use, fine. But this issue where we had this decision about which of these operations, we didn't have enough money to run both of them. We picked one and it was just a bad outcome. That was immersive. That was very cool. And quite satisfying. Now, again, the same feeling I had with Detective, where like, if you got unlucky, if you spent a resource sort of inefficiently and then got to a point where you couldn't do any of these, that would be disappointing. But it didn't happen. It was fun. I'm curious what would happen in this, but you can see what they've embraced as a system. It's a sort of a daring thing to do, to have so much content and have players only see part of it. Especially if these things can only be played through once. You actually can play through it twice. They give you enough. You probably wouldn't want to, most people. But that's quite a daring thing to do, to say we're going to write all this content, we're going to be willing to do all this work, and you're only going to see a small part of it. But that does imbue the decisions, the choices, with some real psychological weight. Again, it's not so much psychological weight for are you going to solve the mystery, but it's psychological weight like what feels more interesting to do and what story is going to unfold from that. It was fully immersive. The different media stuff here, like their cards, there are these little puzzles where you have to remember what's on the other side. That was minimal enough that it was kind of fun. We cheated a little bit in terms of looking when we're supposed to do it, but that was fun. You could see, though, again, I keep coming back to this idea that you could have a bad time playing this game. If you played strictly by the rules and got a couple of those wrong, where you turn over the card and like you don't remember whether there are 3 garages or 2 garages on the front, and you ended your game, if you were playing with 3 people, you'd have 2 less turns. Nothing else changes, so you would get 2 less turns than we did. That would be a bad time. And you got a couple bad marks for doing the wrong thing. That would be very unsatisfying. So this game looks like it would be really possible to have a bad time. But maybe that's what Ignacy was decided to go for. Like, it's a game where 80% of the people are not going to want to play this game, and the 20% who do, 10% of those are going to have a bad time, and the other 10 are going to have a great time. That's possible. That's a risky decision. I have a feeling that may be what happens with this game, though. Okay, immersion, great. Let's talk about this mechanic with the different zones. Or let's bring it over here. I think this is actually pretty clever. If it's true that they've sort of used this for the illusion, they're using a clock, but it's multiple clocks. And I believe what this is doing is forcing you, giving them more control, giving them a little more control to make sure you see enough of the leads that they want you to see. Like, if the yellow is blank, they know you're going to follow 2 yellow leads, at least, right? So that you're not going to follow all blue leads and then get a very one-sided storyline. So this is actually quite clever way of pushing you to do a little bit of everything and get enough of the leads to make the story make sense. But it does seem like a recipe for having a bad time if you choose poorly. And it makes it harder to, like, it makes it harder to have like a useless card. Like, imagine you have a useless blue card that checks off 2 marks. Then you can't do any good blue stuff. But it seems to me that this is actually the other thing they can do. Here's another clever thing about this. In Detective, when you resolve a lead, it takes some time and your clock runs out. Well, here they've got a little bit more freedom. If they want to give you a useless lead that's just part of the story, then they'll just make it cost nothing. It'll cost no exposure, and then it won't tick down your clock. And the other thing this does is it gives you a little bit of a strategic, gamey decision to make. Like, you're like, well, the blue zone is filled up, so it's risky to go here. And not only that, but you can maybe make some educated guesses about whether a given card is going to cause a lot of exposure or no exposure. So there's that. I think that works, and I think that's probably an improvement. It's probably an improvement over the traveling, which feels more like busy work, trying to decide whether to go here. And moving around means a mistake can really cost you badly in Detective because you have to move. Whereas here you aren't penalized for going to different places in different orders. Okay, the full page files. Let's talk about that for a second. And here are the files we recovered. Now, I think this was a great improvement. In Detective Modern Crime board game, there's a lot more online work during the game. A lot more files and database to look at. You're matching DNA and fingerprints and seeing crime reports and transcripts. And, you know, when we play a board game, we want the physical stuff. Okay, look who has stopped by. Jacob Pozetsky. Look, Jacob Pozetsky. So we've got one of the designers on the game who's come by. Well, that's wonderful. It's great to see you here, Jacob. This is our 8th hour. We're wrapping up our 8th hour, and I'm just reviewing the game and talking about it. So far, super positive stuff, but you can you can skim through it, but it's wonderful to have you stop by. Okay, so where were we? We were talking about the move to these 8.5 by 11 sheets. And I was saying how in Detective, there was a much heavier use of the online Antares database for this kind of large format information, files, transcripts. Now you can see it was risky for them to do this. It's very hard to do these and not have errata and mistakes. And you can see there are some errata already for the game, which is to be expected. But when we play a board game as opposed to a computer game, everything about a board game is more inefficient than doing something on the computer. It's expensive. It requires these physical pieces. Everything is more work, but it's a different experience. It's a tactile experience that makes you feel like you're really working in this world. And it makes sense that Detective, a modern board game, really gave you that modern feel. And that was one of the success of the games that was so heavily computer-based. It made sense that in that modern thing. And it's nice that, to go back to the 70s, they embrace this physical concept of files. And this is it's very pleasurable to work with these large files that you can look and skim through, and the variety of them, the reports, the transcripts, very satisfying for people who love the physical, tactile nature of working with a board game. Very satisfying. And when we played Detective, by the time we got through 3 or 4 missions, we had a giant stack of these these cards here that we had to go through. And when we were trying to solve the final case, I laid these out on an 8-foot cabinet, whatever. We really had to scrutinize these little cards. And it's much more satisfying. And then the online stuff is sort of scattered in different sections. It's sort of not pleasant to have to go back through and hunt through that online stuff. These are very satisfying. These nice, full color reports. Very satisfying. And the timeline stuff makes you feel like you're in Spy World. So this is, again, another huge success. Almost all of the physical changes to the mechanics of the game are a huge success. All right, what else? They're clearly doing something interesting with this campaign diary, where this is sort of interesting. This has been a trend lately. Sleeping Gods does it, where you write down keywords that you discover in certain places. And then when you go to new places, it says, have you written down this keyword? So it's clear this is part of their system for having sort of legacy effects that affect from one campaign to the other. I like it. It remains to be seen how well it gets used, but I like it. I like all of the things like the calendar here. These are things that, this is sort of a rant, but when computer games were first coming out in the, I guess, the text-based computer games like Zork, Adventure was one of the originals, and then Infocom started making these text adventure games. And these were computer games, but one of the hallmarks of those games was the physical stuff that you would get with the game. Little accessory newspapers, and Sherlock Holmes uses that with its newspapers, and there's something very satisfying about having these physical, tangible things to work with and leave notes on. So again, I wish more board games would do that, and I hope more of the app games follow on. Okay, now let's talk about some of the new mechanics in the game, like decoding the code words. Like this one here. Remember, we got, at the beginning of the game, we got this little decryption sheet. And then occasionally we got messages. And the rule book tells you a way to decode this message to look up this thing. And it's actually a fascinating decision here about doing this. Whoops, let's just turn this off. You've seen it, you know what it's about. Okay. What's interesting here is that it's not a puzzle to solve, per se. It's not a deductive inference puzzle. It doesn't require thinking and figuring out a deep way to do it. It is purely an immersive busy work. It's a little task that makes you slowly unveil a message meant to convey to you that you're a spy and give you a feeling of it. And it really reminds me of Gumshoe, the 1985 game that we played on the stream. It also had several mechanics to make you feel like you were a detective in the 1930s, mostly to do with fingerprints. It had a huge fingerprint file. It was actually a much more elaborate system that required much more work and time, but had a very similar flavor of giving you rules on how to classify fingerprints, much more involved than this. But same idea, busy work to slow you down, to make you feel like you're doing real detective work. And here is busy work to make you feel like slowing you down and make you feel like you're doing real spycraft. And it works. It absolutely works. It's not clear on paper that it should work. Why giving someone this thing isn't just creating busy work for them, but it works. It's enjoyable to watch something slowly get unveiled. It makes you feel like it involves your mind. You're doing this. It's better than just reading it. It gives you a little jolt of dopamine when you get a card that's got a secret message. You're like, oh, now I can't wait to see what this is. And you saw in some of them, it just says flip this card, right? Not on this one, on another one. But you say, why do I need to do that? I can't fail at it. But it is still fun. It still puts you in the experience. And that's a clever thing as a designer. They figured out that works. Okay. So the code word works, and then on a new mission, you'll get a new code word, and maybe it would be nice as if in mission 2, mission 3, maybe you get something that makes you fall back to the first decryption thing. Okay, there's that. Let's talk about another one that worked for us, and that was, well, we only saw one of them, right? And that was the numeric one. That was the cipher. It was one of our early cards. It was 10. What card was it? It was like 101. It was the numeric sequence. There it was. This one here. Okay. So we only saw one of these in all of mission 1. It was fun to do. It's a little mathematical puzzle where you're trying to find the last number in the sequence. It was painless. It was fun. You could see how some people, well, let's put it this way. It was a little nerve-wracking doing it on a live stream because you could absolutely see getting stuck on this for a little while. And if your group wanted to hurry up and hurry along, this is the trouble with playing these with large groups. You meet for an evening. You can't go till 7 a.m. You can't play for 8 hours. You might get stuck on this and get frustrated. The game has a mechanic where you can guess once. If you guess again and you fail it, you get a black mark. I think that's probably a mistake, a design mistake. Giving people the men in black check marks would shorten their game for guessing these things wrong. You want to make some weight to the decisions. You don't want to let people make these random guesses. However, if you have a group that guesses twice, that makes the strategic decision to guess twice on something like this, you're going to have a bad time on this game. You're going to not have enough time to discover stuff. So if it were me, maybe I would try to find a way to still give this decision weight. Maybe give them the answer if they get it wrong twice and just penalize them with a score or make the storyline be a little different. I don't like the idea that you're giving people checking off more men in black. You're going to have a bad experience if you let that happen to you. But okay, let's just assume that that mechanic means no one will take a risk. The app does let you skip these, which is nice for a group that doesn't like to skip it. After the first one, we got it right. I was like, yeah, give me more. These are fun. But it felt a tiny bit out of place. I liked it. I enjoyed it, though. And I could do with more of these. But maybe if I was doing the live is a little nerve-wracking to do those, because you could see getting stuck on a numerical sequence for a while. I do think the rules might be well advised to say, like, don't ever let yourself make a mistake. Like, don't ever make a mistake twice that would cause you to get one of these check marks, because you only need one to ruin your game. And this part about only playing till here, I would give people a little more room. Okay, that's going to be a personal taste thing. Did we talk about this thing here? Okay, this I've got the same comments about. This, I was very worried about this mechanic. Remember, this mechanic is you read the front, then you turn to the back. Some of the cards have this little spycraft quiz, which tests your memory of some detail on the front. So in this one, it says, how many garages were there in the car shop, which was part of the narration on this. All right, so here are my thoughts on that. Clever idea. Nice to add a new mechanic. Thematically in keeping with the spycraft. We talked about when we played it that, you know, you're training to be a spy or an undercover person. It's important that you learn to quickly remember things in a scene, what this person was wearing, what car you saw. So it makes thematic sense. It does make it a little harder when you're playing it solo. The more people you have, the more likely they are to remember a detail. And it would be fun to have a little argument about people disagreeing about that. I agree with that. That's clever. However, the fact that now every card you read, if you play this according to the rules, most of the cards don't have that. Maybe what, 5% of the cards, 10% of the cards have that? And yet, every card you read, you're now, in addition to reading the narrative mystery, you're trying to remember all these little details. What color were the roses? How many letters were in this name? How many garages? Okay, so I felt like that was a bit of an impediment. Like, it pulled you in two different directions. And again, as with the guessing, the idea that you would, if you got this wrong, you would lose an extra turn, basically, a lead. That's too much. That's too much a punishment for playing by the rules and doing this. It would either require you to be super, super careful of every card you read, or the penalty is too high. I wish they had found a different way. This clock is already tight enough. I don't think you needed to have ways to shorten it. I don't think you need to have consequences for things like this, shortening the clock. And where the guessing on the puzzles and the ciphers, you could just wait till you were sure. This one you can't. So you saw when I played it, what I did was I started saying on every card, I just quickly glanced, is there a quiz? Since most of the cards weren't. And when there was a quiz, then I studied this carefully, 4 questions that might be asked by the quiz. And I feel like that's a fairer, more reasonable thing. And with these narrative detective games, I feel like you should be willing to tweak the rules a little to make it match your sense of fun. So I might say, if I was advising people to play, or if I was designing this, I would say put a little marker when there's a quiz and at least let them know they have to study this before they turn over the card. And if I was recommending this game to someone, I'd say, just look at it, see if it's a quiz. If so, study it, or don't, but don't penalize yourself by marking a mark. Just penalize yourself in your mind that you didn't do as well. All right, what else do we need to talk about? The resource spending, I guess we touched on this a little, but since we're just making this a long review, I'll just keep on talking for a bit more. This is the part about running out of resources, and again, falls into the same category of all of my playthroughs of Detective have been quite satisfying and fun. I've never gotten into the situation where I felt bitter about not having the right resources to do something. It's a little hard to tell how well balanced the game is for that. You're only getting one playthrough. This one felt much less precarious. Like it was hard to misspend the resources, right? We basically were able to do one of the operations, 2 of the operations, one cheap one, one expensive one. It was kind of hard to mess that up. You couldn't do all 3, but we knew that you weren't going to be able to do all 3. But it feels like if you got unlucky, if you made a bad decision, you might end up really in a situation where you've got a bunch of resources but not the right ones. In regular detective, that seemed more likely to happen. It didn't happen to me, and it didn't happen to our playthrough that I did with Greg, but it felt like it could, and that was a little nerve-wracking, and makes me feel like some group could have a bad time. The switch from players picking things, having roles in detective, here you don't. Here you have these cards for each mission, these operatives, which are much more thematic. If you'll remember in Detective Modern Board Game, each player of the game picked a card, which gave you more resources, so it's sort of balanced for multiple players, and had special abilities. That was kind of fun. It added a gaminess to it, but I'm guessing it made the game significantly harder to balance. And part of that getting the resources right, may have been due to that. This was a smart decision. The designers now can control, when you play mission 1, you're going to have these 3 resources. That was clever. You could have added these resources to the introduction to the mission and not had these cards at all. These were just a flavor thing, but it was a clever immersive thing, because remember, this guy got killed. We didn't need his card, but it was fun to see, to be able to put a face to the person that we sent in harm's way and got killed. So clever, thematic, immersive, narrative way to do it. More control they had over the game and the resources available. I think those are wins. I'm assuming that both of these operations here were going to be negative. There was no way to know, I don't think, which one of these you should pick over the other. I assume they were both just for fun, narrative, horrible stories. I wouldn't be surprised. We did Fisherman and Bohm got killed. I wouldn't be surprised that if we did Ally, one of these other people got killed. All right. One of the last new mechanics were the puzzle pieces, the puzzle fragments, components. I think this was probably the least successful mechanic of the game. Definitely the least successful new mechanic of the game. Partly because the website was a little buggy with regard to it. The website and the instructions say that you go over to a puzzle. Let's see if we can get to it. The puzzles. Okay, so there's the puzzle system. Let's get rid of this overlap. Okay, so the rules say that you basically fill in these partial puzzles. You get a partial puzzle at any given time. You can go and fill in this partial puzzle. And the game says, after you fill it in, you click save. It's called save. You click save, and it's supposed to save it, but tell you if you get something wrong. And then if you do, you have to check again. This is this checking off losing a turn, which could end the game. Now, if people followed this rule, followed the rules in the rule book and follow this, they're going to have a bad experience. This is wrong. This is a bug in the translation of the rules, or a bug in the explanation of the rules, or at best, a terribly explained system here. It looked like from our playthrough, and two people posted on BGG about having the same problem. It looks like the rules really should have said, just fill in partially these puzzles as you get them. When you've completed it completely and figure out all the symbols and all the letters, then you click save, and it will tell you if you've fully completed it. And until you fully complete it, you should just ignore this button, and it will auto-save your partial progress. Okay, so that's a problem with the way it's implemented, the wording and the thing. That's the website problem or rule explanation. I did like the idea that it told you some puzzles, the 4 symbol puzzles, are puzzles that you're meant to solve on a given mission. Then you could look through and say, well, there are these puzzles that we should be able to solve for this mission. And you can actually see them. It gives you a little clue when you've finished when you found everything. And so we know we found the 2 puzzles that we were meant to solve this mission. It might have been a bit frustrating if we didn't. However, I will say there was another part of this that was very unclear. It seemed to suggest that we did guess for these. Like, we figured out that this was Lars Rutten before we had found all the puzzle pieces that filled in the puzzle. Like, we found a couple puzzles, we looked at the letters and we said, that's going to be the Lars Rutten gang. Now, you cannot guess these digits. At least as far as I can tell, there's no logic to what digits are. So the only way to get these is to uncover all of the lead cards for the puzzle. That felt very contradictory to the theme of solving these riddles. It felt like the theme was be clever and solve these puzzles as soon as you can. As soon as you can figure out what those letters mean, click solve. But the website will not let you get the word right without getting all the digits right. That feels like a mistake, a missed opportunity and a mistake. It may be a bug in the website. That may be how it was intended. It may be intended that you don't have to have all the symbols. But if it does intend you to have all the symbols, then it feels to me like a complete miss. Like, why are you forcing the players to get these arbitrary symbols when they can figure it out? It's also completely unclear what those numeric symbols are supposed to be. What is the mechanic that they're representing? Or why does the game does it not want you to solve the word puzzle until you get all the numbers? So it doesn't want you to guess ahead. It wants you to find all the clues. Then it should have told you that. Then the rules should have been like, you can't guess. You shouldn't guess. You must fill in all the puzzle pieces from manually filling in every space. That was confusing. It was also a little confusing how thematically they tied in. Occasionally we got a report that said like something happened and then it said, here's a puzzle piece. And it was like hard for us to understand how finding that puzzle piece was related to anything. Like here, we found this report. And then it just says the team gains a puzzle fragment. Like, does this puzzle fragment relate to this? Is it related to this, or is it random? Is it just telling us, hey, some other part of your team got this, just advance you? So that was weird. The puzzle stuff was weird. It was not clear when we should be, was it supposed to be a deductive thing that was leaning on us guessing, or was it just waiting till we filled up these things to ensure that we got enough of the leads to put something together? So I think the puzzle pieces were the weakest part of the game for me. It would have been more interesting if it leaned more heavily on us guessing. But again, the game would penalize you dearly for making a mistaken guess. So it would be very hard to make a guess unless you were sure. And here's the other thing that was a miss there and a missed opportunity. We talked about when you're decrypting stuff, how it was fun to decrypt the message piece by piece, and then you're getting the message, which has some meaning. It's either revealing extra information, a file meaning. The puzzle stuff was not, it was slowly unveiling stuff, but it was unveiling stuff that didn't help us, wasn't relevant. One clue was cash, the other one was Lars Rutten. It really didn't tell us anything. When we finally got it out, we weren't like, oh, Lars Rutten gang is involved. No, we had already read that. We couldn't have gotten those puzzles pieces without knowing Lars Rutten. It would have been more interesting if when we finished those words, we're like, oh, we've intercepted a message and now we know the person's name who's the informant and the leak. Or now we know where to go to ask someone something or to look. So maybe that will come in on the other missions, or maybe it's just a missed opportunity and a mechanic. All right. Anything more? We've been talking quite a while about the game. Overall, If you're in this for the narrative immersive experience, which is how I play these games, I like to play these detective games to travel back in time, in Sherlock Holmes to the 1800s, in Gumshoe 1930. If you're in this to travel back to the 70s to become a spy in the Cold War and feel like the decisions are tough, this very much succeeds. And for that, it's a wonderful thing. And if you watch the playthrough, you will see that I did agonize over the decisions, even when it was sort of clear to me that I had no real basis for choosing to do one thing over another. The psychological weight of the decisions was there. And for me, that's an absolutely acceptable way to make a game and very enjoyable. And at any time you've got a 7-hour game, I mean, it wouldn't take you 7 hours if you weren't speaking to a camera and doing all that and playing it all in one session and having to read everything out loud. But I love the Epic games. I'm very interested to play the other 3 missions. Thoroughly enjoyable, and I cannot think of another narrative spy type game in this genre. So, I mean, it's sort of unique there. So I will give this a final rating. I guess I would give it a 9. Like, that's a very high score. It is a 9 in terms of an experience. It is not perfect, but a completely unique experience. If you like these detective games, absolutely highly recommended. You could you've watched the first one if you've jumped ahead. You could play the other 3 missions by yourself. I hope they come out with expansions for it. I'm curious to see how the story unfolds, but even if it falls flat and doesn't unfold completely satisfactory, absolutely well worth it. For me, the highlight was this stack of large sheets and just the enjoyment of being able to look at these full reports. I mean, it seems like a small thing, but the difference between looking at full page reports feels much more satisfying than getting all this information on a little card or on a computer screen. And I can't wait to see what other stuff is coming out here. Website, a little bit buggy, but not too bad. And to be expected on opening day. We knew coming into this, playing this on opening day, that they'll probably do some fixing and some updating, or at least releasing some errata telling you some changes. Super fun to play it live with you guys. Look who showed up again. I don't know if I'll pronounce the name right, but Presmek Reimer, look at that. The writer of the story. I believe you wrote the story in Modern Detective 2. Is that right? Anyway, it's wonderful to have you guys stop by. Thank God I love the game, because it will be a little more awkward if you were stopping by and I hated it. Maybe it's good Greg wasn't here. Greg is a little more focused on the gamey strategic stuff and is not so much into the psychological discussions. But anyway, it's wonderful that you're here, and it's wonderful that I love the game so much. Can't wait to play the other missions. Do follow the advice at the back of the rule book. Check out some of the movies and books. I recommend Falcon and the Snowman. Thank you for joining. If you like this, consider subscribing to the channel. Check out some of the other playthroughs. If you like this sort of unique experience and back in time, I do recommend you maybe take a look at the Gumshoe, if not the playthrough, then the review, or even just the unboxing or before you play, just to see another super epic experimental game that tried to put you back into the 1930s with these other mechanics of sort of make you feel like here you're doing spycraft, and in Gumshoe you're doing sort of old-fashioned detective work. But great experience. Great to see you guys stop by. Please release some expansions for this wonderful game. Give it a try. And I'll see you guys on the next live stream. I changed my mind. You guys might have all left by now. But, you know, it's 7 a.m. here. We've been playing for almost 9 hours, 8 hours, 50 minutes. This is the longest live stream I've done on all these detective games. Gumshoe came close. Gumshoe's got 9 days. So anyway, so what I was going to say is, if I don't think there's anyone left on the live stream except for the designers of the game who probably don't have questions about it because they wrote it and created it. This is almost like a playtest. But anyway, my point was, I'll just sit here for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, drink my coffee, and if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to take them. Or feedback about how to do these streams next time, or what you'd like to see. Or I'll just sit here and drink tea and coffee in silence, which is fine too. If you're watching this off the live stream, there'll be timestamps. You can jump around. What else needs to be said? So Jacob and Presmek both came by, and that's really wonderful. Thank you for the positive comments about the stream. We tried some fancy stuff here with the overlays. It seemed to all work pretty well. If anyone's curious about this, since we're just waiting around, there's no questions, I'll just talk about some random stuff. So I've got a laptop back here. You can see laptop with the little Elgato Stream Deck. That's what's allowing me to switch cameras. We've got a normal overhead camera that's zoomed in on the table to the large map. Then we've got our front camera, and then we've got a small camera that's just focused on this area here and the green screen. Rebecca says, go to bed so you can properly enjoy custard later. You're out of control. Oh, yes. So my friend Rebecca, this turned into a stream not about this game anymore. Rebecca has been organizing these ice cream crawls. And so today, Saturday at 4 p.m., we're going to some new ice cream places. So she's suggesting I go to bed soon, which is fine. Okay, so we've got this green screen effect where we can bring up a card. That worked pretty well. The only thing that's a little tricky is that I used the laptop for both the break messages and the website, the Antares website. So sort of have to switch tabs in there. Jacob says, first time I see it on the stream, didn't watch many board game streams before, but you know, releasing a game is such a unique moment that I just had to check the reviews. Of course. Oh yes, I'm gonna take a day before Case 2 for sure. Probably won't play Case 2 live. It feels risky. It's fun. It's fun to do the streams live. It gives you a little bit of adrenaline. It's a little scary doing them alone live. It would be better if Greg was here to have another voice to bounce things back and forth with. But it's tricky doing it live because you fear the dead space. You're looking at a card, and if it was in real life, I would take a half hour with that card and think about it, or go for a walk, or go to the air conditioner, since there's no air conditioner here now when I'm filming for noise. So it's a little nerve-wracking doing it live, and you can't take breaks. I mean, take a 5-minute break, but not a 2-hour break. So maybe if I do missions 2, 3, 4, we'll film them. I'll film them instead of doing them live, but I could do it live. What else can we talk about? I'd love to hear the designers. Ignacy has made some videos talking about the game. That's the one where I mentioned he's like, not everyone's going to like this game. So Ignacy has done a couple of videos. And then he's done a couple of videos with, I guess, Jacob and Presmek. I don't know. I know there are a couple of people that have joined him, the designers and the writers. I don't remember if it was both Jacob and Reimer or one of you or more. But you do discuss the game. In fact, there's one scene in one of the videos where you can see a little mind map, and I was wondering, has he got there on the screen so we should like zoom in and follow it and see if we can uncover some information? But I'm curious what the reviews are. Detective, lots of people really love Detective, and I think they're gonna love this probably, maybe even more, because for me, the unique setting and some of the new mechanics really made it enjoyable. And these sheets, these full-size color sheets, really made a difference. So I think this is going to be a hit. All right. I mean, I appreciate you guys came by. Don't feel like you have to hang around. But any other questions? Rebecca, is this it? Are you awake until the ice cream crawl? Reimer's other project. Yeah, we did the live stream with Ignacy and President. Yes. Okay. No other questions, comments? Jacob, any advice on missions 2, 3, and 4? Did I hear correctly that Ignacy said that mission 2 is one of his favorites in all the detective games? Am I right? I think I remember reading that. I think he said something about maybe mission 2, maybe it was mission 4. I can't imagine how difficult it is to write these, especially this one. I mean, Sherlock Holmes, I've played the Baker Street Irregulars box, the most recent box by Dave Neal, and just gushed over that. That is so well written. That's a different level of narrative writing in David Neal's writing. That's like very compelling writing on a different level. But in the Sherlock Holmes games, you can say, I expect people to find all the information. This has got a different constraint. The fact that people are only going to find parts of it feels like much more precarious. The writing and the testing have to be done right to make sure people don't get lost. Okay, Jacob says, yes, mine as well. We did have a long conversation about this mission. At first he wanted to erase this, but I was really stubborn, and fortunately he liked it. Okay, so maybe you're talking about mission 2 being good. So I'm looking forward to that. Sometimes you get those missions that really divide the audience. Some people have a great experience, some people don't. Dave Neal was saying that one of his cases in the Baker Street Irregulars box, the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective box, people thought it was the best case they ever played, and some people hated it. And that's sort of the risk you take with these games. And it helps to go into these games being willing to say, it's possible that we'll go down a wrong path and have a bad experience. It helps to be willing to encounter that, because it means then the game designers can take a little more risk and try a little more stuff. As long as you're willing when you play these games to say, okay, not everything has to be perfect. Maybe I'm going to get a mission that I get unlucky. All right, we'll just sit here for a little bit longer in case anyone stops by. So Jacob, your favorite case was case 2? I mean, don't give anything away, obviously. Ignacy wanted to get rid of it, is that right? Okay. Do you think there'll be expansions? All right, maybe you shouldn't say that. You don't want to jinx it or say anything you're not supposed to say. I wonder if you guys have played the Sherlock Holmes games or just Detective. We could look at the if we look at the pre-order stuff, I enjoyed having this from the pre-order, this large map. This was fun, but not essential. And the other stuff here was, you know, not important. Background stuff, all not important. But we could look at the postcards that came to put you in the setting. Jacob says, definitely it was this hard moment when we disagreed first, but managed to create something a bit different, give a bit different flavor to working as a spy. That's all you can tell, not to spoil. Okay, good. Well, I'm looking forward to it. So here are some postcards from Mission 1. Just to give you just a little extra flavor. They're usable postcards. Are these all from Vienna or other places? Let's see. That's fun postcards from the 70s. Jan Sinkovic. Yeah, you're a bit late. You're 9 hours late. But you're 9 hours late. But the stream will be available. I don't know if you can go back now, but the stream will be available. It's probably makes much more sense to watch it not live. You can skip over the big sections, but it's fun to keep it going. I don't know why people are coming here at the end, but it is a very ironic, weird thing to be doing a live stream of this game, because if you're going to play it, you don't want to watch this. At least you don't want to watch it before you play the game. But you might come back and watch it after you play the game to see how our playthroughs differed. And you can jump around. But a lot of this channel was about playing these games for people who, you know, love the idea of these games, are so enraptured, wish they could play it, don't have a group to play with, or know they're not going to have the time to play it. Or maybe they just like watching it and seeing how it plays from a game design perspective. They want to see what it's like. So, you know, that's one of the things that this channel can do. But you could also watch it after you play it and just see how a different group encountered it. We'll stay here for a couple minutes. Not going to harm anything. Let's see if there's anything more to say about the game. When we played Detective and we finished the campaign, I went back and looked at all the cards afterwards. And there wasn't that much that we missed. I can't get a good impression if that's going to be the case here. It feels a little bit like there might be more, because of the design of the system of having you not have to answer questions, means that it feels like the game designers had a little more freedom to have different branching paths with different narrative outcomes without worrying about you not being able to solve the fixed questions, which I talked at length about in my review an hour or two ago. I really think that was one of the most interesting, clever decisions they made. But without rehashing that, that does make me think that there may be more to read that you don't encounter on a given playthrough. It might make one playthrough different than another. It's like 100 degrees in here. It's hard when you record these. It's a hard idea to record these in the summer because you can't really have the air conditioner going because of the noise. Although I did spend some time. So I'm just talking filling time that I don't need to fill after 9 hours, but just for the hell of it. The thing that's doing the streaming is an ATEM Mini. That's the thing where 4 HDMI inputs come in and it streams it to YouTube and lets you switch between it. And then I've got a little Elgato Stream Deck with configurable buttons that lets me switch. Okay. So I'll take the cold. John, I'll take the cold. So what was I saying? I've lost my train of thought after 9 hours. Something about the ATEM Mini. Wow, I've lost my train of thought. I like to go back and rewind it. Oh, the audio. Okay. So on the ATEM Mini, which lets you switch between all these views, it's got an audio mixer section where you can put an equalizer and some dynamics controls. And there are a couple YouTubers. There are a couple YouTubers who focus on this ATEM Mini setting it up and doing live streams. But this one guy who does a lot of broadcasting and is one of the better YouTube videos about this kind of stuff is Curtis Judd. Curtis, something like that. And he's got some sample settings of the audio configurations. And one of the things you do is you put high pass, low cut filter on, which gets rid of the low humming and vibrating. So I spent a little time configuring some of that so that if I have the air conditioner on low one of these days, hopefully it'll cut most of that off. Okay, Jacob says it has to go now. I'll definitely watch the whole gameplay. Once again, thank you for playing the game, and it's so great that you enjoyed it. Good luck with the rest of it. Well, it is a pleasure to have you stop by, and I love the game, so thank you for making the game. Anyway, so so hopefully I may be able to run the air conditioner on low in the future. And Greg does not like playing in heat, so he may require it. It's fun. When we played Dave Neal's Sherlock Holmes, he didn't watch them live, but he watched them after the fact, and he commented. And you can imagine that there are certain games that are very hard to playtest. I'd love to hear more about the playtest process for these detective games, but they have to be very hard to playtest. They're long games, especially if you make a campaign game that requires playing multiple games to create the whole sequence, and you make a game like this where people can go different paths, and all of the narration has to be very hard to playtest. So there are lots of games where a designer can probably watch hundreds and hundreds of playtests and get full playtest reports that are succinct and clear, and we had a great time and all the decisions were good. These kinds of games are a whole different ball of wax in terms of testing and getting feedback, and has to rely a lot more on the intuition of the game designers. Almost ready to wrap up here. All right, last chance for any questions, comments. If not, we'll sign off. It's ironic there are more people in the channel after the game was played than there were during the game, and that's all right. I'd love to hear some feedback about what games you guys would like to see played or reviewed on the channel next. I did a long review. If you just came in addition to playing the game, I did quite a lengthy discussion of the mechanics and the changes in Vienna Connection with Detective. I didn't really talk about Detective versus Season 1, but we will be doing a long discussion of all of these detective games at some point, comparing Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, Detective Modern Board Game, Gumshoe, Mythos Tales, some of the odd ones like the Ellery Queen game, and maybe even some shorter ones. Well, what else do we have in back of us? Alderstein, which I haven't gotten a chance to play through, but I hear good things about it. And of course, Chronicles of Crime, which we absolutely love, but it's a totally different experience. Okay. Jan or Jan says, I'm personally missing some roll and write, flip and write games. Maybe any recommendations of those or upcoming reviews. Wow, well, I don't have much experience with the roll and writes. They definitely have taken the board gaming world by storm over the last couple of days, and I am interested in them. I will give you one, old one, that I quite like. It is from the previous generation of roll and writes, but it's Roll Through the Ages, which is up there somewhere. But it was designed by Matt Leacock, the brains behind Pandemic. And I believe, yeah, so it's right there. And it's sort of a Yahtzee civilization building, but you've got a card and you're building monuments and getting workers. It's quite good. It's beautiful wood and pegs, so it looks beautiful. So that's a roll and write from the previous generation. It's not the modern one. I would like to try more of them, though, and I hope we will get around to reviewing some of them. Fresmic Reimer says, White Bee was a warm-up. Buckle up, it's just getting started. Well, that is intriguing. That is intriguing. It is a little hard to process and remember the names. I'm glad I wasn't too overwhelmed with stuff. We'll see how it goes. White Bee was a warm-up. Very interesting. That's tempting. That's intriguing. What else? Has anyone played any of these other detective games? We've got the Initiative behind us also, which isn't really a detective game in this genre. I mean, Chronicles of Crime, which has a bunch of expansions now, is a must play. It's a very different experience. It's not so much narrative, but it's a totally different genre, but really well done. More of a put the pieces together to solve the mystery, the one mystery. And of course, Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, which is more of a focus on narrative. It's a sort of a combination of both, but it's really special in terms of feeling like you're traveling back in time and reading the story. Gumshoe, totally different experience. Deadline, we had a very bad experience playing. Unfortunately, you can watch our review on that. So let's see. On the channel, we played Detective Season 1, all the way on the end there. Baker Street Irregulars, played a bunch of episodes of that. Love that, my favorite Sherlock Holmes. Mythos Tales, which is very similar to Sherlock Holmes. Gumshoe, I played the full thing several days on the channel. That's the biggest epic one. Alderstein haven't played. Initiative haven't played yet. Detective Modern Board Game. Chronicles of Crime we love. Haven't played the latest expansions. Ellery Queen is sort of a low-budget New York City, Manhattan-based version of Sherlock Holmes. Worth playing for that atmosphere. There's a live stream of that. Played a good choose-your-own-adventure detective game in my own language. Can't remember the name. You enjoyed it as a kid. Yeah. There are a bunch of those choose-your-adventure books. There's a more recent set of games that are based on the choose-your-own-adventure books, which are quite fun as well. I forget the names of those too. Any other recommendations? I'm trying to think if there are other detective games we haven't played. There are a couple of small ones. Sherlock Files, which is card-based, that I'm sort of tempted to play just because I want to do this massive review of all these games to compare the similarities and which succeed at which. It would be lovely at one of the Gen Cons if they could get a panel with the designers, you guys, and Dave Neal, who did one of the best Sherlock Holmes. I'd love to hear a panel of you guys discussing the design issues. And Arkham Horror LCG kind of feels like a detective game sometimes. Well, we have a real love-hate relationship with Arkham LCG. We'll be doing a review of it at some point and getting back to it. But it does have a story element to it. I'm not sure it has that much deductive stuff, but it has a little bit of flavor. But if you like that, then Mythos Tales is for you, because Mythos Tales is Sherlock Holmes consulting detective set in a world where monsters and Cthulhu are going on. Roland Banks, yeah, the guy with the guns. He is a detective, I guess that's right. Oh, good. I've got you here for 9 hours, 16 minutes, if there's anyone still here. We are going to do a live stream event at the end of June next month. Greg will be with me. If you watch the channel, it's much more enjoyable to watch, to have both of us here to talk back and forth. So it's not just me filling space, talking to the camera. It's much more enjoyable with Greg. Greg has some special skills, some special talking skills that makes it more enjoyable for me to be able to talk to Greg. Anyway, okay. Sometime near the end of June, mid-June, end of June, Greg and I will be doing a live stream Q&A, channel update, giveaway of a game or two, maybe Detective City of Angels. That's another detective game that will be in the roundup that we had mixed feelings about. And play something with the channel, maybe a game of concept, which you can find in my top 10 co-op games. So if you like this video, or if you just want to talk more, we would love to have you show up at that live Q&A in June. It'll just be general chat about the channel. We can talk a little bit more about detective games. That won't be at midnight. I tend to pick these at midnight because it's kind of fun to stay up all night and play these games. But it'll probably be more like 7, 8 on a weekend, US time. I'm in Champaign, Illinois. But we'll also play a game with the channel, a little more interaction with the channel, a little more general questions about the channel, what we're thinking of doing next. Although we put a channel update, you can watch our channel update about what stuff's coming up, but more general talk about the channel and sort of behind the scenes stuff about what it's like to make a YouTube channel. And we're going to give away, I think we'll give away Detective City of Angels and one of its expansions in the June playthrough. I mean, in the June Q&A. So you can watch, you can maybe win that. I guess I'll talk about this. I'm just filling time. I don't love the channels that are sort of all based on the hype of giving stuff away, but we've sort of fallen into it for our first one. So we'll give something away, but don't count on it. You can, if you love the channel, which there aren't many of you, there may be none of you that love it, but anyway, you can become a Patreon supporter. We'll talk about that more in the June Q&A. But it's fun to have people come and join these live streams, and it's fun to have people subscribe and watch and give feedback for the videos. This is now easily, officially the longest video on the website. That's like 137 hours on the website. All right, I'm talking too much. This is stuff for the live Q&A. We should link the Patreon more. It was mentioned in the Q&A. Yeah, we should probably put links. It is on the thing there. Patreon.com co-op for 2. I used to link it on the videos. I guess I'm getting lazy. But we played Paleo. We played the 5th mission of Paleo. And it's quite fun. Like, we love 7th content. That's another epic game. This falls into the category of the epic games, which I love. I love the game that makes you work for 8 hours on campaign. Love it. I feel like those are dying out. Like, it takes a lot of guts for a publisher to make those kinds of games. I love it. I hope it continues. 7th Continent, we loved, super epic, but it's hard to get to the table. And Paleo is a very different game, but has a similar feel. I would definitely recommend Paleo. And if you like having our videos on in the background for hours, you could try watching some of our top 10s. Our top 10 co-op list is like 2 hours, and our top 10 competitive is like 2 or 3 hours. I mean, they're long. We're sort of getting the feel for that, but this is all stuff to talk about at the live QA in June. Your favorite is Tainted Grail. Yeah. We didn't get Tainted Grail. I've heard some mixed reviews about it. Need to get the minis painted. You should watch the video that'll be coming up on the channel soon about Greg's Gloomhaven painted minis. Speaking of another epic game that we have to get around to painting. But we made a whole long video showing off Greg's painted Gloomhaven stuff, which is quite extraordinary. It's not up yet, but it will be up soon. And it's worth checking out. And Sleeping Gods. Greg mentioned he might want to play painted. I'm getting a little punch drunk. Tainted Grail. So maybe we will get to that. But first we have to do Gloomhaven. All right. Any other questions about Vienna Connection? Questions, suggestions? Otherwise, this is all good stuff for the live Q&A in June. We should wrap it up. For real. Wrap it up. Last questions. Any last questions about Vienna Connection? I gotta give you the 10 seconds it takes for YouTube to catch up. White Bee was a warm-up, huh? All right. Curious about playing the others. Okay, no more questions. No more bets. Thank you for watching. I'll say again, if you like these videos, please consider becoming a subscriber to the channel. Most importantly, check in at the end of June for our live stream and ask some questions, have some suggestions, leave some comments. Let us know what videos you'd like us to make next. Do, if this is the only video you've watched of us, check out the reviews that Greg and I do together and the playthroughs. There's some funny stuff, some funny outtakes. And we will see you next time. See ya.